earther and a globe earther, and that them trying to prove each other's side, and that whatever and so when the globe earther is looking, he's seeing curve, and then when the flat earther is looking, he's seeing it flat. So it's exactly what you just said. It's kind of like a stalemate. It's like no matter you're gonna see what you're gonna see, you're gonna see what you want to see. So it's just crazy. I was like, whoa, but yeah, it just gave me goosebumps when you guys said that because I literally thought about that today. I hadn't thought about that in like 3 years. Yeah, but
Dave,
I never got around to doing it.
did I
also
really
think about
monologue for 2 hours, Dave? Tell me I don't do that.
No, not monologue. You can hold a good conversation with other people for 2 hours. Is what I meant to say, Hank.
Yeah,
You're good,
and I've heard it
excellent
in the past couple
conversation.
days. I've heard it in the past couple days, Hank. You can do it. You've had cool conversations with people. So
Takes two to tango.
yeah. So they
I
say,
really enjoyed that convo you and Matt had about if flat is curved, why can't you say the Earth is flat? And he would not say it. It was hilarious.
Yeah, I figured I had them.
Flat is curved, so what's wrong with saying the Earth is flat? Because he thinks it's
Right.
curved, right?
Right.
So,
and
maybe
that's
it's
what I
the
was talking.
light that's curved, not the
That's what
ground.
me and Hank were talking the other night about how that even if it like the whole Kansas thing where they say it's flat as a pancake, but only there. So I was thinking about like a bowling ball, and you take a sander and flatten one part of it, and you got a flat spot. But you got to remember that once you start measuring, it's going to significantly drop at that spot. So you're going to see something that's different, not just it's just flat here, but the rest of it's curved, and not see any difference. Like it's curved, but it's flat here. It's like,
Can I
wait a
point
minute.
something out
Yeah.
briefly? The holes that are drilled into a bowling ball are effectively a flat spot. Just because there's no material in between the rim of that hole that's drilled into it doesn't mean that doesn't act like a flat spot as far as it reacts to the floorboards of the bowling lane. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So there's 3 flat spots on a bowling ball.
Yeah. Well, I know we're talking. I was just saying, okay. How about a cue ball? A cue ball, and you just sand part of it so it's flat, and say, okay, that's what Kansas is, but the rest of the Earth, this is the rest of the Earth. So I say, wait a minute, when you're on the edge of that flat spot, you're going to see a significant drop, even more pronounced than you would the rest of the curve, right?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, so I was just cracking up when he was saying that. He goes, so it's flat there in Kansas, but the rest is curved. It's like, that don't make no sense. You can't be that way. You would definitely see that.
The only reason I was such a dick about the holes drilled into it is because I've been doing a lot of 3D modeling with Blender in the last couple of days. And in the frame of reference that my mind has been stuck in for so long, it made no difference in my brain whether it's a bisecting plane reducing a section off of that or it's a hole sunken into it. I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying.
Oh yeah. I did
I'm like
Maya.
stuck in a hole of I've been
Do you know
thinking in
Maya?
this way for so long.
I did stuff with Maya
Yeah.
back in the late 90s,
Do
early
you know
2000s.
Nuke?
No, I haven't. Is that newer? I think that's newer, isn't it?
Nuke's been around since at least
Oh.
2006.
Okay, see, that was like 99 to like 2001. I learned Maya, but that was just crazy. That's some crazy precision stuff in that. I was messing with the blender, but I was like, it's like really, to me, it was really primitive. I mean, you can do a lot of stuff with it, but it's so primitive versus Maya. I was like, whoa, I gotta like relearn this whole thing because there's a lot of things. I was like, well, how come this isn't working?
Maya is easier to learn and doesn't have as many glitches, but if you work with Blender and get used to it, you understand what will cause glitches and failures to
Yeah.
do certain procedures, and it actually, if you get over the hump of it, it's 100 times better. You could literally make a Hollywood movie on Blender at this point. If you know how to use every feature on it, which is like something that requires PhD level of time and intensity and everything. I'm 4 years into it, and I feel like an amateur because there's so much you can do.
Yeah, I just started messing with it maybe like 2 months ago.
Yeah. So
And it's like I said,
go ahead.
go ahead.
I would say 2 months. It might as well be 2 hours.
I'm like 2 minutes.
So much to it.
Yeah.
I'm currently building a AT-ST model from Star Wars, and I have
Okay.
modeled and designed the whole thing except for the finishing details on like the head of it. But I've got the legs all printed out on my 3D printer, and I'm ready to plop that head on. But I'm just like, oh, it's gonna be so much fucking work to get in there and do all the little things necessary.
Yeah.
So really, with
Oh,
that
so need
flat
you
Earth, you're
to.
building a Star Wars model. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully somebody will want to buy it.
Yeah,
I'm
there you
gonna sand it and paint it and make it look super fucking dope and charge a nerd their mom's money.
They'll pay
Hey,
for it
what?
too. There's plenty of space soy boys out there who'll buy it probably. Go ahead, Blade.
Okay, so what happened to people using the 3D programs to do like a full scale of the Earth? And because I remember in the beginning of all this, there was somebody that did do it, but it was more, and everybody disputed if it was right or not. But they did, the full scale modeling to show that when there's and putting like buildings and stuff, and then you shoot off there the horizon line that would be, and then was like significantly dropping. What happened to everybody doing that more recently? Because I can't even find that now.
What do you mean by full scale? Like the entirety of the Earth, or just like?
Yeah, but they were just using like a
How
circle. It
anybody
wasn't
model it? Nobody knows the entirety of the Earth.
well from
Don't you
their
mean
their
to scale?
Yeah, to scale Earth size, but it was only a circle. But then they like put buildings at certain points that like they knew how tall the New York Empire State Building was, and then they went, and from where the top where you would be standing on top, and then they put it the distance that would be from, from one point to another, and then showing what it would look like, and like you could barely even see from those distances that was showing almost all of it, because obviously the bottom hazes out and stuff, so you can't see the very bottom, but it was showing like just a little bit of the top versus what real life is like 90% of the Empire State Building. That was the one reference they used, I think it was, but I haven't seen it in like what's it been, so 7 years now. It was like in the very beginning. I can't remember who was it did it. I think it was
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Are you, Hank?
You're
okay.
talking about Chicago and its sister city? What you see here is a mirage.
No. Okay, a 3D program like the Blender. Okay, you can make 3D stuff. Like this animation stuff. Well, somebody used it, and they made it like just a big circle that was actually the 300 whatever, the size of the Earth that they say it is, and then they used the top at the very top of it as a starting point and went out, how many miles, because it was like the full scale. But I haven't seen anybody doing anything updated with that.
That was probably not Blender. It was probably Unreal Engine.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it wasn't Blender. I'm just saying it was a 3D modeling program like that.
But the only program that could accomplish all that information and not just crap its own pants is Unreal Engine. It's an open source program that you can get, and you can make movies that won't be matched by Hollywood for another 10 years if you put the time and the effort into it. It's unreal, and it's an engine.
Yeah.
People
Yeah, I
have
was curious why I haven't seen anything updated up on that aspect of it all.
Sorry to interrupt, Vlad, but we got to VC verify. We got to say hi to Captain Dan. Hello. What say you, if anything?
Hello, folks.
Welcome to the
Howdy.
server. What's going on?
It's Friday night. We're mixing it up
What's
over
good,
here.
Captain Dan from Florida?
We already talked to you.
Yeah, I just changed my little handle.
Okay. So you think you live on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
How long ago were you Lieutenant
First,
Dan before you got promoted?
Lieutenant
I was,
Jack.
first I was Captain Dan, and then I became Lieutenant Dan.
Then First Lieutenant Dan.
Then I was demoted.
Is that you, Jax?
Yeah, Jacques. Yep.
You recognise your voice, dude. He's a flat earther, guys, buddy.
Okay, I've talked to him before. I recognize his voice a little bit too.
Here's my
my
current take on the whole thing. I believe that since that spinning globe model, it doesn't exist in reality, so there's not going to be any proof for it unless you make something up. I mean,
only exists in CGI and in people's imagination.
yeah, that's why every single thing they show you is fake. There's a reason for that.
Yeah, I was about to say a minute ago, it only exists in the realm of subjective reality. It doesn't exist in the realm of objective reality.
I object.
Started.
Just kidding.
It's like William Shatner said, that science fiction and science are the same thing.
How about all this stuff that they're trying to push that we landed on the sun now, or they landed on the sun?
Landed on the sun. That's a good one.
They
Yeah.
might as well be walking on the sun.
Yeah, what happened to that song? Smash Mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
they have
pretty
these.
dumb. Yeah, they're sending
have-
things 93 million miles away and just making them land where they want. That's right.
The materials that these probes and satellites or whatever that they sent out towards the sun, they would have melted in the thermosphere and would have turned into sludge by the troposphere. They would never have even made it anywhere near the sun.
All their bullshit
exactly.
science, all their bullshit science, falls apart when you start saying, well, you say it's X amount of degrees in the thermosphere, therefore wouldn't, satellites melt? Oh.
Isn't that
3,800
86
degrees
times
Fahrenheit.
higher temperature than it would turn to liquid?
Yep.
Uh,
Then they
shit.
have to come up with even a bigger
Get this
lie.
guy out of here. He's being argumentative. He's not allowing us to conduct educational things because he's just disruptive.
You all know.
You gotta also remember there's the cold parts when metals get cold and they get brittle. So and then it go into the cold to hot. That's not good for any kind of material.
If you ask an astrophysicist, is it cold in space or hot in space? They'll just sit down and grab their head because they can't answer that question. It's just
you have to go look it up on Google. See what Google
both?
says.
Can I say both? No, I can't say both. It's one or the other. Shit.
Is that a form of cognitive dissonance within itself? I think it might be.
Yeah. If they haven't quit their job and resigned, then yeah, it is cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, believing things that are true at the same time that contradict each other. Something is hot and cold at the same time.
Well, that describes a woman to a T.
So women are from space.
Yeah, I guess so. Here's my girlfriend. She's hot 1 second and cold the next.
That actually explains a lot.
Does that mean men are from down below?
I don't know. I hope not.
You mean Australia?
That's right, Australia.
My mic working now?
No. Can't hear you.
You guys know that NASA's been probing Uranus since 1958, right?
Not mine.
Well, Uranus should be off
money to do it too.
Am I the only one who thinks that? We can explore all of space. There's so many places to explore. Can we just not touch Uranus?
I mean, when they came up with these names, couldn't they have chose something else? Really?
Well, it was Greek Uranus, but "your" is a English Germanic hybrid word, and it didn't exist until like 2,000 years after Uranus was a Greek god.
It's probably pronounced Uranus.
It's a coincidence.
Uranus.
I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Uranus.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Well,
look
it might
like
have been.
your
I don't know,
anus
but
or anything.
it wasn't.
I've always heard so many people say it's
joke when it was created.
I've heard so many people say Uranus, which is almost kind of funny because it sounds like urine, like the other kind of part of your body around that area.
They still strike out Uranus. Oh, urine planet.
Okay, I'm just gonna throw a shot in the dark here, but is anybody else annoyed by people who call Kiev?
Yeah, what's this Kiev? All of a sudden.
What the fuck is Kiev?
It's like a Mandela
that means you
effect.
didn't even know it existed until 2 months ago. Shut the fuck up.
I heard Joe Biden call it Kiev all the time.
It's Kiev. K-I-E-V, not K-Y-E-V or K-Y-V-E. Like, I've seen so many different spellings for it. My head's spinning. I'm mad.
Are you talking about the crystals that you find at the bottom of your grinder after you're grinding your chronic up?
No, that's Keith. K-E-E.
Keith.
Or K-E-I-F.
Like, Keith Richards.
I'll accept either spelling, but Kiev is Kiev. It's K-I-E-V, and it's been that way for 50 years or 30 since the Soviet Union collapsed. But now it's Kiev?
But there's a road, it's Utopia in Arizona or Phoenix. Yeah, and I always called it Utopia.
Oh my God, I just had an idea. Yeah. Every time there's a social justice movement, like, I support Ukraine, even though you can't point on the map to where it is. How about
you don't know shit about Ukraine?
Shirts that are just wrong, like turn the flag upside down and spell things wrong, but still sell them to a ton of dumb people. Will make a ton of money, and they'll be walking billboards for how stupid they are.
Well, isn't that what's going on already?
I support no war.
Yeah. Somebody got a siren going.
I know. It's me.
2 birds, 1 stone, though. Make people look stupid and take their money.
Well, they're already doing that because every time I see all this crap, it's like people with masks, still, especially right now, as far as we've gotten with all this stupid stuff and seeing people with those things on their face, or they say the flag. I've been seeing a lot of flag stuff now. It's like, what the hell? It's like, you guys that dumb? So they're already doing all this.
The head of the National Teachers Union, I think 4 days ago, posted something on her TikTok or her Twitter where she had made a shirt that had the Ukrainian flag upside down accidentally, and they spelled Ukraine wrong also. And she was supposed to be the one in charge of all the teachers that teach all the people in public schools, all the children in public schools. They couldn't spell the country right, and they couldn't get the flag right. They fucked up every way possible. But these are the people that are teaching your children. She gave me the idea. Let's sell these retarded people T-shirts and make a ton of money. And they'll look stupid.
Yeah, sell them T-shirts that are deliberately spelled incorrectly.
Exactly. What are they going to proofread it? Or are they going to be like, hey, that's a good deal. It's $1 less than the other one.
Guys, I don't want to derail anything here, but we've got a Harvard Globe specialist in the house tonight. His name is something.
Ooh, Harvard?
Yeah.
Oh, I went to Harvard. Learned all about the spinning ball Earth.
Harvard.
Well, if anybody can prove the globe, it's got to be a Harvard guy. What you got, something?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Well, I just joined and just messing around, but I want to look into the flat Earth stuff, see what's going on.
There you go.
Can we find out what you know about the globe stuff first?
Do
you want to find out what you know about the globe stuff first? What do you know about the globe? What's the radius?
He knows the standard stuff he was taught in school.
Do you know anything? You know what the radius of the globe is?
No.
You got a guess?
That's okay. Nobody knows.
It's all right if you don't know. Just be honest, say you don't know. Does anybody want to run into the 3 points real quick?
Yeah, so there's no curvature of the Earth unless you can present a measurement of one for us. Are you aware of anybody who's measured the curvature of the Earth?
No.
Okay, well, that's that one. There's no rotation of the Earth unless you can present somebody who's measured rotation of the Earth to us. Can you?
No.
Okay, well, that's that one. And gas pressure requires containment, so obviously the Earth is contained unless you can demonstrate that air pressure can exist adjacent to a vacuum without some sort of solid barrier between the air pressure and the vacuum. Do you object?
Under pressure.
Bum, bum, bum.
Well, another way of asking this is, do you know of any time in the past that when anyone's ever demonstrated gas pressure next to a vacuum without a solid barrier?
No.
Well, that's that one too. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Isn't it really just the terror of knowing what this world is about?
Thanks, Freddie Mercury. So good job on the 3 points there, Central Banker. We've established something that if you think you live on a globe right now, all it is a belief. You have no concrete proof of that. You understand that? Hello? It's just a belief. You understand?
Yes.
Have you ever seen the globe in real life from space? You ever seen the Earth as a globe?
Well, yeah, I've seen some pictures of it.
Oh, on TV.
Images, not
But
You
here's the
see-
thing.
So you saw it on TV, so it must be real, right?
Probably not.
Well, yeah, here's the thing, something. You can turn on your TV and look at images of Godzilla, but you wouldn't use those to prove that Godzilla lives, would you?
No.
Yeah. So, the globe is in the same category as Godzilla.
Another way of pointing this out is something. Have you ever seen a horse before?
Yes.
All right. So if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you have a reference point to use? Could you tell me if this is a realistic picture of a horse or an unrealistic picture of a horse? If I showed you a picture of a horse.
Yeah.
All right, so what I'm going to point out to you is you have a reference point to use to know whether or not a picture of a horse is real or not. Have you ever been to the vacuum of space?
No.
All right, so if I showed you a picture of the Earth from space or anything in the vacuum of space, from the vacuum of space, would you have any reference point to use to figure out if that picture is real or not?
No.
Yeah, that's
all right,
right.
Cool. Yeah, I just want to let you know that.
The spinning ball Earth in space is something that you cannot independently verify, so you just have to take their word for it.
Oh, last one. Okay, so you've seen a real vacuum before, right? And you know it's a real vacuum because you can have an alarm clock, like the old school ones that ring the bells. Man, that's what I had in high school. Those things were great. And you put it in the vacuum container, and then you remove the Atmos, the gas, right? And then you hear the thing. It's like, and then it stops. You can't hear it no more. But you can see the little thing beating them bells back and forth, but you can't hear anything. So you have an actual understanding of what a real vacuum is like. You ever seen one of those without the container? You got to have the container, right?
Yes.
And if anyone ever tried to show you, like, hey, this is my vacuum, and you're like, what? Like, where's the container? You're like, oh, you don't need that, right? Just like the Earth, right? how you're breathing right now. If the Earth doesn't have walls to hold in the gas pressure and keep it from escaping and filling the available volume of outer space, the vacuum of space.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I have one too. So what's your thoughts on the moon landing? Do you believe we went to the moon or not?
Yeah, I believe we went to the moon.
Okay, so tell me how they carried enough fuel that would get them 379 miles one way and then 379,000 miles, 379,000 miles twice with the amount of fuel. And why aren't they using that fuel in every car and truck on Earth right now? Because that's the long-lasting gas. Because what they use, if you see the pictures, what they use, not the boosters that got them up in the air, but from when they dropped those boosters and then went, because that was some kind of fuel they used. That's impossible.
Slight correction there, Vlad. Your mileage they claim is like 250 grand, or somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, yeah,
It's like
I had a friend of mine try to tell me.
238,000 miles.
Okay. Go ahead,
What
son.
is it?
Go ahead. It's like
238,000 miles on average, so it's a little less than a 250,000.
Okay, what am I getting? 379,000.
It's an
But still.
average. It fluctuates. They say that it fluctuates.
Oh,
Anyway,
okay. Well, still, that's a long ways.
sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt. Something was getting ready to answer. You really think they went to the moon? What were you going to say? Something?
No, I wasn't gonna say anything.
Well, don't you think it'd be more straight ahead to just make a movie where they went to the moon instead of actually go to the moon? I mean, travel 238,000 miles through deadly thermosphere and radiation, or just make a movie and say, hey, we did this, guys.
I
If
went.
you believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon.
One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
You know, they claim to have gotten to the moon in a lunar lander with walls the thickness of 4 sheets of tinfoil. Did you know that's something?
No.
And they say they can't do it to this day because they destroyed that great technology.
And it's a painful
Yeah, they destroyed
process.
every bit of it.
It's a painful
Yeah.
process to build it back.
They didn't want people digging it up and looking it over and figuring out how fake it is.
And now they say that they can't get there due to the Van Allen belt radiation. But luckily, they didn't know about the Van Allen belts back when they went, so they were able to go, I guess, because they didn't know it was there.
I mean, the moon landing is fake in a million different ways. Any way you look at it, it doesn't check out. And I've looked at it every which way.
Did you know that they did a trick on the American people? What was it in the 40s? Orson Welles, I think, was it that? They did the Mars attacks. So they announced on the radio.
Right, War of the Worlds.
War of the Worlds, yeah, sorry. They announced on the radio that this is a play. It's the first time they'd ever done anything like that on the radio. So plays were only done like on a stage, right, downtown. They had never done one on the radio before because the radio was kind of a new technology at the time. So they said that the Martians were landing and they were attacking, and people heard it on the radio and believed it to be true, right? And not many years later, they were telling people that they put a man on the moon, right? And they saw it and heard it, and they believed it was true. Now think about if you could go back 500 years and you could bring a computer with you and a 4K TV screen. You could have those natives believing whatever you wanted, eating out of your hand, whatever creation you wanted to create. They would just be eating it up because it's audio and visual hallucination. It isn't real. They would be suffering from extreme psychosis.
Well, it's also a lie so big that no one would ever believe that they'd be lying about it. It's too big of a lie.
Isn't that a famous quote, though? Tell a lie so big that questioning it is insane.
Yeah. That's part of the psychology of selling you that lie.
People aren't used to lying on that scale, so they just don't think it's possible. They don't fathom it.
Right,
Yeah,
and isn't that what the definition of a bluff is? Is that you lie so big that I'm afraid to call you out on it?
something like that. They just don't think in their head, oh wow, this might be a lie. They might not have gone actually to the moon. That thought is just not acceptable.
But then it turns around and you start doubting yourself. Am I smart? Am I capable? Am I able to pull this off? All these questions are the objective of the person who tells the lie or the big bluff in the first place. They have nothing, so they're trying to make you defeat yourself because they can't defeat you.
Yeah, they want you doubting yourself, thinking that you need them for all the answers.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you can see when they're on the moon, they're getting pulled up with wires from above. It's pretty obvious.
In 2004, Japan was supposedly sending up a satellite that was going to be able to focus in on the surface of the moon and show the footprints of the Apollo missions.
Oh, yeah, sure.
That never happened.
Yeah.
That was kind of the beginning of the end for me.
Yeah, you notice they could show you a close-up picture of rings of Saturn, but they can't show you anything we left on the moon.
Yeah, and they also can't turn the Hubble around and show you a nickel on the front porch of your house in real time. Because no, the Hubble can't turn around. It's not designed to.
But you know what they can do? Manufacture lots of cool computer graphics.
Oh yeah, they're
Oh, they
basically
got like the
Disney on
world's biggest
steroids.
art department.
I love cartoons.
Yeah, everybody does.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to believe they're real. That's why they're cartoons. You can see that they're not real.
So, Harvard, are you still there, bro?
No.
Aren't you curious? Don't you want to call us out and say, you're lying? They don't make cartoons. They don't manufacture the globe on TV. Do you want to see our evidence, or do you just, do you just want to listen to us
What do you think?
disparage
Are we
the
convincing you? Or?
Earth shape without any evidence?
Oh yeah. Wait, sorry. Wait. Oh my god. Y'all are making really good points.
I think down deep, he probably knows that those NASA photos are fake.
And like
representations of the real ones that I just haven't seen, but I'm sure they're there.
I mean, I think about my 2012 self, and I would have been like, you guys are claiming that they're making like Photoshop Earths. I'd be like, show me.
Yeah.
Bullshit, show me. And then once we show you
actually...
once we show you Robert Simmons from Goddard, you're going to be like, well, fuck. Why would they need to fake it?
I know
if they've had Sputnik up since the 1950s.
It is photoshopped. It has to be. Because there's no reality to it. It's got to be photoshopped. Like the NASA, they give themselves away. Like that one guy is like, so we're trying to work on ways to get through this deadly radiation belt. Have to go one time out and then back through again. And they're, still. That's what NASA's busy figuring out now, how to possibly get men, through that radiation belt.
How to repeat the same lies and the same wool that was successfully pulled over the eyes of the citizenry decades ago. How are they going to slip that same magic trick past their children who have grown up in a technological world with a much higher standard of, oh, that's CGI, that's green screen. They know these things. It's not like it's a brand new
What's
technology.
Harvard's name?
I know.
What's Harvard's name? What's his
their
name?
latest, gigantic fraud was going to Mars with the Mars rover. And it's
No,
just
the latest fraud was saying that it made a helicopter fly on Mars in 1/10 the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Hey, what's his
How about
name?
10 times stronger of a helicopter?
Yeah, helicopter by us.
Harvard, what's your name, bro?
Jaden.
G-N?
Michael Smith?
Jaden.
Holy shit, are you Will Smith's son?
No, not your real name, your screen name. I'm trying to send you something.
Oh, something. Sorry.
Captain
Something,
Dan.
okay. Something, right?
Yes.
Something.
Yeah, got it.
Sorry, now.
Right, something. Go ahead and check this out. Like, put yourself on deafen and on mute. Watch the video I just sent you. And come back and tell us what you think.
All right.
Oh, and don't forget to reference the link that leads you to Goddard Space Agency so you can see there's now some, not just some bullshit on YouTube.
Stop talking about Jimmy Neutron's dog, man. Everybody knows his robot dog was named Goddard. There's nothing
Mars
to do
is just
with
an orange looking screen over some desert. Period. End of story.
I thought I was being weird, but I don't understand what you just said. You win. You won the race. Can you repeat that?
I just said Mars is just Devon Island. This one says Greenland. You see the hill there in Greenland, and there's some pictures from supposed Mars. That's all it is.
Oh, okay.
A red tin on the
You were
film.
saying Mars was like an island like Greenland in some kind of weird metaphorical sense. My mistake.
No, it's just
sorry.
just slap
You're
a
talking
red
about
tin
the
on a desert.
photography that was used to be manipulated into, hey, look, we're on Mars.
Yeah. And then,
I got you.
I'll take a picture of, a Mars landscape, and oops, there's a ground squirrel in the picture.
Wasn't there a Coke can in the Apollo missions?
I did hear something about that, but I don't remember seeing it.
I've seen it, but it's since been removed from YouTube. And my computer that I had saved it on is no longer amongst the living. I put a magnet next to the hard drive and who knew?
Magnets and hard drives don't get along.
I was building a sound system and I accidentally put a very large permanent magnet right next to it. And I thought I was far enough away, but I guess not. It ran until I turned it off. It kept running because I guess it was on RAM at that point. It kept running because it was booted. But then as soon as it turned off and I tried to turn it back on, it was just blue screen. Like, what the fuck do you want from me? I'm erased.
I'm erased. I don't know what to do.
I don't know what the boot log is.
Hey, I put a link in the live stream, that's right above this. And they're talking about in 2030 they're supposed to gonna crash the ISS into the ocean.
Boo hoo.
NASA's going to.
Why can't they crash it in Pennsylvania, like right next to Flight 93, so we can, do
Why not
some
crash it in North Korea?
gigs?
They said they're gonna retire it.
And shouldn't it burn up on re-entry? If it's at
I don't know.
retrograde.
Well, it's just It's just worked perfect from day one, 20 years straight. Never a problem.
Yeah. And you were talking last night. I think Hagen said something about how the hell they get that thing up there. And I was watching some videos, but all they showed was CGI of how they got it up there. I guess they went there with the shuttle, and it started a little small part, and all these other countries got involved, and it just built onto it over the years. It's like this, but it was all CGI. There was no real footage. I was like,
zero proof of any of that. Yeah.
I'm just a stupid moron, right, who delivers for DoorDash, but I can back up my claims better than NASA that I've delivered a package to a door, but they went all the way to space and they didn't document it. Like, wouldn't everything would have been documented, like first-person cameras, like everything, right? And they got just nothing.
Hey, how about all these, supposed astronauts that go and dock with the ISS and other astronauts come home and all this crap? Where's the footage of all that garbage? Doesn't exist.
Well, they don't need to prove all that. It's just a waste of data. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's one of their excuses why they supposedly erased the telemetry stuff for the moon, the first moon landing, because they needed that space, the data storage. They needed it for something else.
Yeah,
it's like you got
tape over
you're getting billions of dollars. Why don't you get new fucking data storage, you dummies?
Yeah, why don't you kind of preserve man's greatest achievement since Adam and Eve? No, you just fucking trash that. You have no idea what happened to it.
They're stupider than every single librarian in the history of the world. They don't fucking
such a joke.
Books.
Such a joke.
Yeah, we had that, but we lost it. Oh yeah. You want to believe that? Okay.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. We destroyed that technology, and it's very painful to build it back.
And by the way, can I babysit your 2 young sons? Because I definitely don't have a pedophile face.
Yeah. Guy's such a weasel. What's his name? Don Pettit. What a liar.
Fucking creep. You wouldn't want him at your family barbecue.
I know.
You wouldn't want him at a wedding. You wouldn't want to be within 8 feet of him. If you were at a gas station or a grocery store and he was right in front of you, you would just step back and let 3 people go ahead of you, even if you were late for something, because this guy is fucking weird.
Mm-hmm. All those astronauts are a bunch of fucking weirdos. If you've seen that, Astronauts Gone Wild.
And they're also apparently vampires, because when they die, they're apparently not dead.
What do you mean?
And I was going to say that they have to be.
Or they have a magical twin.
Oh, the crew of the Challenger.
I'm an Asian, and my twin brother, who has never been documented in the history of Earth, his name is Claude.
Yeah, that's my twin brother. That's who that is.
Give me a fucking break. I'm not 6.
Yeah, you got to wonder what they were up to with having a disaster, I usually don't. If you're going to fake something, why have a disaster?
The problem is they were afraid to just kill them and wrap it all up. They let them go back into a version of their lives. They have to change their name.
You don't understand. Slightly. They didn't mean for the Challenger to explode. That was an accident. Everything else.
They were supposed to pretend that they went to space and crawl out when it landed.
Yeah, whatever exploded, there was no people on that.
Exactly. So what were they going to do? Are they going to murder the people who are supposed to be dead? Or are they going to enable them like sort of weird witness protection program type shit?
Yeah, exactly. Just give them some cushy job at a university somewhere.
If they killed them, nobody else would ever work with them ever again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because they did that to a few of those astronauts that died supposedly in their, actually in the 65 and 66 when they were doing those tests, and those one, and they were actually going to be whistleblowers from what
there was one that was a whistleblower. Yeah, he called it a lemon, and he hung a lemon on a hanger.
Yeah, I think he was figuring out it was all bullshit. And then they had to like fucking silence his ass.
And they
Yeah, because he
killed
wasn't
2
going
other
to shut
people
up.
to make it look like an accident.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. And
So
have you ever heard? Have you heard? Did you ever hear that audio? Because I've listened to the audio, and I wish I wouldn't have, because it was when
screaming.
they caught on
I wish
fire.
I could forget it.
Yeah, that was pretty horrific. I was like, what? I listened to that. Like, oh my gosh, that's terrible. If that was real footage, I mean, if that was real audio, it was awful.
Yeah, I never heard anything like that.
Yeah, do not.
Yeah, don't look it up unless you want to have nightmares at least once or twice.
Well, stuff like that. It's like you don't know if it's real or not. Number one, and number two, do you really want to ruin your fucking day? So, yeah.
Well, it sounded pretty real. They said it. Well, I
But
don't
see,
even want
that's
to
the thing.
describe
It's
it.
like, what if you're sitting there getting all worked up emotionally, and it's just some, track from a movie, a horror movie or something. Someone's fucking with you. You know what I mean? And and what's worse, if it's real, I don't want to hear that. No thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
I
I
don't
said
need
do
to
not
hear it.
listen to. I'm telling you guys, don't listen to it.
It's probably
It's-
Jamie Lee
Let's
Curtis's
change the subject.
vocal.
yeah.
What
Check
was her
what's
name?
something
The
else. Now.
screamer? Jamie. What was the screamer from the 80s and 70s? Was it Jamie Lee Curtis? Or was that
Is
the
that
Yeah.
dude?
Black Bloke?
Yeah.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah,
What's up, Iron?
yeah,
What's up,
probably her
y'all?
vocal coach.
Who got the vocal
What's
coach?
up,
What?
bro? Yeah, the
Oh, the
screamers
lady who
from
pushed
that.
a vocal coach down, an 84-year-old woman in New York City who died.
What?
Talking about that?
No. So the screams could have been fake. It could have been Jamie Lee Curtis's vocal coach. You know, she's the screamer from all the scary movies.
Yeah. They just came out with another Scream movie.
Oh God.
Right.
No.
And guess what?
There
It's
we
just
go.
called Scream because they're like remaking the original story or like continuing the original story. They can't write anything new. It's so weird.
My wife made me watch it.
They're starting over, is what I'm saying. Like they're gonna do
Yeah.
Scream again.
Yeah, these
No, they're
reboots.
trying to
All these
replace
reboots is
the
ridiculous.
original.
Iron, you say you
Show it
watched
to
it?
a new generation
My
of
wife
kids.
made me watch it.
You
Yeah.
don't remember.
It's weird. I grew up with those movies, and now it skipped a generation, and then this generation is now grown up with just horrible horror movies.
I don't think I ever watched the Scream series.
Oh man, I loved that first Scream movie, and we played it at
Drew
every
Barrymore.
party in 6th and 7th and 8th grade. But then after that, it lost its luster, and it's like horror movies are stupid.
When were you
Yeah,
born, Glatt? 1990?
Me?
Me? Who?
Between 86 and 90.
Who?
Gotta be. You.
No, 82.
Wow.
What,
I'm a fucking
what,
fogey,
You
bro.
were still in
Old.
school when that was.
What month?
I would have expected you to be younger.
What month, Clint?
You probably never guessed when I was born.
I'm never gonna hear it. What
54.
month?
1954.
Ozzy
No,
Osbourne?
I'm born in
What
'69,
month?
69. Okay.
December
What
'69.
month? What? Can you guys hear me?
Kinda.
Yes.
You're muffled, Hank, and it sounds like you're far away as well.
I apologize. What month were you born?
Me?
Yeah.
October.
Okay, I'm older
What's
than you
your
by
favorite?
a month. I was born on
Right on.
September the 2nd. September 2nd, 1982.
Yeah, dude, 82 babies. We're in the middle. We're not millennials and we're not Generation X.
I'm 13 years older than you. What the heck?
You're 13, yeah.
Yeah, you're the same age as Gavin McInnes. So take.
I don't know who that is.
Good for you.
That Canuck.
All right.
That weird Canuck. That weird Canuck.
He's not a
No.
Canadian anymore. He's an American now.
Oh fuck.
He don't spend much time up there in fucking eat,
I think
right?
I watched two thank shows of his, and I was like, this guy's weird, man. I didn't. That was like about 5 years ago. No, wait.
I'm catfishing you. I think he's cool.
Nah, it was annoying.
Okay, so
I
are
guess
there any
You don't have
covers in
much of a
this
sense of humor.
thing we got here? Captain Dan. Are you there, Captain Dan? I'm going to pick on you.
Aye, Captain Dan
He's been hot
reporting.
micing the whole
Oh,
time, but
are you a
hasn't
flat
said
earther
anything.
though? I think we just went through this.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And you said someone said, "Hey, do you live on a spinning ball?" And you said, "Absolutely not." Right? That was your answer.
Uh-huh.
Okay, cool. Luluka is certainly flat earther, although I don't see that name very often. That's why I picked on it. Simmons. Hey, Simmons. So Simmons we have is role-less. If anybody wants to hook Simmons up with a speaking ability here. If not, no worries. We can move on to something. Something, are you there?
Something.
Oh, we got a Simmons. Simmons and something. Okay, well, let's start with Simmons because I was sloppy and I moved on too quickly. So let's start with Simmons. Hi, Simmons.
Hey, how's it going?
Groovy. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Groovy?
Yeah, grooving. So what brings you into the old 24/7 Flat Earth Discord this evening?
Honestly, I was just walking out of a bar and I saw a QR code of your guys' Discord stapled on a sign, so I just joined.
Bruh. Okay, well, we don't want to dox anybody, but I'm glad. So was it on a street sign?
It was on a street sign, yeah.
Fuck yeah, bro. Oh,
Wow.
man, I don't know if I've heard this yet.
Look at that.
That's great. Cool. Okay, so this is how it goes. Real quick before we start in. This is how we know that guerrilla marketing shit, that street team shit that bands used to do, right, to get fans. They'd have people in cities promoting the band before the band showed up to play the show. Same thing with Flat Earth, dude. Just put it on street signs, put it everywhere you can, right? Make stickers. It's cheap. You have no excuse. Okay. Simmons, what's up?
Not much, man. I just joined in here and thought I'd check what everything's up.
Nice. So is this your first time even like looking into or hearing about the Flat Earth topic?
I've heard about it before, but I've never really looked into it before.
You figured, you have a couple drinks, wet your whistle on it, huh?
Pretty much, yeah.
All right.
Today's the day.
It might be.
You gotta let me take this one. I love newbies.
Do it, dude. Fucking get after it. I want to hear this. All right. Hey, welcome, Simmons. Hank is going to blow your mind.
All right, Simmons. So first thing we got to talk about, because when you were 5 years old, they taught you about gravity. When you said, "Hey, how do you stick to the bottom of a ball?" Right, and they told you about gravity, right?
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so they say that it was mass attracting mass when you were at that age, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, if you went into higher education, they switched it up on you and said it was the bending and warping of space-time, right?
Right.
Let's say I were to give you both of those, like times 10, right? Now, how am I going to do that? Well, I'm claiming that it's specific gravity. They're claiming in academia that it's the bending and warping of space-time. So how are we going to emulate this downward force? Well, how about we spin a bucket of water, right? So we're going to spin it like really fast because the gravitron can get up to like 3 or 4, maybe even 5 Gs, right? Much more than just gravity. So on this gravitron, we're going to spin it up and we're going to put a bucket of water and a ping pong ball. Now that ping pong ball is never going to go down to the bottom of the bucket because of buoyancy, right? So
Sure.
I'll give you all the gravity in the world and it's still not going to be stronger than the real gravity, which is specific gravity. So do you understand how the scientific method works? Cause and effect. You manipulate the cause, you witness the effect. And when you do that, you rule out all the other variables. Are you familiar with that?
Sure. Yep.
So you got an independent, dependent, and control variable. So let's say that you got this ping pong ball, right? And it's in a pail of water. It's just sitting on the ground, right? And you remove the water. What happens to the ping pong ball? It's going to sink all the way to the bottom, right? So what was the cause of the ping pong ball falling down? Well, it's because you manipulated the specific gravity, aka relative density. And when you did that, the buoyant force went away and it made it come down. Had nothing to do with mass attracting mass. It's all the same mass in the ping pong ball and the Earth. Had nothing to do with the bending and warping of space-time because you can't bend and warp concepts like liberty. I'm a Texan, so I think about liberty sometimes. You can't bend and warp my liberty, right? Because it's not a physical thing. It's a concept. So now that I've like shown you the real gravity, let's talk about the Earth. At any time in ancient history till modern times, has anyone actually measured the surface of the Earth and showed it to be a sphere? And if so, how did they do it? If you don't know, you can just say that you don't know, and we'll move on. But if you do know, we're going to dig a little deeper and find out how you know. So how did they do it? How did they measure the Earth to be curved?
Man, I remember learning about this a long time ago. I can't say that I know for sure, but I think it was some mathematical equation where they were like basically just scaled up like the formula from a certain ball or something like that. Probably way wrong.
Right, so I could give you like mathematical formulas of how theoretically Superman would have to have like really strong tendons and bones and muscles in order to be able to jump over a single building, right? But that's not really like directly measuring anything.
Yeah,
Like
that's
math
fair.
is a language. And I could give you a story about John owes Jenny 5 apples, but he only has 3. There's no such thing as negative apples, right?
Sure.
Right. So it's just a concept. All right. So you don't know of anybody who's measured it, and if so, how they did it. What about axial rotation? That's the second claim that they make about the globe Earth model, is that it's rotating on its axis of 66.6 from 90, or 23.4. Right? So anytime in ancient history up until modern times, anyone directly measured the Earth spinning, and how did they do it if they did?
Can't say.
Okay, so you don't know of anyone that's done it. So, and the last claim is that if you keep going higher, higher, and higher in altitude, eventually the atmosphere is going to go away and it's going to turn into a vacuum. 10 to the 17 negative torr. You've heard of the vacuum of space, right?
Sure, yeah.
Is there any way you can demonstrate a vacuum without a container sitting next to a high pressure system, right next to a low pressure system, without container walls to separate the two? Because we know from nature, there's natural laws. The second law of thermodynamics says that pressure is going to fill the available volume until it reaches equilibrium. Right? So is there any way that you can show us gas pressure without a container?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, so basically what I've done today is I've shown you that you believe the Earth may be a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, but you don't actually know it to be true. It's just something that you believe in. Because you were taught it in school, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
So that was kind of before the age of reasoning, right? You were 5 years old, like, look, Timmy, you live here. And it's like, well, that's a reification fallacy. You don't live on a ball on the teacher's desk. That's not reality. So basically, when I say the word Earth and you close your eyes and you picture that sphere, that's actually not what Earth is, right? Earth is dirt, the stuff that the earthworms play in, right? That's what Earth really is. What you're picturing in your head is actually a model. So you know the difference between a model Porsche and a real Porsche, right?
Yeah. One you can
Okay,
drive.
so right. So what you have in your head is a concept, it's like concept art, right? And it's not actually reality. In fact, I would say the only time you ever see the globe is on paper, like artwork in a magazine, or on TV, or in your mind's eye. You've never actually seen the Earth as a globe. You've never experienced curvature, axial rotation, or gas pressure without a container, have you?
Can't say I have.
So literally, the Earth makes no sense because you can't recall any experience or any sensory data to back up these claims. So it literally doesn't make any sense, does it?
If you put it that way, I guess not.
So what about the boats going over the horizon? Surely, that's an oldie but goodie, right? You've heard that one before, right?
Yeah, I read that one.
All right. So if somebody could give him the ability to see, what's it called? Livestream voice text, and somebody posts the black swan image. You pretty decent with math?
I can't say that honestly. No, it's probably my weakest subject.
All right. Well, you're going to have to do a little search, right? So I'm going to help you out. So Earth Curve Calculator, you can search that up, and it's going to show you what you're not good at. So if you're not good at math, we'll let the internet do the math for you. So Earth Curve Calculator, they're made by Globers, right? So this isn't our idea of the model. these numbers come from like NASA and other reputable sources, and they're telling us, what the size of the Earth is. And you can just do a quick Google search for an Earth curve calculator, and that'll eliminate your weakness for math, and it'll make you just as good as everyone else, because that calculator is going to do all the work for you because of your weakness for math. And don't feel bad about that. A lot of people have trouble in math because it's boring as fuck and it's not interesting. And who wants to learn that shit anyway? You don't need it in your everyday life for most people, for the most part. But yeah, did he get the role so he can see the live stream voice text?
I guess what I've always wondered is like, why would anyone lie about the shape of the Earth?
We'll get into
What is
that
it
right after
gain?
this.
Okay.
Right after this, we'll answer all your questions that you're going to have. I just want to show you, right, that this whole horizon thing, it's not geometric horizon. And then after we've proved that there's a body, then we can talk about the motive. Does that make sense?
Sure.
All right, cool. Did anybody
It's
give
kind
him the
of like
rules he
you can't
needs?
charge anybody for murder unless you have found a body. If
Right.
somebody's missing and nobody knows where they are, you can't put somebody on trial for murder unless you have a body. We don't have a body. You're still trying to find the body.
Is he
So-
live stream voice fixed? Can you see it? What's his name? What's this guy's name?
Simmons.
Yo, what's up?
All right, I'm going to give you another roll so you can see it. This is going to be a temporary roll because we'll just I'm about to remove this later. Screw it. I'm just going to give you a roll that. There we go. All right, so you should be able to see the live stream voice text right now. It's the room above this one.
Oh yeah.
All right, you see the words above eyeball. Earth is not a sphere.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, so basically, this is a modus tollens argument. I'm going to give you an example of one, and then I'm going to make the argument. So, if a woman is 9 months pregnant with triplets and she's laying on her back, she can't see her toenails. She has no idea what color they are because her husband has been painting them for her for the past few months. If she can see her toes, then she's certainly not 9 months pregnant with triplets, right? Because why? There's a really big belly hump in the way, right? She literally can't see her toes past her own belly, right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? That's a logical argument.
Yeah, I got that.
All right, cool. So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. This is the modus tollens argument. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, you can look that up if you want to, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You said you were a little behind on math. You probably hadn't heard this before. So I asked you to look up the Earth curve calculator. Did you pull that up?
No, I didn't.
All right, cool. This is what it would say if you did. You could do this later and double check me because I like for people to be able to check what I'm saying because I just might be an idiot on the internet, right? So if you were to pull it up and you were to put 1 foot observation height or eye height at 1 foot, then it would say the horizon distance would be 1.225 or 1.2 miles away. So that's what would happen if you did pull that up. The Earth curve calculator tells you where the horizon would be. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if the shit, I'm sorry, if the horizon distance isn't that, then the Earth isn't a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. So the picture below, do you see the oil rigs?
Yeah.
All right, so can you see the horizon in this image? That's the apparent location where the sky meets the water in this case because it's over water.
Yeah, I can see that.
All right, is it before, in between, or after the oil rigs?
Looks like it's after.
All right, so the problem with that is that this video, is still shot as from a video, and it was taken at 1 foot observation height, and we can post that video for you. It's going to eliminate all the factors and variables. Just in case you might think that I'm trying to trick you, you can see for yourself. But here's the thing. This isn't about believing me, because anyone can go out to a large body of water and do this themselves. This isn't about you trusting NASA or trusting the doctors or trusting the scientists or trusting the science, like Fauci said. If you don't trust me, you don't trust science, right? It's not like that. This is something you can go out and do yourself, but the results from this still shot show that the horizon is, let's say, roughly 10 miles out. At 1 foot observation height, that's literally an impossible shot. So the reason why it's impossible is because those oil rigs should be behind the horizon that should be at 1.225 miles. So this isn't about belief. If somebody could post that video, the original, I'd really appreciate it. And then I'll turn over the mic for questions, because I'm sure he has questions about why would they lie and all sorts of stuff like that. But I want to make sure he gets that video. So let's see. I'll find it if I have to.
Hey Simmons, did,
Yeah,
did you see that? Did you see that sticker in Portland, Oregon?
I did. Yeah.
I might have put that up today. I was doing that earlier today.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Guess I caught it at the right time.
But was it near Hawthorne?
Cedar Hills Boulevard.
Oh yeah, okay. I might have put that up yesterday or sometime in the last few weeks.
Okay.
All right, so I posted the video. You can look at it now or you can look at it later. But either way, the video, if you start at about 2 minutes, he's going to eliminate all the variables, show you exactly what he did with his camera. He walks up, he nearly puts it in the water. It's about a foot above the surface of the water. He shows you landmarks and then GPS, where he's at, where he's located. He shows you the oil rigs, measures it from the landmark to the oil rigs. And basically, you're going to be left scratching your head. Well, if I looked at the Earth curve calculator, I did everything that this guy said, and I went out and did this myself, and I saw this myself, then I'd be wondering, well, what the fuck happened to the boats going over the horizon? Because we can show you images where, from the same location, different hours and different parts of the day, the horizon moves in front and behind these platforms. Now, if it's a geometric, meaning Earth curved horizon, the Earth is causing this because of curvature. The Earth's curvature is causing this horizon. Then it wouldn't be able to move like that. It would be able to move closer than 1.2 miles, but it wouldn't be able to move further, just like the woman can't see her feet because of her belly. So the thing about it is, man, you don't have to trust me. You can go out and do this yourself with a mirror and a day off, a cove, a little bit of gas money, and maybe a friend. Or you can get a high zoom camera, telescope, binoculars, etc., and see what you can see using the Earth curve calculator. And once you realize that you can see too far, well, at that point, if you're honest, you're going to start asking some questions. But yeah, I think you had a question about why would people lie. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I just because I've heard this theory before and I never understood, what is there to gain from lying about the shape of the earth, and who is gaining from this lie, I guess.
Can I kind of answer that a little?
Of course.
Okay, so when I've lied in the past, it's because I wanted to get away with something or to acquire something I didn't earn. objectively, righteously. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Okay. So the problem lies within, pun intended, that we have been convinced of so many lies. Not one, not two, but thousands. And everybody seems to agree with one of these lies or another, that the governments of the world, not just ours, have lied to their citizens over and over and over. Now, whether or not that's 100% of the time, that's not the conversation. The fact is, they lied a lot more than just, hey, my parents told me Santa Claus was real, and then later I found out he wasn't real, and, that's that. This is that on steroids. So anyway, put yourself in the shoes of somebody who has infinite power, right? And no empathy for the human condition. So I would take that power and do things like feign resource scarcity, right? If I have control over what people are thinking about their world, right, their worldview, then I can convince them that we don't have as much stuff as we thought we did, and there's an ozone layer, and there's a hole in it because of the stuff we do, and et cetera, et cetera. We're running out of oil. The fuck we are. Someone isn't running out of oil, if you know what I mean. But we are. And so that's kind of the deal. The liars in charge of stuff, there's a lot of good people in charge of stuff too. That's why we're not totally fucked, and that's why there's still some kind of system in place, right? But the other side of the coin, they really do like to get what they want, get what they feel they deserve without having to work for it. And if they can make us, the human population, relinquish our sweat equity, right? Blood, sweat, and tears, to create the world that they live in, boy, I'll tell you what, if I were evil, that's what I'd do. That'd be one of the main things I'd do every day. You know what I mean? So, but that's just kind of my take on it.
How much does NASA get per day? How much is... No, I'm asking you, how much does NASA get per day?
I don't know, 62 million or something a day? Something. 63 million dollars a day to fake everything. And the other thing is, okay,
used to be
fine.
58.
Listen, used to be, even if it's 20,000 a day, guys, come on. So anyway, God bless, I lost my point, but anyway, I did say what I wanted to say. Thank you.
It's only getting worse. That's the point.
Go ahead, bro. Yeah, so you asked why would they lie? Let's put it this way. Americans don't really like war. You have to lie to them to convince them to go to war. And if you need evidence for that, Noam Chomsky, who's a very popular professor, although I don't agree with everything he said, he wrote a book about manufacturing consent. And it shows where the American government has lied to its people to trick them into giving consent to war. Because back in the day, before 9/11, the American people had to give consent to Congress to go to war because Congress had to give consent to go to war. And you can't really do it without the consent. That's why they have to lie, showing the underlying goodness of the American people. So if they would have said, hey, I know we just said that we have this war to end all wars, and that was the Great War, meaning World War I. And I know we just had a World War II, and even though we said we weren't going to have any more wars, and I know we just had the Korean War, but we really want to invest some money in this Nazi rocket program. Like, we really want to, have perpetual war for like as long as humanly possible. Can we have like billions and billions of dollars to fund Operation Paperclip and get these Nazis the money that they need so that we can protect our rocket program?
Fuck yeah, bring your friends over here. We can send some fucking rockets up. You know what I mean? We got the money. Let's do it.
No, the Americans would have been like, hell no, we ain't funding the Nazis. Right, but if you look at Operation Paperclip, Werner von Braun was a Nazi who was brought over after the war, and he was the head of NASA, right? So they didn't want to really ask you directly for the money. So this is what they said. We're going to go to the moon and do the other thing. Don't ask about the other thing. Not because it's easy, but because it's hard, which is synonymous for saying not because it's cheap, but because it's expensive, right? So
exactly.
nobody asked. What's the other thing? Kennedy, what is the other thing you're talking about? No, they were excited as hell. They were like, going to the moon? Fuck yeah. Fuck Roger. We're
And
going
by
to the
the
moon.
way,
We're going to
something
go
I
to the
won't mention.
moon. And the other thing, not because they're easy, but because they're hard.
And please don't
Expensive.
tell my wife that we're doing this.
You guys are funny. So do you kind of see why they would lie? Does that kind of give you a little motive? Now, we really don't know. All this last part about lying, it's been speculation, right? Because why do liars lie? Well, you'll never find out why a liar would lie, because if you ask them directly, well, they're fucking liars. So this last part's kind of been a fun conversation, and we've just
Nobody
been
needs an
speculating.
excuse to tell the truth.
So, do you have any more questions?
No, I mean that pretty much covers it.
You
written it
hear
all
the
down.
word flat earther and you think like some sort of religitard, right? But when you come in here and you talk to us, it's like, wait a minute, these people are making arguments, and I'm like scratching my head going, that's not what I expected. So what the deal is, you've been programmed to hear that flat earth is like the stupidest thing, it's the best, way to cut somebody down. Like, you're a stupid flat earther. You don't believe in evolution? You must be a flat earther. But really, this is all programming that you've got from school, right? You've probably had it from a lot of other places, but all this programming, we're all under some sort of programming or propaganda. If your country's at war, you can bet you've experienced wartime propaganda. And I don't know if you've been paying attention lately, but we've seen some propaganda in our days, like a lot of wartime propaganda. So it basically boils down to this. What is truth, sir? Mr. Simmons, what is truth? Do you know what truth is?
Yeah, I mean, it's the truth. I don't know how else to describe it. It's the fact. It's the.
Let me see if I can describe it. Tell me if you like my definition. Truth is that which is falsifiable, verifiable, or in some sort of way demonstrable to be a fact. An obvious truth will defend itself. It doesn't need someone to defend it. Is that a pretty good definition of what truth is?
Yeah, I think so.
So you know something when you've experienced it. Like you ask a vet, what was it like in Vietnam, right? You don't ask him what he believed it was like. He was there. It doesn't require any belief. You might ask him, what do you know about the Vietnam War? You're not going to ask him what he believes about it because he lived it. He experienced it. So you've never experienced the Earth as a ball from space. You have zero knowledge, firsthand knowledge, right? But if I were to say, if I were to make the claim that I have 10 toes, you might believe it, right? Or you might think that, well, maybe he was in the war and he got his leg blown off. Or maybe he has the diabetes and he can't like use his toes and he got the neuropathy and lost his toes. Whatever you might believe, I'm the only one with firsthand experience and knowledge, right? So the base axiom for every single man, woman, and child on earth, what we all experience is a flat stationary plane. It's topographical. There's hills and valleys and mountains, swamps, right? But it's level. It's level. It's always level. And specific gravity, I don't know if you looked into that, but that's the relative density thing I told you about in the beginning of the conversation. So here's the claim on this, and you can test this out with salt water and eggs. You put an egg in distilled water, it goes to the bottom. You keep adding salt, you warm up the water a little bit, and it begins to float as long as the water is warm enough. You can't do this with ice cold water, but if it's warm enough, the salt will dissolve into the water. The density will change and it will cause it to float. And this is called specific gravity. So it's always like this in nature. Hot always goes to cold every single time, no matter what. High pressure goes to low pressure every single time, no matter what. And if you have two batteries on a car, one's completely dead and you hook them both up, the next day, one of them's going to be halfway charged and the other one's going to be halfway charged because the one that was fully charged, the trickle fell into the available space until they reached equilibrium. Well, it's the same thing with object. An object in a medium will seek to reach its equilibrium. For example, if you got a rock, okay, it's at rest on the ground, you pick it up, and then you drop it. It's going to go down. Doesn't have anything to do with the bending and warping of space-time, right? It's because you picked it up, and you gave it energy, and then you let it go. So the problem with this is that if you do the same with a helium balloon, the damn thing's going to go up, right? Because of buoyancy. Now let's say you drop an anvil. What happens when you drop an anvil, bro?
Falls.
Right. What happens if you drop it in a pool of mercury?
I'm guessing it also falls. I don't know.
It floats.
Does it?
Yeah. Can someone post that image? It's a GIF. If I can find it first, I'll post it.
Hank, you've watched the Lord of the Rings movies, right?
Oh, yeah.
So when Gollum or Smeagol, whatever you want to call him, I'm not a nerd, I'm not going to have that argument. But when he fell into the fires of Mordor or whatever that mountain was called, how did he sink?
Mm-hmm.
He should have been way less dense than the shit he was burning up on. He should have acted like bacon on a skillet.
It's a movie, but I just posted the GIF. It should be there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Can you see it, Simmons?
He disappeared.
Bye, Simmons. Good luck, Fooker.
Yeah, that should have been how it would have happened with little crazy creepy man, Smeagol. And in Terminator 2, also, when he sinks into the molten steel, he should have been floating.
Yeah, movies. I can't really say anything about the physics of movies.
Well, if movies don't get it right, why should we trust the scientists that make the movies?
That's a good point. I don't trust man.
Don't trust women either, though.
Only one. But she's earned it after 20 years of putting up with my bitch ass.
Yeah, you can only trust one, maybe two. Your wife and your mother. Don't trust your daughter. She'll lie to you.
It's stretching.
Wife, mother, that's the max.
Moms, man, I don't know about that. Speaking of wife, I think I'm going to give her a call. I'll be back.
So has something been listening?
Those guys must have been together. There was maybe 3 of them. There was 2 in here that weren't verified listening. I offered them verification. They rejected it. And they all must have just left at the same time, left the server. Oh, well.
You're saying they kicked themselves out? Nobody kicked them out? They just voluntarily left?
Yeah, as far as I can tell.
I can't say that bothers me too much because that's just less work for us, right?
Yeah.
So I'm curious, why does this not make the clicking sound when you open and close the mic now? Was that a setting of some sort?
The FBI was getting caught spying on people a lot, and they had to do away with the click that happens when you connect. So now you don't know when they're listening to you.
Oh, I get it now. I just stopped doing it today because it was doing it earlier today, and then tonight it stopped doing it. I was like,
and the more you talk about it, the more they're happy they made that change. How they can, you don't know when they're sneaking.
Blink.
So earlier today, I went to a libertarian meeting. It was at a restaurant around Hawthorne in Portland, and I was handing these people out, the cards that I hand out or whatever. And it had to do. It was basically organized around people that listen to two different podcasts that are kind of a libertarian sort of podcast. One of them I listened to, the Propaganda Report with Monica Perez. I listened to one on Podbay.fm. I want to check that out. But she's a really good constitutionalist. And the other one, I can't remember the name. It was like the Fireside Chat or something like that. And I've just heard of that one, but I've never listened to it myself. But it was basically a meeting of people that listen to either one or both of those podcasts. And there's like, I guess about 7 of us all together. And, of the 7, or no, I guess it was 8 altogether, maybe at one point in time. But of like the 8 or so of us, like maybe 3 or 4 of us were like kind of like leaning the flat earth side, like maybe 2 and like on the fence. And I guess maybe it was more like 9 altogether people there. And maybe 3 people that were like, kind of more like Globers, But what was funny is one of the more Glovers or whatever, Globery people was a lovely woman, but she was a very, very very prominent anti-communist, and she made that very clear. And so after, discussing flat earth to her, like by all means, I was like handing her one of those cards, she'd come to this server. But I actually wrote on a napkin and handed to her the name of another server, Debate Flat Earth, the anti-flat earther channel. Because I was like saying to her, like, and I was outright telling her, like, I wasn't doing this in an underhand kind of way. I was outright telling her, you should go here and talk to these commies, because I'm sure once you talk to these commies that are also Glovers, pretty sure you'll see how the Glovers are really just crazy, So I just thought that was so funny with this particular individual. I thought it made more sense. Like, I was basically more likely. I was thinking it's more likely she'd see the truth about the Earth being flat if I send her to Gem Panda's server instead of this one.
That's crazy. Oh, so he's got that. Yeah, I've seen that. Where did I see that at? I didn't realize that was Jim Panda. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make that loud. I just realized I was scratching the mic. Uh-oh, it's quiet in here. We need Hank Hill back.
Something else that was funny was yesterday. I was handing my cards to this woman on the sidewalk, and she's like about 50 years old or something like that. An absolute sweetheart. But she had I think I've seen and heard like a few people react in this sort of category, but this is very rare, and it's just astonishing when it happens, because I've mentioned on here a lot how I think it's just so crazy how a lot of people are scared, literally scared of the topic of the Earth being flat. They'll actually get all fearful when you just bring it up or whatever, and it's just strange, But what's fascinating is when they're that, but at the same time accepting of the fact that the Earth is flat and stationary and contained. And this woman was, and she was outright telling me right there, that's scary. Like, I'm terrified now. No, she didn't say terrified, but she just said it's scary, And like, she was just like making it clear to me, like, yeah, she's accepting the truth of it being flat and stationary and contained. And no, we're not really on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. And no, the world around you didn't come from an explosion billions of years ago called the Big Bang. No, that didn't happen either. But just the idea of being contained inside a container, it does make people feel a little uneasy. And I think I should point out, this actually did happen to me, even just a little bit, ever so slightly, for a few months. I think maybe a year and a half or something before I discovered this server. It's just as I was thinking about the Earth being flat, I came to the realization more so about the fact that, with the vast vacuum of space not really being there, that the universe, if you want to call it, can't tell you how big it is because these things can't be verified. But it was, at least in a certain sense, more than likely a lot smaller than we had thought it to be. There is no vacuum of space to run to and all that crap. And so what I'm saying is I felt ever so slightly, and I want to point this out just slightly, but nonetheless I did. I felt claustrophobic, which is kind of an amazing thing. I guess more so in the mind, because it technically makes sense. But basically what I'm saying is I thought that was just funny and fascinating. Like, this one particular woman, like, she just accepts the truth right then and there. But she's like, all right, telling me that's scary. That's But yeah, she's pretty cool though. I'm pretty sure like she's just gonna be used to it because I don't feel claustrophobic anymore about it.
Yeah, see, my experience was everything made sense, and it was a sigh of relief, and I was so excited because now, wow, I was like, now it all it was amazing to me. I never had that scary part because wow, now I'm seeing what I'm seeing matches what I'm understanding more, and not spinning around and all stuff like that. As I've told people before, I was never into the whole space. I didn't watch no space movies. I'm not a Trekkie. I'm not a fucking Star Wars fan. I actually never watched Star Wars. I watched Star Trek because I had a cousin that watched Star Trek and was on TV. But I've never watched any of the Star Wars movies. And so I never got into that stuff. And I thought space was stupid. I didn't think we had any business out there, even if we could go out there. So once I know the whole flat Earth thing, and I was like, oh my gosh, I said, it all makes sense now. I said, this is freaking awesome. So that was my initial response and experience with it all, which was actually in March of 2015. So it's literally 7 years ago.
Yeah, I think Rob Skiba made his first Flat Earth video in, I think, April or May. I remember it being like in between early and mid 2015. Yeah. So, yeah, it's been about 7 years for me too. And I got to say, I was like back in the day, like one of the biggest fans of like NASA, the moon landing, Star Trek, Star Wars. I wasn't like on either side. You know how it's like you're either a Trekkie or a Star Wars fan. Yeah. I was like, no, I was both.
You took it all in, huh?
Yeah, it was like something me and my uncle did together. Like we watched Star Trek and played the video games and were really into it. And I was such a big fan of NASA. Like I started like following so close that eventually I started saying like, okay, well, if that's a vacuum, how's the flag waving in the wind? And if you're old enough, you remember that. But that's what has just kind of been scrubbed off the internet. That should be our screensaver. Like, it should be one of the first things we show people. But now, they say that, the moon's in Earth's atmosphere, so they got that covered up real nice.
Yeah, and that's why I brought up real quick. That's why I brought up the moon stuff earlier because if you understand that the moon landing wasn't real, then you can really start questioning, especially NASA and then what they're really pushing out there, and then it just opens it opens the floodgate to everything else. If you can stay, but if you believe it has happened, it's like it's going to be tough because I know a lot of people that don't believe that we didn't go to the moon, but they still don't want to. They still refuse to do a whole flat Earth thing, and it's like, well, they go hand in hand, actually.
Yeah, definitely. You kind of have to see one to see the other, and if you don't see one, because that's where we got the first image of the Earth from space was 1972. They were supposedly halfway to the moon, and then they just happened to look back through the one porthole that was facing the Earth, and that's where they allegedly got it. Of course, we know now that they faked it through a porthole with a cardboard cutout to fake the Terminator line, and it was actually done at low Earth orbit with all the lights off in the cabin and the camera faced towards the porthole, making a spherical Earth. And then they perfected the shot with a piece of cardboard, and then they turn on the lights, and all of a sudden everybody's there because we see an arm pass in front of it. And when the arm passes in front of it, it's like, oh, like that's not possible. And it's like, we caught you.
So when you realized all this, how did it make you? Was you upset, or did you just let all that stuff go when you're like embraced the whole flat Earth thing initially? How was your
I
like
didn't believe it.
initial response?
Shit, I didn't believe it, bro. You know, I was like, it's like, what
So
did
you
he
set out.
say?
So you set out to disprove it, huh?
No, I wanted to hear. See, I was already under the influence that you listen to both sides on every situation.
Okay.
Right? Because
Cool.
I was a delivery driver working with college students, so we'd be talking about conspiracies stuff, and they'd be like, Larry, my professor said you look at both sides of the coin on every situation, and you question everything. And he said if you're biased towards one subject, then you basically write a paper supporting the opposite side. So I knew like this was the key to finding the truth, right? If I couldn't go into space myself, which I thought was something you had to do. The key is debate, right? Because if you hear both sides of the story clearly, then you can make up your own mind. So first thing I did is I made a YouTube channel. My very first video was challenging people to a debate. I was like, I'll challenge you, anybody, anywhere, debate me. I'll do it live, any conditions. Debate me. I'm claiming the Earth is flat. And I already listened to like copious amounts of flat Earth stuff from, well, not in those days, not Eric Dubay, but I was basically listening to everything I could until I eventually found Eric Dubay. And I thought I knew the argument pretty good. And then once I debated a few people on FreeChan, got kind of a practice run going, then Flat Earth Debate started like a month later. And Flat Earth Debate kind of history. Like I got to hear the tactics. I wasn't familiar with all these debate tactics. And I actually like befriended Red Rhetoric a little bit because I was like claiming to be a geocentrist at the time because I wasn't sure, I didn't know. But I thought it was geocentric in nature. And Red Rhetoric actually taught me a lot of dishonest debate tactics that people do.
Yeah, I can't stand him. I remember him.
Can.
Oh God.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
who can
such
stand
an
that guy?
annoying prick.
Yeah, but you can learn from people you disagree with, right?
Oh yeah. I listened to him. That's why I said I wanted to know why I hated him so much, and that so you listen like, wait a minute, what's going on? Why do I have this anger and hatred towards somebody I don't even know? So you listen and listen and listen and listen. And it's just tactics and it's just everything about how he goes about everything. Yeah, I watched quite a bit of it. Years ago. So yeah.
Yeah, for me, like once I started hearing the debate, right, it was like, okay, this is kind of obvious. And I started like getting really close to believing in it. I was like 95%. And then they started talking about the Southern Star Trails. And I was like, oh, okay, you guys are going to bring up like Southern Star Trails. I don't know anything about that, but okay. So I started looking into it. And the Southern Star Trails contradicts the AE model, which isn't a model, in my opinion. It's just a globe projection. It's not a model. But how was it being presented in 2015? Being presented like a model, right?
Yeah.
Because flat earthers didn't really know what they were doing yet. It was just like, here's this idea, but what should we do? I don't know, make a model.
And then all this stuff was just thrown at you too, and you kind of had to sift through it all, and it was a mishmash of a bunch of stuff. So yeah, I know, I remember all that.
Yeah, so they debunked a model of the AE projection, but that was a globe projection, right? It never was a model, right? So yeah, the Southern Star Trails was a problem for me for a while. So I quit doing the flat Earth debates when his shit got deleted. And then we went to flat Earth discussion, but it was ran by a bunch of globies. And they would be talking so much over there, like you couldn't even get an argument out. And then Nathan Oakley started shortly after that.
Yeah.
And I kind of went into like normie hangouts and was talking to people about evolution and, the jabba-do and all that sort of thing. And I literally had people follow me from like the flat earth debate to, the normie hangouts. And then I say they were following me. Everywhere I fucking went, the dude followed me. And then accused me of being dishonest because I would go to 3 different servers and ask the same question 3 times. And then he was like, that's dishonest. I'm like, why are you following me, bro? Like, it's not dishonest for me to ask questions. Yeah, that dude said that. Richard Garnash, you remember him?
That sounds familiar. I can't say right offhand. I know it right. What say Richard? What?
Richard Garnash, like garnish.
Garnet. Oh. Wait. Have I see? Trying to go through my memory. I
The
can't. I
guy
only
who called
remember.
himself the king. Like it's
What
so
was it?
funny because Witsit never knew Richard Garnish, but Richard literally called himself King Richard and just kind of set everything by decree, affirmation of his indoctrination while rejecting experimentation and investigation. Like that was Richard. Everything was by decree. So saith the king, right? King
Mm-hmm.
Richard said that this is happening, so it has to be this way because King Richard said so. And it's like when when Witsit calls them like secret kings, I'm just like, damn, Witsit, if you only knew, bro, if you were only there, because he wasn't there.
Yeah, that don't sound familiar. I don't remember any of that.
He started coming at the very end of Flat Earth debates, at the very, very
Okay.
end, because we
Yeah, I
were
think.
kicking ass to the point that they had to get like a newer, a better person, because paper organics wasn't cutting it. You know, the other guys, Rumpus, they weren't doing a good job. They're getting their asses handed to them day after day. But I think Richard was a little more educated than the rest of them.
Yeah.
I
Maybe
think maybe he said.
brainwashed, programmed.
I think maybe he said that his family was from like MIT or something. So he was definitely, one of the Trump types.
Well, get
John
this.
Trump.
And this is in 2016, when I came out from, I was in Oklahoma. Actually, I was in Oklahoma when I became a flat earther, and then I came out to Alabama in like July of 2016. And on the way out, drove, and I was talking to somebody on, I think it was on Twitter, and no, 'cause I had a bunch of stuff on. I had my little flat Earth thing, and I was putting it out there and doing little memes and stuff and videos, just little video clips. And this guy, he said he was a satellite, he basically he
Satellite
controlled
technician.
satellites. Yeah, he controlled satellites. So I was trying to get all this
Was he
information.
the
He
one
said
that was on? Was he the one that was on potatoes?
I don't know. It was just somebody I talked to one time, but
In
he
real
kept
life?
saying it. Yeah, it was only one time. Like I said, I was driving out
Okay.
here. I talked to him, but it was on Twitter, and then we kept going back and forth, and kept saying that he's never actually. I said, "Have you seen these?" He said, "No, it's all on a computer." And so I was like a little, and he even made it was like a little CGI little thing that he was just kind of moving around. I was like, "Well, how do you know it's not just a computer program you're messing with? It's not. There's nothing up there. You're just playing with a little like a video game." He was getting pissed. He's like, he kept telling me I was, saying his job was junk, and he was just sitting there, they're paying him to play video games. I'm like, yeah, that's about it. It was so funny. He was so irate with me, but that was just that one time. I've never seen him anywhere else, and maybe he was out there. I don't know. I just remember talking to him one time. This guy on Twitter, and that's what he said. He was a satellite controller of some sort. I was like, there's no way. It was funny
Well, I
though.
mean, I recently found out that, they had hot air balloons in the Civil War, and they used photographers to get, basically, low quality satellite images, like during
Yeah.
the Civil War, right? And it's
Mm-hmm.
like, if they've had satellites since the Civil War, it would make perfect sense that, what's his name that invented them, the author? R.C. Clarke? C.R.
Yeah.
Clarke? Something Clarke? He invented
Arthur C.
them,
Clarke.
yeah, thank you. He invented them on paper, and then so many years later, Sputnik was launched. So they
Mm-hmm.
probably had this technology for like 100 years, before they actually, put it on paper. But everybody was like, it's orbiting around the Earth, and they can see in your underwear drawer, and you better watch out what you do. And it's like this is part of like the control and like the self-censoring thing. Like they got
Oh
satellites
yeah.
in space.
Yeah, exactly. It's that you self-censor, you don't do certain things, at least outside, because you think somebody's watching you, and that's what I was talking the other day on my because I have some stuff I do now, but it's not flat Earth related. It's like cooking, and I do some driving, traveling stuff, and just record it. But I was doing some map stuff, and I keep referring to and it's aerial shots instead of satellite. Anyways, I know somebody in the chat was like, "Well, you mean satellite? The satellite view?" I'm like, "No, it's not satellite view. It's aerial shots." I said it's low, slow flying planes, and I know this because when I was younger, I remember going to map places in Phoenix and with my dad, and that's what they told us. That's how they took these, because it was like big posters. I mean, wall-sized posters of images of Phoenix, and back in the 50s, right? And so I was like, how the heck are they taking these pictures? And they said it was a high-speed camera, and they would go low and slow and take these pictures, and they could just. It was a series of pictures, and they just put them together, and it was this big old giant poster. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So I've known that since the 80s. That's these high quality pictures, that, and they done it in the 50s. They were doing that. I say they were taking pictures as soon as they got cameras. They got, I say they got up in hot air balloons in the Civil War. Were taking pictures, even back then. So to think that you can be, no, that was just, maybe a couple thousand feet in the air. But can you imagine trying to take a picture 260 miles in the air and on a ball that's supposed to be spinning 1,000 miles, the satellites are going 17,000 miles an hour and getting a clearer picture. I mean, they're fuzzy, but they're clear. And there's no if there's no way to have a camera that fast of shutter speed. There's no way.
So what you're talking about is the philosophy of pay attention to what you don't see, right? So
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. Have you heard this one before? Pay attention to what you don't see. So you go on a work vacation. You tell your wife, "I'm going to be gone for a week." It rains out. You come back early, 3 days early, and you go to the bathroom after your long journey back home, and the lid's up. So you say, "Hey, did your brother or dad come over?" And she said, "No, it's just been me here by myself." So what you don't see is the lid is supposed to be down if it's only been her. So if Sam is moving 17,500 miles an hour, where's the motion blur? If the Earth is spinning 1,038 miles an hour, and this thing is supposed to be in space, where's the motion blur?
Yeah, 260 miles up. That too. There's three things going on there. It's like there's no way, but people believe it.
Clear pictures.
Yeah. They're fuzzy because because it said they're actually being taken from low flying and slow flying, and then the high speed shutter speed. It still has that fuzz because of that aspect. And there may be there may be a few, maybe, well, it has to be a couple thousand feet because they can only fly so low because of the regulations and stuff like that. But yeah, people just want to think they're from satellites from way up. It's like that's impossible. I always question that before the whole flat Earth thing. I'm like, how the hell is that even possible? Because I remember I've been obsessed with Google Earth or Google Maps. I don't only look at the Google Earth, but the Google Maps and just zooming in on places and looking at things around the city, especially because I've moved around so much, and just to be able to learn and understand and see what's around me. And so I really studied these things and zoomed in. You can only zoom in so close, but you can still see, and it's just got that little bit of a fuzz. So it's not blurry like the motion blurs. It's just hazed out a little bit because of the quality of the image that they can only show.
Yeah, so the whole hot air balloon thing, I think there's something to it. The Hindenburg, I think, was like a hoax. The humanity. Like, I think if that thing was filled with hydrogen and it would have caught on fire, from what I know about hydrogen, it would have went skadoosh and that would have been it. If you didn't catch it on camera, it's over. Within a second.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite thing. I used to say that all the time. Oh, the humanity. That's how he says it. Oh, the humanity. He like rattles his voice. Yeah, it's my favorite thing to do. I used to say it all the time.
But now looking back at it, like what I know about hydrogen, if you take hydrogen and you crack water and like you put a little Dawn dish soap, right? And then when the bubbles start to come up, you light them on fire. It's literally pop. Like there's no slow burning flame. Like this isn't a candle.
I've never done that. You can do that?
You can crack water with low voltage, right? If you not distilled water, we're talking water with electrolytes in it.
Yeah.
Right? And if you cathode diode, electric current, it'll crack the water. H2O. So what do you get? Hydrogen, oxygen. So you have them in separate containers. It's called Brown's gas. Look it up.
Yeah, okay. I didn't understand exactly what you're saying by cracking the water, by doing that diode thing. I know what you're saying. I'm talking about now. Okay, and then you put Dawn just
Yeah.
open it, and then the hydrogen's escaping is what's happening.
Right, and
Right.
then it escapes into the bubble, and when you light the bubble, it doesn't slow burn like a candle or kerosene. It
It
pops like a
explodes.
firecracker.
Yeah, it's like
So
basically
if
exploding. It
that
makes mini
damn thing would have
explosion.
been, yeah, a mini explosion. That's right. It cracks, and when I say crack the water, it's because of the sound that hydrogen makes once you like ignite it. It cracks like a whip.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I never really heard it being referenced like that, but yeah. But the other thing with the diodes and stuff like that, I understand that. That's how you
Yeah.
make.
So
That's how you make rust. You can make rust real quick like that.
I know it. So hydrogen on demand fuel cell. They're really easy to make. Really cheap to produce. It's a really cheap energy. It's just how do you harness it? That's the question, I guess. How we
That's
harness it.
safe.
But anyway, yeah, if that Hindenburg would have been full of hydrogen, like they say, that would not have been a slow burning paper mache. That would have been like, a pretty decent explosion. And it would have been instant
Yeah.
like a bomb.
So what do you think it was? You think it was this helium? Well, no, helium wouldn't ignite, would it? Well,
No,
well,
but
actually, no.
you didn't see.
It's actually just the balloon itself that's burning, not the actually. It's nothing really a gas. It's just the balloon itself that's on fire, right? Oh,
Sorry
you're
about that.
cutting it out. Yeah.
My headphones died. So what you saw, you didn't see the gas burning or popping. What you saw was the Hindenburg burning. So
Yeah,
the
that's what
material,
it said. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there was no explosion. It was just that. And what was that again? Was that what is it?
Bronze gas? What are you talking about?
What was it made out of? I know there was an aluminum frame or something, but what was on the line?
I don't
What the
know.
hell is it? The body of it? What was that?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay, okay. Hmm. But yeah, no, I'm visualizing it right now in my mind. Yeah, it's just burning, but it's not blowing up. And a gas wouldn't do that, or anything ignitable, volatile like that wouldn't do that. It would have just went woof, and it would have been done. But yeah, oh, what else is there that's pretty crazy that they've really, look at and like, wow, like we all believe this shit. Because we all believed it at one point. um, oh, was you listening to when Heliosceptic was talking about the whole um shuttle thing, Hank?
Which shuttle?
The Challenger when with the teacher and when he kept talking about it
No.
and shake. I mean, it was funny because he just kept on repeating it over and over and over again about how they set the kids in front of the TV and say they did which they did do. I remember I was 16. Yeah, because it was in January of
What year
'86.
was
I was
this?
86.
86?
January of
Let's
'86. I
see.
was
I was
16.
82, so this would have been a year before I was in school because I was born on September the 2nd, and you had to be born on September the 1st to get into school. So I had to wait a year. So I was literally like a year older than just about
Yep,
everybody else.
that was me too because I was born in December, and so I
Yeah,
mean
you were pretty much older. Yeah.
yeah, so I was older in my class. But yeah, so I was 16 years old when that happened. I just turned 16 in January, in December or 85. But so in this January, I was 16. I remember being home because I was sick and then watching it on TV. But I remember that was a big thing that they all set all the kids in front of the classroom. But my point was the other night when I was listening, and this Helios kept. I think he was like in fifth grade or something like that, or sixth grade. He said, but he just kept saying it over and over. He goes, they set his kids and watched his teacher get killed. She didn't really die, but we thought she did. It's just funny.
Yeah.
I was like, oh
It
my
was
god,
traumatic.
he was stuck on that so bad. I mean, and I understand why he was saying that. I mean, he was, his thing he does, but he was reliving it, and you could tell the emotions. Like, like we were all kids, and they made us watch his teacher die. I was like, wow,
Yeah, it
he
was pretty
really
fucking
made an
crazy.
impact on him. It made an impact on him big
That's
time.
traumatic, bro. It's traumatic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know.
Because
I
everybody
know.
had teachers, and we know what it would be like, to
Yeah.
lose
Yeah.
a teacher.
Yep.
So yeah, crazy.
But and then to find out it was all lies anyway. So it's like, and that makes it even worse because like you fucking traumatized me for nothing, you sons of bitches.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
man, it's a
Yeah.
crazy world we live in, but not as crazy as the one that we thought we was living in.
Yeah.
I can't
And
even believe I bought that shit. Like, think about it. Like, there's Australians on the bottom of a ball. What are they doing? They're just hanging out down there eating kangaroo meat, building like magnificent temples that would take
yeah.
like hundreds of years for us to build today, and they did it in like 10, 20 years.
Yeah. And yeah, that's I remember being that was a whole big thing. I remember people because in Phoenix, it's like people from all around the world would come there. It's like you would rarely run into somebody that was actually from Phoenix, which I was, but you would hardly ever, especially when I got older. So I met people all from all around the world, and anytime somebody from Australia was there, like, oh, you're from the upside down place. I remember
Yeah,
saying
down
that to
under.
people. It was
Yeah,
like everybody
down
made fun
under.
of them, like,
Well,
you live
people say it
upside down.
colloquially. Yeah, you're from
Yeah.
down under. Down
Hmm.
under the ball. Yeah, it's crazy. It's
So I
lunacy.
remember that, and then, but yeah, it's what? Oh man, trying to remember. Oh yeah, no. What do you think about these people that say they're flat earthers?
Well, I don't really think that there is such a thing,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
Well, yeah, of
Because
course. I was talking to some other people I know, and they were still flat Earth, but we really to get it. We're just on just other topics, but like we were saying that too. Like, there's no way you can. There's no such thing as an ex flat earther. Like once you know, you know. You don't turn back. You don't jump back on a spinning ball.
right,
It's too dizzying for one.
it's kind of like saying ex-marine, right? There's no such thing as an ex-marine. Once you're a
Yeah, you
marine,
are.
you're always a marine. So for the people who said that they're like ex-flat earthers, I would I
Do
would
you
seriously
mean
question that because you can't unsee it once you see it.
Oh
do you
yeah.
mean Logan Paul?
Who?
Oh yeah. Oh, I
You
didn't
mean
know he
Logan
was an
Paul?
ex flat. Hmm. I didn't know he turned back. I don't really follow any of those people. I just remember seeing it in the news and stuff. I didn't know he had denounced it now. Hmm. What about the other guy, the rapper or the basketball players? There's like three
I think
basketball players. I remember.
I think B.O.B. made like 4 mixtapes, and I don't think he's changed,
Yeah, that's the guy I
as
was
far as
thinking
I
of.
know.
The problem with Shaquille is he has endorsements of like hundreds of $1 million. So they don't like him saying stuff like that. So that's probably why he reneged.
Well, then they can fuck off.
Yeah, I kind of think about being an ex-flat earther like me. I know that I was like telling people that I was a flat earther, and then there for a while I was saying, well, the truth is I really don't know because I haven't measured it. Like I wasn't really ever a flat earther. I was just kind of like leaning. So I was on the fence, leaning extremely flat because like I'm a dumbass. Didn't graduate high school, but yet I'm defeating these, physics professors and fucking, debates. Right? How's that possible? Like, can they not step up their game a little bit? And it's like the
Well,
only
because you were
thing they
using,
could do. Go ahead.
I said that you were using reality, and they were using their theories and So you got to remember, mathematics will always prove a ball because it's all just mathematics, anyways. But if you
But
apply it in
measurements,
real, yeah, you put it in real life, it doesn't work.
right, right. Measurements
So,
prove the flat.
yep. Yeah,
So
but yeah,
yeah,
that's one thing I had to
you're exactly
realize
right.
too.
It wasn't about my skills in debating, right? It's not like
Hmm.
I'm an exceptional debater, right? It's because the truth was on my side, coincidentally.
Yep.
Because my information was good, not because I was a good debater. Because I wasn't. I didn't even know what a straw man was. I didn't know what like any of that stuff was.
Oh, the red. How about the red herring and See,
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
know it. I
no,
didn't know all these terms either. You know, the ad hominem, which I think I remember hearing that before. I just didn't know what it meant. Because
right.
you
I
had
had
the
to look
red
it up.
herring. Yeah,
I
oh,
had to
I did
learn
too.
them.
Every time I heard like this whole black swan thing, I'm like, where the hell did the black swan shit come from? Like, what the fuck is that? So that's why I knew. You know, I looked it up and it said it had yeah, that's what it was saying, exactly what you guys described, or what you're saying, but you were actually using real instances, but it was telling what it is. It's saying an event or something that is, I guess, like kind of unbelievable, but then it's true because it's true, you know. But even though you could say something like you said, the whole white, you know, all swans are white. Well, that's not true because there's proof of a black one, so it's the same thing. But yeah, it's kind of describing it. It just didn't use references like you guys were doing earlier.
Hey guys, I got breaking news.
Yeah.
Check
Yeah,
I
you got
can't hear
some
you.
mic breaking news. Fix your mic and then get back to the breaking news.
Yeah, I'm trying to copy you, Hank.
All right, what's the breaking news?
Yeah, you know, I'm on the edge of the bed now. Hello.
So now we finally know how ties work. Just check Neil smoke that weed, Tyson. It's an explanation how ties work.
I didn't hear all that.
Oh, does he explain how tides work?
Oh, how tides work. I think say kites.
Yeah, kites. Just kidding.
Oh, you did
Tides.
say tides. Okay.
I just checked the link that I just shared. It's Neil
Oh.
deGrasse Tyson explaining how tides work. Learn something today. He's gonna teach you. Just watch it. It's a short one.
I can't even stand looking at that fuck bag.
Bro, you wanna learn
So
something?
it has something to. I feel it has something to do with electromagnetic energy that's here on Earth, and it's causing the water to fluctuate somewhere. There's a opening somewhere, if it's in the center of the where the North Pole is, whatever. It's something to do with that, and it fluctuates.
It's way better than that, bro. Way better.
Oh God. Okay, hold on. Let me watch it. I'll be right back.
Hank should watch this. Hank is gonna like it.
There's like holes in the oceans, so the water breathes. It pumps the water in and out, and so that's where the tides come from.
Do you guys think that Neil deGrasse Tyson really knows the Earth is flat?
Yeah, he must know it's really flat because he has all the technology to find out. Must know they're lying. It's just a paid actor, basically.
That guy is fucking absolutely insane. I can't. I just watched it. That's fucking funny. So, but how would that work though? Because if the bulge is like that, okay, oh, it's okay. So he's saying water's being pulled in two different directions, opposite each other, and then the Earth spin. But wouldn't that come when the land rotates in that position? Wouldn't it just flood?
I mean, he's the scientist, so what do you know?
it would flood. Because if it's spinning, we're spinning into that bubble or whatever the
I
hell
think
it's
it's
called.
the Screen Actors Guild, isn't it?
You know who must also know is Michio Kaku, who will tell you that the math is off by magnitudes. He must know also that shit does not work at all.
I know, at least he admits it. He goes, hey, nobody I work with knows anything about a scientific method. They just fucking pull shit out of their ass.
That's insane. I can't. I haven't listened to that son of a bitch. That stupid
Fly by the
motherfucker.
seat of their pants. Same thing. They're making it up. He's trying to let you know.
I think the last time I heard him talk was probably about 4 years ago. I just stopped listening to that idiot. And hearing his voice now, just flashback to all the other crap he said. The pear-shaped thing is like, where does he like? What the hell is he looking at to say it's pear-shaped? The whole pear-shaped thing. Like, how does he? Now it's bowled on each side or bowed out on each side. Oh my goodness! By the sun and the moon. But wait a minute. Don't the sun and moon cross each other's
I remember when
paths?
they first, came to Warner von Braun with the idea, how can we go to the moon? He was saying, oh, you'd need a rocket ship the size of the Queen Mary or the Empire State Building or something.
Yeah.
And then you'd have to build a space station halfway there to fuel it up at.
That's what I was talking about earlier. As like asking that whoever it was on. As like
photos where he's got models of his space station that they needed to
You
build
all can go to
first.
bed now, and you can say you learned something today, and you can sleep soundly.
And that's disturbed my sleep now. Yeah, that's why I've been questioning with the whole thing, moon stuff. Is where's this? What kind of fuel did they use? Because they had to use some kind of fuel to get it to go, and even if there was, the vacuum in space, it still had to be. Yeah, how they in a vacuum of space, how they get it to move with any amount of fuel when it is, yeah, how would that work? That stuff can't fly in a vacuum. Oh, that's right. You said, Hank, you said it. Now they're saying that the moon is in the
Feel
Earth's
like
gravity.
the powers that be would rather just kill us all and than ever admit they would lie to us about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, that's
Like,
pretty
oh my
much what they're
God,
doing.
they're all waking up.
I'm mind
Time to
blown.
just
I'm completely mind blown because that idiot said the sun and the moon cause the tides. Well, if the tides are stationary and the Earth is just spinning through them and going in and out of them, what about the whole thing about the moon being on one side and then the other side throughout the month? One
Yeah,
part
but
of
when
the
they
month, the sun and the
how
moon
about
are
when they
lined up.
how about when they cross paths, or if it's
must be a
we're
Yeah, the
turning
new
into
moon.
the.
higher.
How
Yeah,
about
the
when
new
we're
moon.
turning? When we another thing, Hank, when when it's turning into those swells, wouldn't the land get flooded?
Yeah, well, that's
Are
exactly what I'm
you
saying.
are
During the
you
new
an
moon,
astrophysicist like Neil deGrasse Tyson? I think not.
He's just making shit up, man. This
Kind of
motherfucker.
question his
Oh
doctorate
God.
degrees.
Oh my God.
Captain Dan, are you serious, bro?
No.
What's
Oh
Bill
boy.
Nye saying about it? What about Bill Nye? What's he saying about this shit? Oh God. Man, that must be delirious
Oh
as hell.
man,
I
you
can't
think
stop
he would ever
laughing.
seriously debate Eric Dubay?
Oh man, I would have
No.
paid money to see that. That would have been $100 pay-per-view. Eric Dubay versus Neil
I know.
deGrasse Tyson. We wouldn't even call it a fucking debate. It would be a 3-hour deposition.
I know, that would be amazing to see. Just like they both go on Joe Rogan and have a little discussion.
Joe Rogan and his crew just sitting there smoking, except for the dumb one. He's just going to be over there glowing red like Santa Claus. The dumb one that drinks the sink water. What's his name? Brandon Schnaub.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's the one that drinks the sink water. And he's proud of it.
Eddie
Like, I drink
Bravo.
tap water. Of course you do. Eddie Bravo don't drink tap water.
I don't watch any of that
Bravo
stuff.
says it's all bullshit, man.
And it's funny.
Looks fake to me.
What's so funny is how he's so excited about telling people about this dumb shit.
He used to be such a believer. He used to worship outer space.
Who's that?
Dude, he used to give me muffin tops. Want to talk about the multiverse theory? Before on, like, listened to his dumbass one day, and he was like, well, our planet's not an extraordinary planet. It's just a small little dust. It was like, and our sun, well, we used to think our sun was, like, spectacular, but no, it's just a average-sized sun, small to average. It's like, then we thought, well, our galaxy must be, no, our galaxy is just credible, but, you know, what if there's a multiverse? And I was like, the fuck? Like,
Yeah, what if there's
multi-universes?
something that doesn't even exist that is make-believe that no one could tell anyway? I mean, so what?
But then I
there's also
started, like, getting hip, and you ask the question, why do they have these crazy ass theories like multiverse? Oh, the fine tuning problem. Dark matter, the cosmological constant crisis. Dark energy, the expanding universe needs energy. Where are they gonna pay for all that energy? So they're just making shit up to explain all these observations that don't fit the narrative. And you can Google anytime you want, Google the cosmological constant problem, also known as crisis, and you can Google physics outside the standard model, and you can see for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really, the globe has pretty much been destroyed with truth. It's just like, will this truth ever be allowed to come forth?
I think eventually, obviously, it will at one point. In the meantime, it's the meantime part that's fucked up.
Is it even possible to just suppress a truth that big forever? It's been suppressed for quite a while, but
no. Three things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. 95% of the populace lives by a large body of water or the ocean. No, 95% of the populace lives next to the ocean.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
And that's another thing. There's the whole. Every once in a while, I see stuff pop up. That's why I showed that one thing with they're going to crash land in the
I mean,
ISS.
NASA should be getting nervous by now.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say.
More and more people are
grasping.
figuring out these guys are completely full of garbage.
Yeah, they're just grasping at straws now.
They're a total fraud. It's total criminality, stealing all
What
that
if we
money.
started making complaints, and then if nothing happened, what if one of us actually filed a claim, and then NASA had to prove that they spent the money on actually walking on the moon? Like, what if we made the claim that they didn't?
They need to hire the team of the world's most expensive
They'd either
lawyers.
pay you to shut your mouth or they'd kill you. That's what I think. But that's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
Probably so. And we could take them to court and have them
what if
prove
just
that.
one person, I'm going to sue NASA. I'm saying everything they've shown is fake. They're stealing all this money. They go nowhere. I mean, nobody would even take that case. Oh, you silly tinfoil hat wearing retard. Of course, NASA's real.
Anybody can make a claim. You don't need a lawyer to make a claim.
Well, you would think that they would want something like that to happen so they could prove you wrong and then make a fool of all of us, right?
Yeah,
that never happened.
Yeah,
but yeah,
that's another reason why I know it's true.
See, I always wonder too. When I was
we
younger,
don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Well, thank God, because nobody here is from.
Remember the whole nuclear
you must
waste?
be a member of the Flat Earth Society, a founding member of the Flat Earth Society.
Remember the whole nuclear waste
For some reason,
problem that they've had?
Obama's speechwriters felt the need to bash Flat Earth.
You guys remember that? the whole nuclear waste problem that was going on around the world, and well, and this is back in the '90s and stuff. Well, actually, I was thinking, well,
That
why don't they just
idea
build these?
must be ridiculed forever.
I know what
I
you're
thought,
talking
why don't
about.
they? Well, why don't they build ships and just shoot the stuff towards the sun? Because they always said that was nuclear stuff too. It was like, well, let's
But
shoot
where
it
they've
towards the
got
sun.
us, it's embarrassing to say I'm a flat earther.
When you realize the sun isn't very far away and it's not really accessible,
Everybody else
like
has
the
been
moon. It's like
trained
the
to
moon.
attack that idea, ridicule it.
Well, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Peace out.
Someone's got someone else muted. Who's that? Probably Captain and.
Was that making noise or something?
No, you just couldn't hear someone else. You kept talking over him. It's all good, but probably sometimes there's a muting that goes on and you don't really know how it goes on. Happened to me the other day.
I try not to talk over anybody. It doesn't work.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You couldn't hear him.
Well, I apologize, whoever I talked over. Sorry.
Now you've done it.
Well, I shut down another conversation on Discord.
I forgot what I
You
was talking about.
1, 2, 3 microphones that are still open.
Why do you keep talking about that? I don't understand.
He's an American astrophysicist, planetary scientist, author, and science communicator. Went to Harvard University. Very impressive.
Robert Simmons and VC check in one.
Hey, have you guys ever seen the film, the video, September Clues from 20 years ago? Anybody?
What's up, lad? Hey, morning, man. Seen Robert Simmons and VC check in one. What's that mean? Robert Simmons? Yeah, he's up there, look.
I'm going to start playing guitar in a minute.
What do you mean you're going to start playing guitar?
Well, since it's all silent and all, play a little intermission music.
We don't need to know that, bro.
It's not even allowed here.
I didn't say that. I just said.
Isn't this the one that they say no singing?
La 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 la. There.
Okay, that's it. You're banned. Welcome to the ban list.
Good luck with. A few have tried. It didn't work out very good. I might be forced to go to the YouTube chat to pick on people if I can't get anybody to talk to it.
Does anyone have a good video on theodolites?
I'm not even sure what you just said.
I do not.
You guys don't know about theodolites? Like,
We do.
Yeah, because like they're like, oh look, the horizon is dipping. That means the Earth is curved when they like use the theodolite stuff. But sometimes I've seen theodolites where the horizon is level, and sometimes it's dipping.
What I've viewed, I don't think theodolites are very accurate or any good in use for
Yeah, I
Earth
don't
curve.
think they're accurate in my opinion. If you're consistently seeing a horizon dipping, but that's the thing, the horizon is an optical thing, it's not a physical thing. But I'm wondering if it's a good
What's
video.
the purpose of a theodolite exactly? What's the point
Basically,
of that?
it's supposedly trying to determine like leveling, I guess you could say, when you're viewing through it. And sometimes you see it dip, and sometimes you don't see it dip, which is an interesting thing.
You said leveling?
Yeah, like optical leveling.
Like for architecture, for buildings?
Yeah, land surveying.
Doesn't all surveying work on Euclidean geometry, which is all flat?
Oh yeah, I got a really interesting Earth curve calculator, and supposedly the Chicago examples work on this, supposedly. But that's the thing, it's a made up equation. It's a
What she was
refraction
looking
Earth.
at is a
Yeah,
mirage.
What's the observer height on that observation?
basically the observer height. Let me see. Okay, so that's interesting. I'm looking at it right now. I'll put the image that the guy sent me to quote unquote debunk me in the live stream voice tech chat, and you can observe for yourself. Actually, wait, no, I can't. I'll put it in I'll put it in link form, and you guys can open it. I'll
What are we
give you
talking
the
about?
calculator in the chat. Yeah, this. Yeah, this right now. And supposedly it works on the Earth curve calculator.
Is there somebody else that you're talking to, or am somebody muted or something?
Apparently, this guy, he has his own Earth curve calculations. And I'm just going through it right now.
Okay.
I put the link in the chat to it, and that's supposedly, you can click on the Chicago thing. I'm wondering if there's anything proper about this one.
How does this curvature calculator work? I mean,
Apparently it takes into account refraction. You know, because you have refraction calculations and all that stuff.
it's over my head.
Because that's the thing is, when presented with long distance examples, a lot of globe earthers will say, "Oh, that's just a mirage."
Yeah, like that guy in the news. What you see is a mirage. It's not really the Chicago skyline. It's too far away.
That's interesting because I've also seen the Chicago skyline where the sun is behind it and the sun cannot shine through it. And that's like about 155 miles away. So if it were a refraction, I'm intrigued on whether or not there's an example where a mirage can be so strong that the sun cannot shine through it at all. Want to see if that's even possible.
So the guy in the news is saying, it looks like the Chicago skyline there in the distance, but no, the Chicago's actually around the side of the ball. And this is just like a little image it's throwing straight up to look like it's
Yeah,
right
no,
on
that's
the
the claim. The supposedly refraction is pulling the skyline upwards.
Yeah.
I need a good video on the mirage question.
I mean, it seems like the guy could have just said, "Oh wow, unusual. We could see it that clear tonight. Isn't that a beautiful picture?" And just left it alone. He had to make a big deal about how on the globe Earth he couldn't see it. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like it's almost like it was staged to talk about, how if you can see something that's too far, it's just a mirage.
The mirage cope is really interesting, so I've always wondered if there's any good videos about mirages and flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't believe I've ever seen one. Well, I guess everybody's going to sleep on here.
Yeah, unfortunate.
It's 3:20 in the morning. I don't know why I'm not asleep. Probably because I'm an insomniac.
That refraction calculator is fake.
I didn't hear what you said.
The refraction Earth curve calculator is faked.
Oh, refraction Earth curve calculator is bullshit.
The one that the fluffer put up, because you can't use that and get a real observation. You know, first of all, refraction is what Mother Nature gives us. We don't know what it really is, so we can't really put a number in there. If we did guess a number, we
I've
couldn't
always
get it
thought,
to
how do you
match
actually
reality.
how do you always put math into a calculation when it comes to Earth curve calculators? Like, I don't get, like, what kind of equation these people would put.
There's geometry that will get you around the ball with the radius of 3959. That's not a problem. The problem is we try to include refraction, which honestly I don't think you could do that. And how would you confirm that it's going to have an observation in reality? You can't.
Another interesting thing is the guy that I talked to, he disagrees with the 8 inches per square mile thing.
Well, he has to have a better one. What's his equation?
I have it. I can DM it to you right now if you're interested.
No, just put
This
it.
is very far off
Put
from
in.
that.
Hang on. Just put in 5 feet of zero height and put 8.2 miles, and then tell me the curvature, please.
Here's the two equations that I sent it to you, Godric. If you have image perms, that would be great. Also DM it to Adam Unsalted, because that's the thing is, I always found it really strange that you can have some kind of equation for refraction.
Is this Flurfer?
Yeah, I DM'd you like the two equations he gave me.
These are equations that I need fields I can put the number in. I'm going to put the observer height and the distance to the object. That's all I need.
Alright, can you type
Equations,
that out for me so I can send it to him? Send what I can do with the equation.
Yeah, the way you know it's a really equation is you test it in reality. If you can put it in the observer height and the distant object, and it matches the equation, then you can confirm the equation. But otherwise, you cannot do that. So you have to have it with fields to put it in the observer height and the distant object. Otherwise, it's useless.
Right, I see.
Also, he has to identify what dip is. What is dip? Is it the amount of object that is
That stuff that you dip your chip into.
the Earth, or is it the difference between a straight line to the ball, the curved ball? What is dip? That's the question for him.
I don't think he's listening. Nope.
Oh well, I'll look through the refraction stuff. It's okay.
I put him in there, Flipper. I put him in Livestream. Also, I'd like him to explain why the Earth curve calculator is wrong.
I mean, that's the thing. It's just an equation for something. And sure, there might be stuff like you can equate stuff mathematically correctly, but it doesn't always represent reality, if you know what I mean.
I want to know why his equation is better than the equation we have. Keep in mind, we can only see a couple hundred miles. I mean, the longest distant object was 275 miles away, which were mountains. So you don't need it to go over half the globe, just a small part of the globe.
Just forwarding the stuff that I got.
And I'm guessing the friend is a glober with the equation.
Yep, basically.
Globers don't like the Earth curve calculator because it debunks the globe. So some of them try to make up some fancy equation to make their globe work.
It's just scientoid. It's just scientoid shit, man.
The thing is, it has to go out and work in reality.
You know, it's just a math equation, and they're trying to equate it to reality, which is kind of the issue.
For example, at x observer height, at x feet, there's supposed to be curvature. So we need to see this curvature curving this many feet. If not, we have to throw out the equation.
I mean, that's the thing. There's many excuses for this. They can say, "Oh no, that specific area is flat," you know, or it's just refraction. It's just a mirage," or "Oh, we have a new revised Earth curve calculation." It's very tedious, and it's really hard to know which is which and what is what anymore because there's a lot of inconsistency going on.
I don't think water could be flat. Are you saying water's flat?
That's the thing is you just put drops of they'll just show that you put a single drop onto a surface and they'll say, "Oh, you look, it's round." Or I think, for example, another example is going on a 0G environment on a plane and then saying, "Oh, hey, look, the water is above. It's in a circle. That's how the Earth is like, you know." They'll give those two kinds of examples as well as like, "Oh, hey, I think there's another example that I found. Let me find it real quickly." Got this example right here. I sent it in the live stream voice text.
Show me water sticking to the bottom of a spinning ball, so they put water drops on the ball and
Yeah,
they stick to it.
I'm not even kidding. That's literally. I'm just like, because I think the method they used was electrostatic energy, I believe, to cause that. And that's the thing is, people think that, oh, hey, gravity is so strong that it holds entire bodies of water and an entire atmosphere to a spinning ball. That's what people think. They think an atmosphere sticks to a ball and water sticks to entire bodies of water stick to a ball because of this supposed force that no one has ever actually proven in reality. That's the thing is that's a lot of energy just to stick a few drops of water onto a ball.
Hey, hold on a sec. This drummer for Foo Fighters is dead?
I was asking.
He's a great drummer, Taylor.
Somebody typed R.A.P. Taylor Hawkins. It'd be someone called Cut the Shit.
Yeah, that'd be really strange because the Foo Fighters just came out with their own feature film, Hollywood horror film called, I think it's something 666. Hang on. I'll find it. All right, it's called Studio 666, and I'm going to post it right there on the Livestream voice text.
Mm-hmm. Cut the Shit says he was found unresponsive in a hotel room.
Okay, here we go. Check the Livestream voice text.
Mm-hmm.
That movie just came out too, guys. Just came out, like, I want to say a month ago, maybe less.
How and when did the drummer die?
I don't know. Cut the Shit's talking about it. Cut the Shit. Can you come in the voice text and let our audience know and such, or do you want to just type it there?
Yeah, where did you get your news report?
So, unresponsive or dead? Which one? Oh, damn it. Look, there it is.
3 hours ago.
No way, dude. And I was watching the preview. I've watched the preview a few times. And Taylor's all, being a badass. He's like Bam Bam, right? On the drums.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to be a pretty damn good drummer to be Dave Grohl's drummer. Dave Grohl's a monstrous drummer.
Yeah, Dave Grohl is skill-wise our generation's John Bonham. So what probably happened is that the Foo Fighters made a deal a long time ago. You know what kind of deal. And so they might have to start paying for that now.
The devil might have needed human sacrifice.
Right.
For the film and the continued.
I mean, it's uncanny. Dude, look at this. A horror movie about being possessed by demons from hell. And then weeks later, one of the people from that movie dies.
Age 50. And he had a beautiful gig, making tons of dough, man, living in mansions. Touring the world.
Well, maybe he, stepped out of line.
Never know. He probably just
Now I really want to see the fucking movie because it might, his part in the movie might have something to do with what happened. I don't know. That's speculation as fuck.
it's like, oh, what a coincidence! The drummer dies right before your movie comes out.
A movie, it's a 666 movie, Studio 666, and then one of your guys dies? Holy shit. I hope people are waking up to this. This is what is called a reality breakdown, where it obviates itself as contrived.
Well, people do just, take a little too much heroin or whatever it is, and oops, I'm dead.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I remember when Chris Farley passed, and I was livid, and I was just so sad. And I didn't understand why he had died at the time. And my mom just said he was, I think she said that he got robbed, and that's why they tied him up. I don't remember, because they found him tied up and all this stuff. But anyway, they take the genuine souls when they need some really good stuff. The song is "Only the Good Die Young," something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's what they say.
Damn, dude. Well, maybe I have a position now in the Foo Fighters. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it seemed like, Dave Grohl and Taylor, he was like the main guy, other guy,
Yeah.
I don't even know the other people's names.
I heard they clone all the famous people, and they put their clones in and up for them if they need to.
Right. I've heard that if the actual original body, the genuine article, does something stupid and speaks out or whatever, doesn't agree to certain. I mean, it's not just about whistleblowing too. There's so much stuff that they hold over these people's heads because they've relinquished their souls literally to this thing. Anyway, I gotta go to bed, but it's a very interesting conversation for sure. Love you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Good night, Glad.
and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the rain.
Things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
Yeah. On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, funk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know is caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Don't let it slip. the sun is the darkest light you can imagine. Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so.
One of the strangest places on the ocean's floor was only just discovered in the 1990s. I might degree as one of a handful of people to ever see it in person.
Without a doubt, one of the most amazing things that I had ever seen in the bottom of the ocean, and it was while filming for Blue Planet, was in the Gulf of Mexico. And I noticed there's something out in the distance, couldn't tell exactly what, but it looked like a dark band. And as we approached it, the dark band became a donut. I saw this donut that was black in the center. What the heck is that? And so as we get closer and closer to it, I noticed that the black band had what appeared to be kind of steam over it. And then I looked, and there was water lapping against the shoreline. This band was a ring of mussels. And inside the ring of mussels was a lake. And it's like, wait a minute, I'm already underwater. We went out over the water in this lake and tried to descend in it and bounced off. It was so super saline and dense that the submarine couldn't go down in it. We literally bounced off, and as we bounced off, we sent ripples heading back to the shoreline. It was insane. I've never seen anything like it.
Coincidentally, a few days after this aired on the television that he had made this discovery, when him and his friend were flying the helicopter, it exploded and he died.
It was this delta that sparked Mike Degree's interest in underwater filmmaking. Degree became famous for his work with Oscar-winning director James Cameron filming the wreck of the Titanic. He was working on a new project with Cameron in Australia when the helicopter he was flying in crashed, killing Degree and the pilots.
Now I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. One thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me hated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat And that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature because we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Woo! The reading caboose has arrived. I'm Conductor Clark.
And I'm Ms. Janice. Hey, who wants to learn about the letter H?
I do! Now what can we do with the letter H?
We can hula hoop.
Or?
Create a massive global hoax.
What Ernie's referring to is the Apollo 11 moon landing that supposedly took place on July 20th, 1969.
To quote Neil Armstrong, this is one small step for man.
And one giant lie to mankind.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hi, Ticket Taker Sam. Sam's been riding the rails ever since mean old Microsoft stole his formula for Windows 95.
Hey, Sam, I hear you've got a story for the kids.
I sure do, Miss Janice, and it's a real whiz-banger. Once upon a time, there was a president named Kennedy.
I promised to put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Meanwhile, poor inept NASA couldn't get a rocket into space. Pew!
So, they turned to Plan B.
I'm LBJ. The end of the decade is here, and there's still no Americans on the moon. Those Ruskies are gonna beat us to it.
I'll help you, Mr. President.
Who the hell are you?
I'm Stanley Kubrick, and I'll use some tricks I learned while filming the movie 2001, A Space Odyssey, to fake a moon landing.
Good. While people think they're in space, we'll keep the astronauts busy with whores and gambling. Then we'll pay them off, or brainwash them, or kill them.
The end.
Yay! Squawk? But is there any real proof it was a hoax? Squawk!
Is this proof enough, Gully Bird?
Wow!
I used to fly to the moon all the time.
Hobo Dan! Hey, Hobo Dan, how did you fly to the moon?
With the only real astronaut, Dr. Timothy Leary. Oh, Hobo Dan. Hey, that reminds me of a song. This old moon rocket ain't what it appears to be.
Ain't what it appears to be. Ain't what it appears to be.
This old moon rocket ain't what it appears to be because it was baked in a kiln
in Japan.
Yay! Thanks, Hobo Dan. That was fun-credible. And the truth.
Uh-oh, someone's ringing the doorbell. To the safe room, kids. To the safe room.
Okay, that's all the time that we have for now. We'll be back with more reading later. Until then, the most important part of reading is reading between the lines.
Sayonara, pigs.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right. Fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No. Now, I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Damn, son, where'd you find this? Is everyone passed out? Anyone awake? Some flat earth conversation at fucking 4 a.m. Damn, son. Where'd you find this?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Humans, for the most part, don't have a clue. They don't want one or need one either. They're happy. They think they have a good bead on things.
Well, why the big secret? People are smart. They can handle it.
A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. And 15 minutes ago, you knew that people were alone on this planet. Imagine what you'll know tomorrow.
Captain thinks the world is around, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
My dad once told me the world was flat. Where I'm looking, son, he said, where I'm looking, the world is flat. I believed him. I still do. That's a fucking bull. Now, before you start, I don't give a fuck about outer space or the view from up there.
That's why there was a very hot, sizzling hot topic from over the weekend. It was Kyrie Irving sharing his thoughts on Earth.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. 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 So whatever.
That's news.
That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are, is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window.
Nope.
At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline. And you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left, and I went on the other side of the plane. It was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down, and y'all.
Next we have it's a flat Earth after all float. Oh, this is a good one.
Oh, wow.
This float celebrates flat Earth theory that is spreading ironically around the world. What do you think the flat Earth is flat, Snoop? What do you think?
It's a flat world after all.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
That was a joke about the world being flat, right?
Was it? I bought a bus a couple of summers ago. So when I drive from Florida to California, it seems flat to me.
I see. Okay.
So you ever been in a flight and you get ready to land and you pull up the window and you look?
Yeah.
It seems flat, right?
Well,
it seems flat to me.
I see. Okay.
Kind of. Well, Dad and my dad took a job at United Airlines. I tell you what, your jobs aren't just going over there, sailor. Some of us are coming over here. The world is flat like a son of a bitch.
You're giving us a lot to process here.
What? Right before your surgery, I asked if you had packed your cell phone, and you said, which one?
When? Skylar, I was medicated. I mean, I could have said the world was flat.
You know what I think? I think you accidentally told the truth.
Well, you may have seen it on your way to work or school or just driving around. A new billboard has some people thinking about the Earth.
And asking the question, could the Earth be flat? Greg Argos is here with more on the movement that is taking on centuries of scientific research.
Yes,
Greg?
it really is, guys. And Yuki, this was just unveiled just yesterday, in fact. This billboard, a digital billboard unveiled yesterday, and it's calling into question a theory most of us have accepted, that the Earth, of course, is round. But those behind this billboard say, well, we've all been tricked.
Drivers heading eastbound on the Schuylkill already battle some serious traffic. But now there's another distraction slowing them down, and it's just 100 feet above their heads. Sandwiched between two insurance ads is this bold 3-word billboard, Research Flat Earth. And for at least the next week, this ad will be blocking drivers' attention.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
How do we know the Earth is not flat?
We don't. It's flat.
Our factories, cars, trains, and planes, and electric power plants almost all run on fuel made of ancient living things. Coal, oil, natural gas, and they contain carbon. And when they burn, they produce carbon dioxide, which chemists like you call CO2. And carbon dioxide has a remarkable property. As light from the sun goes through the Earth's atmosphere, it passes right by CO2 molecules. When sunlight reaches the surface, it warms the soil, the seas, and the plants. And some of that warmth returns as heat energy. You've probably heard that we call CO2 a greenhouse gas. It's not a perfect nickname, but here's where the expression comes from. When I point this small and happy infrared camera at my hand glows with infrared light. But then watch what happens as I dip it into this glass aquarium. Like, dude, my fingers are like totally cut off. It turns out that glass blocks infrared light. It's one of the ways that greenhouses work. The glass lets light through, but prevents a lot of the heat, the infrared, from escaping. The carbon dioxide in the atmosphere does the same thing. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth.
Let's open up our world. You know what? I don't want to open up our world. I want to close our world. Build a dome over it.
Well, if you don't want to meet any new people, why'd you agree to go out with them?
Because Carrie can't know about the dome.
The pitcher, steroid Santa Claus, kicks and deals. It's a long fly ball going back. And the ball shatters the sky, bringing the ocean itself down into the stadium. Oh, Simpson just broke this dream's reality wide open.
What does gravity look like? Gravity is something we can't see. But we know it's a great invisible force that keeps us all here on Earth. It's a natural force that keeps us all from flying off into space. We were always told that the world is flat.
You were told right. Don't listen to her.
Why are you so sure they're coming here?
Well, because mosquitoes, these kind of mosquitoes are here in the United States. And we now know that these mosquitoes can get Zika virus very easily from biting somebody. And the world is flat, right? The World Cup hit a Zika.
So if in fact somebody comes here and has the Zika virus and a mosquito bites them, then that mosquito can spread it anywhere.
Exactly. One can lead to thousands.
What about the Summer Games, the Olympic Games, and the possibility there you have people from all around the world going to a place where they could contact Zika and then returning, spreading back out around the world with Zika contamination?
It's a public health nightmare. And so I think when we all look at this, we have to learn from it. Zika will be the first of many viruses over the years because the world is flat.
Dr. David Agus, good to see you here. Thank you so much.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go. One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the earth. There's no place to go.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
The truth shall set you free. Who's still awake in this live stream? Somebody's got to be awake. Come on.
Hey!
Hey. What's up? Cappy. Everybody dead? Nobody alive in this chat? Come on, people.
Hey!
Alive? Anyone? No?
The big scary gravity, the big scary institutions, the other fucking brown beating and their appeals to authority. Bollocks, this is what I'm talking about. Take control of yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Well, I've got a fucking big BMX that can fly. Show me a big BMX that can fly. Canny, you're a fucking bullshit lying piece of shit, fuck off. Oh, I've got a Ferrari that goes 340 miles an hour. And I've got a summer house in Spain. Show me. Canny, fuck off. You You're a liar. Oh, I've got this potato rock with gas and water stuck through it that's in inside a vacuum and it all just slides here because of magic stuff. So, show me it. Can he? Fuck off. You're a liar. Show me it. Can he? Fuck off. Like you did when you were a child. Come in. Stand up for yourself. Come in. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Come in. Stand up for yourself. Come in. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black holes and stuff, black holes and stuff. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black holes and stuff, black holes and stuff. Show me it. Can he? Fuck off. Show me it. Can he? Fuck off. Let's all conform. Let's all conform and behave like good little children. Do not escape from your box. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Yes. For fuck's sake, Brenda, we're just on 2 seconds. Now fuck off. We don't want you or your other gold disciples to go and take a running fuck to yourself, okay? Take it and ram it right up your boot.
Well, let me tell you something about the space station. It's only really there in your imagination. That thing ain't real. It's science fiction. It's there to feed your space addiction. Those astronauts are not in space. It's written all over their stupid face. See, I can spot a lie from 100 miles. And I can spot a fraud from the way they smile. Didn't you learn nothing from the fake moon mission? That puppet show from President Nixon. Well, listen up, they're doing it again, it seems. Check out the harnesses and green screens. I used to work a lot in film and TV. I know a bit about the television trickery to create the illusion that you're somewhere that you're not. A green screen is what you're gonna use a lot. Or if you wear a harness and attach it to the ceiling, the illusion that you're floating is what they'll be believing. All you're watching is a puppet show, yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. So let me tell you something about a zero-G plane. This thing flies up and then down again. Some weird stuff happens if you're on the inside. You start to float as the plane takes a dive. Simply add an actor that's trained to deceive, and you got yourself an astronaut, or so you believe. Plane flies up and that's everyone's cue. Then action, we got some deceiving to do. Plane flies down and then everyone knows to start the ISS live show. Floating in a plane with zero-G, but you only see astronauts on your TV. All you're watching is a puppet show, yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. Well, another thing I noticed when I looked at these fools, they're filming spacewalks in buoyancy pools. NASA's gonna tell you that it's just for training to practice for space station maintaining. Well, I thought about that, but if that's the case, then why the hell can I see bubbles in space? Take a hard look at the next spacewalk. Tell me if you can see bubbles at all. Open your eyes, man, I'll bet you a quarter. Those spacewalks are filmed underwater. I can see space bubbles everywhere. Hey, NASA, how the hell did those get there? All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. So when you see an astronaut aboard the ISS, take another look at your TV set. They're pretty good at faking, so you gotta look close. Pay some attention to the way the actor floats. If you ask me, that ain't zero gravity, but Hollywood effects that I see on my TV. Take a good look at the whole damn thing. These lying bastards are just puppets on a string. It's all a big science fiction puppet show. The game's up, assholes, cause we all know. Thanks for the show, NASA. It's been a blast. Now take your fake station and shove it up your... All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race, man. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Light things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning around, it makes us think. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the Sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spinning bar. It makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We have been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale.
here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
But the whole universe is outside us. Look at the stars. Some of them are 1 million light years away.
Everyone is taught these lies when they go to school, but I won't go back. time. But I won't go back to the ball, 'cause I will trust my senses over Newton and Einstein. I won't go back to the ball. I can't believe we believe that shit, 'cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. Gotta ask yourself,
Launch control, this is Houston. We are go for launch.
So what exactly do you think all those theories prove? 'Cause I won't go back to the ball. All it takes is two clear eyes to see the earth don't move. I won't go back to the ball. We can't believe we believe that shit, 'cause when we take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. You really gotta ask yourself, why don't they just take a photograph?
We don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
Hey guys, Rob Skiba here. So it's been a while since I've done any research type of video here on YouTube because I've been so busy working on Seed, which is coming along great, by the way. I'm really making some good progress in that regard, but I'm still always looking into things, and this whole flat earth research is always very much on my mind, and things just keep coming across my path that catch my attention. And so I post about it every now and then on Facebook. And so if you're interested in that, you can check it out there. But I haven't been making too many videos because, like I said, I've been too busy. But I just want to do a quick one here just to talk about a few things that recently caught my attention. I posted this one today. I said, man, it just gets more and more interesting the more you dig into this research. Okay, in the late 40s and into the late 50s, there was an obsession with getting to Antarctica to explore. Something was discovered at the end of Operation Deep Freeze, which sent everyone home to draft up the Antarctic Treaty. At the same time that was happening, NASA and DARPA are created. The next thing that happens is the United States and Russia engage in a missile race and start launching high-altitude nuclear bombs into the sky. We called our effort Operation Fishbowl, which was part of Project Dominic. Dominic means of the Lord. The name Dominic means of the Lord. So here they are, launching nukes into the fishbowl of the Lord? Shortly after that, the United States and Russia launched into the space race. And even before Kennedy's, hey, we choose to go to the moon, even before his let's go to the moon speech, they had already sent probes to Venus, Mercury, and Mars. Yeah, even before we've allegedly been to the moon, we were sending stuff out to, this is like right after Sputnik. Sputnik was supposedly like this massive achievement. You know, the Russians threw a beach ball up there, you know, with an antenna on it. Ooh, wow. Amazing. That was a huge accomplishment. But like very shortly after that, and long before we started doing anything to try to get to the moon, our closest so-called neighbor, in the alleged solar system, we're already sending out probes to Mercury, Venus, and Mars. Okay. But as if all of that wasn't enough, the United States and Russia both also set out to see who could drill the deepest hole into the Earth. Yep, this is all happening in the same time period as Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo. Again, if they're trying to avoid all appearances of conspiracy, they aren't helping with the names and the activities they were engaging in at the same time. People say the Russians would surely expose the United States for this, that, and the other thing if it was really a conspiracy. I hear that one all the time. If we really didn't go to the moon, don't you think, we're arch enemies with the Russians back then? They would have surely exposed us. No, not if they were engaged in the same plan, which all appearances indicate that they were. It's not a coincidence that we both countries just so happen to be engaging in the exact same activities at the exact same time after coming back from Antarctica. And I would say it's the same with every other country who signed the Antarctic Treaty. So, the Chinese aren't going to expose us. They're going to be on the same plan as everybody else that signed the Antarctic Treaty. So let's just do a quick recap here. 1, everyone becomes obsessed with Antarctica in the late 40s and late 50s. 2, everyone leaves Antarctica to draft up a treaty which would prohibit anyone from going there except under the express strict guidelines of the treaty. 3, the United States creates NASA and DARPA, that organization which creates black budget projects for the military and other agencies and other groups. 4, the United States and Russia start blowing up the sky. 5, the United States and Russia become obsessed with what's above us in space. 6, the United States and Russia become obsessed with what's beneath us. 7, the race begins to get the picture that will brainwash the world into never questioning any of this. And oh, by the way, okay, we're in a race, right? And we supposedly beat Russia in the space race, whatever that means. We did something more than or faster or whatever. Who cares? They just gave up? Really? They just gave up? I quit. I'm going home. No, they didn't give up. They sent dozens of missions to Antarctica while we were doing the Apollo program. Let that sink in. Okay. I got to say, it sure looks to me like they found something in Antarctica which challenged everything we thought we knew, and thus they immediately set out to find how high our enclosed world dome is and how deep the foundation goes. That's exactly what somebody would do if they discovered they were in a cage. They try to figure out wait a minute, what are the boundaries? How do I get out of here? That's exactly all of the activities that the United States and Russia in particular engaged in immediately after Operation Deep Freeze all points to exactly that. I don't know how you could come to any other conclusion. They started acting exactly like people stuck in a cage. They started immediately trying to figure out the boundaries. That's exactly what they would do. So this video is prompted by a video. I happen to be looking for footage online for a whirlpool for something I'm working on for the Seed trailer. And in the suggested videos there on the right column, on YouTube, it suggested this video right here. The deepest hole known to man goes so far down, nobody even knows what's at the bottom. So I watched that video, and that's by somebody called Did You Know?
In school, we're taught that beneath the Earth's crust lies a mantle and a core. However, some people theorize, and falsely so, that the center of the planet might actually be hollow, or there's a species of reptilian aliens that live under the crust.
And falsely so. Okay, when you finish watching this video, first of all, you're going to find that we have never gone deeper than, I think it was something like 9 or 10 miles. That's the deepest anybody's ever gone. So we have no clue what's down there. And, as far as reptilians or whatever, okay, fine. But the hollow earth thing, every ancient culture had an understanding of the hollow earth. And it's certainly, if you subscribe to the Bible, there's at least 3 compartments down there. You got Abraham's bosom, you got Hades, and you got Tartarus, the prison of the Watchers. Okay, hollow earth. And, Skywatch TV and a whole bunch of others are all about inner earth right now and hollow earth right now. There's abundant evidence for a hollow earth. As far as all the stuff you see in the textbook about what's supposedly at the core of the earth, nothing but computer-generated artwork. Now, that's it. We haven't gone deeper than 9 or 10 miles. But, okay, let's continue.
Well, those theories are silly. They speak to our fascination with what we can't see. Several decades ago, two countries, America and Russia, raced to drill the deepest hole into the Earth with the goal of discovering what was at its core. Both projects were massive undertakings, and the world was fixated on what mysteries they'd find beneath the surface. Russia's efforts resulted in something called the Kola Super Deep Borehole, and when you see it, you might have to pick your jaw off the floor. Have you ever wondered what lies beneath the Earth's surface? In school, you're told there's a mantle and a core, but what if there was something else down there? Well, in the 1960s and 1970s, America and Russia each set off to find out. Both countries drilled boreholes deep into the ground until they couldn't go any further. They used enormous metal contraptions that were designed to break through even the toughest material. The world...
Okay, 60s and 70s. That's when all this started. Okay, Operation Deep Freeze, late 50s. Everybody pulls out. 1958, NASA and DARPA's formed. Going to the 60s, we're sending probes to Venus, Mercury, and Mars before we even got to the moon. And the United States and Russia are drilling deep inside the Earth for some reason.
The world watched in awe as the Americans kicked off the race. The enormous drills were fired up, and everyone hoped the project would go according to plan. What kind of mysteries would the drillers find, if any? The United States called the endeavor Project Mohole, and they began their drilling off the Pacific coast of Mexico in 1961. This would be a massive effort with global interests, and there was a lot riding on the team's work.
1961. Are you guys starting to see the timeline here? 1961.
In order to ensure Project Mohole success, the team submerged 6 massive buoys 200 feet under the water in a circular pattern. The Navy barge tasked with the actual drilling used sonar to maneuver itself over the center of the circle and align the enormous rig. The team was given very thorough instructions on how to handle the heavy rig. It was a dangerous operation, and extreme caution needed to be taken the entire time. Unfortunately, soon after the project began, it was abandoned due to lack of funding.
Lack of funding because they decided to put all their funding into going to Antarctica looking for moon rocks and faking the whole world with the moon landings.
Almost a decade later, the Russians had organized their own drilling team and began their quest to reach the center of the Earth. On May 24th, 1970, they set their sights on the Kola Peninsula. The Russians called their endeavor the Kola Super Deep Borehole. From 1970 to 1994, the skilled group of Russian drillers managed to burrow a third of the way through the Baltic continental crust. The hole they drilled still stands as the deepest man-made hole in the world. Here's an illustration showing just how deep the Russian borehole was. And this wasn't even the deepest it eventually went. At that point, it was deeper than Mount Everest was tall. That's an amazing geological feat. The Kola Super Deep Borehole was an incredible undertaking that was appreciated by most all of the people of Russia. In 1987, the country printed a number of stamps commemorating the drilling team's effort. This is a picture from a massive rig, the one the Russian team used to bore deep into the Earth's crust. It was so heavy and so dangerous that all it took was one wrong move from a driller for the team to have been crushed under the weight of the steel. Controlling the massive rig required several men at a time, and even then it was still often a struggle. The rig would sometimes jerk to one side, and the team had to be ready to reposition its massive arm at a moment's notice. This was the superstructure where the Kola Deep Borehole was located during the active digging period. The massive tower that loomed over the water was actually home to the enormous drilling rig. The end goal of the drilling project was to reach a depth of 49,000 feet into the Earth's crust. There were several holes dug that branched off the main hole, and the deepest branch, called SG3, reached a depth of an impressive 40,230 feet in 1989. In 1992, although the Russian team was still about 9,000 feet away from their goal, the drilling came to an abrupt end due to dangerous conditions. The temperature at such a depth was much higher than the team planned for, almost 600 degrees Fahrenheit, and it made drilling impossible. Although the drilling came to a complete stop, the entire project wasn't officially shut down until 2005. Unfortunately, in 2008, all of the facilities and the superstructure were scrapped and dismantled. Even though the buildings were abandoned, visitors can still walk around the ruins and imagine what life was like during the epic race to the center of the planet. It's a fascinating place to visit, but it's also unfortunate this grand structure was simply left to rot. If you do happen to visit the ruins of the building on the Kola Peninsula, you might not even notice the actual borehole itself. All that remains is a small 9-inch steel cap that covers the surface opening of the hole, which has since been dubbed the Hole to Hell. Even though the Russian team never reached their goal of 49,000 feet, the drilling did give the scientific world some major discoveries. Scientists now know a bit more about the planet's structure, and microscopic plankton fossils were even discovered at the bottom of the hole. The race to the center of the Earth was an exciting and intriguing time for the world. In the end, the goal was never reached, but at least the scientific community benefited from the efforts. Though defunct, this phenomenal structure still stands as a reminder of one project that had the world on the edge of its seat. What a feat!
Okay, so they didn't get to 49,000. They only got to something like, I think he said 40,200 or something like that, which is less than 8 miles. That's less than 8 miles. Even if they got to 49,000, that's, what is that? 49, let's look that up. 49,000, that's 9.2. We didn't even get that far. I think he said we only got to 40,200 or something like that.
Even the deepest drilled hole is still some 3,955 miles short of the center of the Earth. Barely a pinprick on the surface of our planet.
So 7 to 9 miles, really? And then we claimed we have all these pictures in the textbook about the center of the Earth and what the core of the Earth and everything else looks like. And they're going to say, all right, it's all fiction about the inner Earth and hollow Earth, all that stuff, when they have never even gone deeper than 8 miles. It's unbelievable. We have been lied to with artwork, pictures, paintings, drawings, CGI, everything about our Earth and everything about space, artwork. Speaking of space, there's something else that caught my attention, and I wrote about it in the Testing the Globe group. I said, the year is 2018, and someone has finally, only now, mind you, possibly figured out a solution for the radiation problem in space, though it still needs to be tested. Okay, ballers and NASA fanboys and girls, please explain this. If the Apollo crews allegedly had no problem with the Van Allen radiation belts, as you claim, why is this such an issue to overcome 50 years later? Although this is a funny quote from the article. It says, the STEMRAD vest for space use was developed based on the principle of selective protection vital organs that are particularly sensitive to radiation exposure, the ESA said in a statement. And that's the Israeli Space Agency. Apparently, the brain is not a vital organ where they're protecting. Not sure how this will protect sensitive electronics and equipment, though, either. That's why the Orion project hasn't really done anything, because they haven't figured out how to protect all the onboard computers from all that radiation out there that Apollo apparently had no problem with.
Once we travel beyond low Earth orbit, the crew will be exposed to larger amounts of radiation. So we have to design both the crew protection systems and our electronic systems to withstand this radiation.
If there is something that definitely, at least in my opinion, exposes the Apollo program as a fraud, it's the Orion project. The Orion project, after they retired the space shuttle, the next project that's on the board right now is called Project Orion. And they're pretty much telling you that Apollo never happened, especially when they put out videos like this talking about the Van Allen radiation belts.
We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation.
What?
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation.
One more time.
An area of dangerous radiation.
Oh. What's wrong with that radiation?
Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back.
That doesn't sound good.
Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
What? We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space? I thought this problem was solved over 40 years ago when he sent a bunch of people in jumpsuits and tin cans through it there and back a half dozen times. Oh, but I forgot. The Apollo guys, they were clueless regarding the radiation belt. That it didn't affect them.
I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt, and if we did, it wasn't a problem. If we were going to encounter it, then we would have had to build the spacecraft and the spacesuit to not give humans a problem. You don't just build something and hope it works. You study to see what the threats are, the environment is, and then you say, how thick do I have to make the metal on the spacecraft so that going through this kind of radiation or these kind of meteoroids, it won't get hurt. And then we build it that way.
I help manage the Orion Crew and Service Module Office. We're responsible for developing the crew capsule, which is where the crew lives and works when they're in space, and the service module, which is what provides the power and the fuel and the consumables then that is plumbed over to the crew module. We don't have the ultimate answer for radiation on Orion. We're still working on that. If we were to build Orion out of the materials we need and the sole job was to protect for the radiation environment, the vehicle would really be too heavy. So we have to balance the weight of the materials that we put on the spacecraft with how much protection it's providing the crew. So we're really looking at it from an operational perspective. If we understand a radiation event has happened, the crew will actually take shelter in the aft bay of the vehicle. We have found over the years that water is a really great radiation absorbing material. So we could do things like water that's already there in the water bags for drinking and things like that. That water could be used to shield them. As well as we've had some concepts like a water-filled vest that they could put on should they know there's an event and need to be protected.
We don't have a clue when it comes to like how to protect them from like radiation. So we're gonna just like put them up there in like water suits. Yeah, we like water suits, and like we put water all around them, so the radiation could go like into the water, and then they could drink it, and it could be like a Fantastic Four. Everybody they'll come back and be mutants when they get back. But we just got some ideas, yeah. But don't worry about it. Yeah, I know there are refugees everywhere, and like people are starving and stuff, and like we have homeless all over the place. But if we spend like a few $1 trillion, I think we should be able to figure out how to make water suits for the astronauts in space, and then maybe it'll work out like it did for the guys in Apollo.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
We went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
We didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation.
Yeah, if you pretend that it's not really there, then you can just go right through it.
To protect the astronauts from the Van Allen radiation belts, the lunar module would have required 6 feet of lead shielding. But here's what they really had for protection.
Obviously, the only shielding they had was the literally paper-thin outer hull of aluminum, and their suits consisting of glass fiber, some aluminum fibers, and silicon rubber.
It's very interesting concerning radiation that the astronauts were protected by a thin film of aluminum when here on Earth they put a lead shield on us when they take a dental x-ray.
In conclusion, when NASA themselves admit to never having left low Earth orbit, and the fact that we don't even have the materials that could withstand the extreme temperatures and cosmic rays in space, how on earth can anyone believe that we ever went to the moon?
But yeah, go on believing in the Apollo program and the associated pictures of Earth that allegedly came from it. By the way, anyone care to take any bets as to whether or not these Uber vests will be used to clean up Fukushima and other severely polluted radiation sites on Earth first? Seems to me our priorities are severely screwed up if we don't. It also further proves an agenda, and you can check that article out here. Post a link in the show notes there, talking about this super vest that the Israelis apparently created in connection with NASA. But yeah, and while all of that was going on, I see some knucklehead out there has put together a $100,000 flat Earth challenge for Rob Skiba. Okay. This is just, first of all, I don't believe that these people have that kind of money. Second of all, it would cost more than that to go down there and do everything that needs to be done. Third of all, I have no interest in going to one of the most hostile places on the Earth. I've worked in very cold weather conditions before. I happen to like my fingers and toes and other parts of my body. I don't want to freeze them off. And it's extremely dangerous, and I have no interest in going down there. I've already been convinced. I don't need to go do something as stupid as that for some idiot that's trying to offer me $20,000 a year for 5 years that he doesn't even have. But yeah, this idiot was upset that I wasn't acknowledging him, so he put out another video. Rob Skiba deletes challenge within an hour of posting.
So yesterday I posted a video called the $100,000 Flat Earth Challenge for Rob Skiba, and got some really interesting messages and comments, and probably going to do a video and delve into some of that later on. But I really wanted to come on real quick and let everyone know that I posted a link to this video on Rob Skiba's YouTube channel on his most recent video. And I actually had to use a sock account because I think it was probably 2 years ago. He blocked me from his YouTube channel because I challenged a doctrinal issue that he was talking about, and he couldn't really argue. He basically had to leave the doctrinal conversation and start calling me nuts and crazy. And he just went off the rail because he could not argue past that point any further. So he chose to call me nuts and crazy and block me. So I had to use a sock account. And so I posted the link to this video, which I'm sure somebody probably sent it to him already. But I wanted to make sure he saw it. And within 1 hour, he had already deleted it from his YouTube channel.
Okay. First of all, if I block you, it's because you're an idiot and I don't have time to deal with you anymore. I have no problem with people who disagree with me and can have have no problem engaging in lengthy debates. I've had marathon debates before on YouTube and certainly on Facebook and elsewhere with people who disagree with me. But when you have proven that you are a bat crap crazy stupid idiot, there's no point in continuing the discussion anymore. And this person clearly is a bat crap crazy stupid idiot. And you know what? I'm just calling it the way it is. But let me address something first real quick. First of all, don't flatter yourself. I'm not afraid of you, and I didn't delete anything. I didn't even see anything. And when I was looking at this video here to see what the heck is this guy talking about, he's got his post there, and I saw that it was on the video that I posted about QAnon, and this is his comment that he says that I deleted. So I went to my channel, and I'm like, what is he talking about? I went here, this video right here.
Hey, what's up? It's Billy Jean.
And by the way, I don't read after like the day that I post the video. It's rare that I read comments much beyond a day or two after I post them. I just don't have time. The other thing that I don't do is look at this right here. You have comments waiting your review. This is, there's already a bunch of comments that I got to deal with that I don't have time for. So I never even look at this, but I decided to look at this to see what the heck is this guy talking about. And I actually posted on his wall here that he was an idiot and that I didn't delete anything from him. And I don't even see my post here either. It could be here. I just don't see it. But I have a feeling the same thing happened to my comment that happened to his comment. So just a little word of advice to all you people up in arms freaking out thinking, Rob Skiba is deleting my comments. He's blocking me. He's not listening to me. I posted a video that debunks his video. Whenever you post a comment that has a link in it, many times, I don't know if it happens all the time, but many times YouTube puts it in the review category. And that's what you see right here. So I decided to see if that was the case. And sure enough, here's Captain Baltard's comment right here. So I finally did look at it. Yeah, I got to show you something else. Just for those people who, are upset with me calling this guy an idiot. Let's see. As Forrest Gump said, stupid is as stupid does. This is just one of many reasons why I would block somebody like this. Listen to this genius.
Got to go out there and look back. And you'd have to be 200 to 300 miles out to be able to look back and take a decent picture and get the whole thing or close to the whole thing in one shot. That's really difficult. That's hard to do. But to prove that the Earth is flat, all you have to do is go to Japan on the flat Earth model. Go to that Japan. Of course, the problem is I don't know how you're going to get to that Japan because Japan isn't there. That's not where Japan is. To get to Japan, you'd have to go to LA, jump on a flight, and fly west. Not east, but west. So that's, you got a problem right there. How do you get to the Japan on the flat Earth model? So, but let's lay that aside. Let's say you could get to the Japan on the flat Earth model. Let's say you could do that. All you have to do is find a high place or a low place because the Earth is flat. Remember, it's flat. The whole thing's flat. So all you have to do is just go to the flat Earth Japan and just look out over the flat. Because water finds its level, right? Water doesn't curve, right? So it's flat, right? Okay, so all you have to do is go to the flat Earth model Japan and just look out over the ocean, and you should see it. Circling around that part of the Earth if it's flat. And it would also be easy to charter a boat or a ship and just go out there. Easy, so much easier to prove the Earth is flat than it is to prove the Earth is a globe. If your criteria is, well, we want one shot.
Need I say more? Wow. Alrighty then. Enough of this idiot. But to answer the challenge, why I wouldn't go down there, I'm going to conclude this video with a mirror of taboo conspiracies video. Antarctica, sorry, we're closed. Our hidden flat Earth. Fantastic video. I suggest that you subscribe, just as I did, to his channel. He's got some great stuff out there. But for all of you guys that are, oh, yeah, okay, just show us a picture.
Just go to Antarctica, take a picture, go touch the dome, and show the rest of us, all right?
This is why that can't be done. Please try to pay attention. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. This video is in response to the many globe propagandists who demand that I show a picture of the edge of the flat Earth. For the dozens of these ball-loving zealots with multiple sock puppet accounts who repeat this mantra daily, your demand is ridiculous. But you probably already knew that, right? And that's why you probably keep demanding it. It's actually pretty funny that I just got one of these take a picture comments an hour ago. I'm going to prove in this video that independent travel is not allowed under the Antarctic Treaty System. That fact alone should cause any thinking person to begin questioning our official models. Because something big is being hidden from we, the plebeians, and we're not talking about penguins. For most flat earthers, based on the information that we can reasonably gather, Antarctica constitutes the outer rim of the known world. In other words, Antarctica is likely the shoreline to all of the world's oceans. Like a ring magnet, north constitutes the center of our flat Earth map, and south is every direction away from the northern center. And before I get a dozen comments claiming that such a magnet is impossible, here's a ring magnet shown here. Notice that south is in every direction away from the center north magnetic pole. This is where the 60th south parallel is on a Mercator map. This is the 60th south parallel on a potential flat Earth azimuthal equidistant map. It seems that Antarctica constitutes the circular shore of the known world. So, demanding that I take a picture of a possible edge of the Earth, if any, requires me to not only travel below the 60th south parallel, represented by the circle, but also to cross the entire breadth of Antarctica. According to official numbers, Antarctica has a diameter of roughly 3,400 miles, and so that means our trek will include a long boat ride for hundreds of miles below the 60th south parallel, plus a minimum 6,800-mile round-trip hike across Antarctica. That's assuming the official model is correct. Maybe we could fly to one of the ceremonial pole areas, but that would still leave at least a 3,400-mile hike. In addition, we wouldn't know for sure whether the plane trip itself was interfering with our results, since the pilot would have to follow a designated path outlined by the Antarctic Treaty System, and who truly knows what direction that is until we get there. In order to be fully confident, we would really need to stick to the ground and have control over our own pathway, where we can control our direct southerly route opposite of the northern magnetic pole. Now, whether Antarctica is a smaller continent next to the outer rim, or whether Antarctica is indeed the shoreline of the known world, I don't know the answer. Flat earthers don't have a government budget to spend $1 billion to hire hundreds of cartographers and fleets of boats and planes to map the entire world. But even if flat earthers had the money, we would still run into the Antarctic problem, which is the point of this video. So, what is the Antarctic problem? It is the fact that independent travel is not allowed below the 60th south parallel in any reasonable manner to make any determination as to whether Antarctica is the shoreline boundary circumscribing the known world, or whether Antarctica is simply a continent a little north of the true but unnamed southerly shoreline of the Earth's oceans. For all we know, Antarctica may be an infinite plain that is uninhabitable at further distances. Again, we don't know. But, as I will describe in this video, I suspect that Antarctica is the shoreline circumscribing the known world due to the unbelievable restrictions placed on travel there. Excluding a couple of questionable claims, the total lack of north-south circumnavigation only proves the same. But if I'm not allowed by our governments to independently travel below the 60th south parallel and then to traverse Antarctica over 6,800 miles, then I cannot take a picture of a theoretical edge, dome, or those other lands beyond the South Pole, whatever the case may be. But you probably don't quite grasp how much area is really being blocked off under the Antarctic Treaty System. Let's look at it from the alleged 60th North parallel, because this will give you an idea of the tremendous area blocked off to independent exploration. This is the area of the 60th North parallels. As you can see, the 60th North parallel includes all of northern Canada, Alaska, much of Russia, including St. Petersburg and other major cities, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, Greenland. It is huge. Now, why in the world is this much area blocked off at the south? Do you really think it's because of penguins?
You see, first there was just one, now there's thousands of them.
Are they trying to tell us something?
So what's the problem?
Well, among other things, we are messing with their food chain.
And we have got to do something about it.
We suggest a ban on all marine harvesting.
Do you think the child propaganda from Happy Feet is true? The Antarctic Treaty was executed in 1959 and has been in place ever since. Think about it. No country had any real alleged concerns about the environment at that time. One of the more interesting facts is that the Soviet Union also ratified the treaty, and did so from the beginning on December 1st, 1959. Do you really think the Soviets were truly concerned about the penguins and the fragile Antarctic environment? In other words, America, the USSR, and the rest of the major countries of the world remain partners in generally closing Antarctica throughout most of the so-called fake space race, the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, the fake moon landings, most of the Cold War, the Vietnam War, the Six-Day War, the Soviet-Afghan War, and the collapse of the Soviet Union, which at that time Russia continued as a signatory in 1992. That's some peculiar cooperation transcending international conflicts, don't you think? Do you really think that the vast resources and strategic military benefits of Antarctica were multilaterally put aside because of penguins? Even North Korea has been a signatory since 1987. For some strange reason, the Antarctic Treaty has remained sacrosanct for nearly 60 years, regardless of worldwide conflicts. For the reasonable, objective person, alarm bells should be going off right now. As I was preparing this video, I found something else that's interesting. Out of all the flags of all the countries across the Earth, can you guess which one only shows a map of the country as the emblem of the country? You guessed it. Only one. Antarctica. Yeah, the one country they want you to know the shape of. That doesn't reek of programming, does it? Let me make this clear from the beginning. Travel to Antarctica is more difficult than travel to a military base. Sure, the military base may have a visitor shop near the entrance, but if you go beyond that visitor shop or another designated travel area without clearance, you're going to get arrested, or something worse. I'm sure I already have a few globe shills ready to pounce, armed with various inanities to counter my statement, but let's ignore the global spin. This video is about evidence and facts and the reasonable assumptions based thereon. So let's decide to take a theoretical trip across Antarctica to find the edge, if any. I'm not talking about going to the visitor center along the edge of Antarctica, or an overly expensive cruise to a small ice shelf along the edge with a small excursion, or a flight to one of the multiple ceremonial poles, and then straight back again. Yeah, that's not strange at all. I must reiterate, because I will get a dozen comments telling me to take a cruise or that someone's best friend went to Antarctica. I am not talking about a trip to one of the few designated tourist locations of Antarctica. I'm talking about a real trek, pointed directly south across the entire 3,400-mile breadth of Antarctica and back again to determine whether Antarctica circumscribes the known world and to possibly determine whether there's an edge, a dome, or whatever, and then take a picture of it. I'm talking about repeating the trek of Admiral Byrd and discovering that area as big as the United States that has never been seen by a human being on the other side of the South Pole, full of minerals and such just waiting to be explored.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States
that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Okay, let's get started with our theoretical trip. So what is required to trek across the entire breadth of Antarctica? Now, I'm in the United States, and so we're going to examine it from the position of a slave of the U.S. But the rules are going to be the same for all 53 signatory countries of the Antarctic Treaty, and everyone else, since these countries all enforce the same provisions. To begin with, we need to understand that anything below the 60th south parallel is referred to as the Antarctic Treaty Area. What does that mean? That means I'm generally not allowed within hundreds of miles of Antarctica, from approximately 400 to 900 miles, without obtaining a permit to do so. Now, the U.S. government has recorded that some sailors have seen the mountain ranges of Antarctica at 300 miles distance while sailing. Of course, 300 miles should be impossible on the globe with a curvature drop of 11.4 miles, but the 60th parallel is between 400 and 900 miles away from the shoreline of Antarctica. Even under a flat Earth, that's a lot of lower atmosphere to see through, also referred to as atmospheric extinction factor, and a lot of angular size reduction. Despite the claims of the ignorant globezilla, you can't see through that much lower atmosphere. In other words, I can't even see Antarctica from the ocean without first obtaining a permit from the U.S. State Department, or whatever department that controls that in your country. Taking a trip to the 60th south parallel isn't going to accomplish anything, and so we're stuck with getting a government permit. So let's go through the steps to obtaining a permit from the U.S. State Department. This is the handbook of the Antarctic Treaty System. These are the rules that govern all signatories to the treaty. We'll be citing to it regularly as it lays down the rules that govern the Antarctic Treaty beyond the fluff of the treaty language itself. Most importantly, we're going to look at the rules governing non-governmental activities located here, and some of the rules regarding the protection of the environment located here. Now, as a U.S. slave, this is the first form you'll have to submit to get approved to travel to Antarctica. The form itself seems rather innocuous until you understand exactly what is involved in the application process. In summary, Antarctica is treated as a giant natural reserve. Like a military base, all activities and pathways in Antarctica must be approved. This is unlike any other area in the world, except maybe a place like North Korea. So, when I say that no independent travel is allowed below the 60th south parallel, I'm stating an admitted fact well recorded as international law. The protocol states, as a matter of principle, that all activities are to be planned and conducted on the basis of information sufficient to evaluate their possible impact on the Antarctic environment and its associated ecosystems, and on the value of Antarctica for the conduct of scientific research. Organizers should be aware that the environmental protocol requires that activities shall be modified, suspended, or canceled if they result or threaten to result in impacts upon the Antarctic environment or dependent or associated ecosystems. If you visit Russia, with a Russian visa, for example, are you limited to one particular neighborhood and certain pathways? For those who visit America as a tourist, are you restricted to New York City? Or are you generally allowed to travel around America? No one is just allowed to travel around Antarctica. All of your activities, vehicles, and pathways must be approved, but it gets much worse. Now, how many genuine people watching this video think that the purpose of seeing the edge, the dome, or the extended plain beyond Antarctica would be approved by the U.S. State Department and the other myriad of agencies? Are you ready to litigate the matter when some State Department official arbitrarily says something like, "I think your expedition is frivolous and would be too damaging to the environment, especially in the light of the frivolity of the expedition"? I don't think a court will overturn that decision, especially when treaty law supersedes any rights you may think you have. So, we're going to have to come up with some fake expedition that will somehow get approved. Let's say we're a tree-hugging Luciferian geologist conducting a comprehensive analysis of the global carbon footprint on Antarctica and its flora and fauna. I think that sounds plausible, and so we could hypothetically fake our way in with respect to our purpose, but it will be tricky. Okay, I'm not advocating that anyone break the law. This is all theoretical. That brings us to the next point. Entire swaths of land are entirely off limits to all travel. These are called specially protected areas. It's pretty much guaranteed that no one is going to get a permit to go through a specially protected area. If my math is right, that's 1,373 square miles that are allegedly specially protected areas. You can see the maps on the websites, but I don't have time to plot all of them. Now, I agree that's not huge in comparison to the total alleged area of Antarctica. But I believe there's a distinct possibility that those swaths of land could be coordinated in such a way as to prevent me from going through Antarctica easily. So, right from the beginning, my route may be extra hard, especially if mountain pathways are blocked and the areas are much larger than claimed due to likely globe distance shenanigans. But let's go ahead and assume we can navigate around those prohibited, specially protected areas. Next, no motorized equipment is allowed at all for non-governmental personnel. Page 308 states, do not use aircraft, vessels, small boats, or other means of transport in ways that disturb wildlife either at sea or on land. That seems kind of hard and very subjective, doesn't it? Antarctica itself is supposed to have a diameter of 3,400 miles. That means no motorized equipment for at least a 6,800 mile round trip? That sounds pretty damn impossible, right? Especially if Antarctica is much bigger than what is claimed. What about sled dogs? Surely they'll be allowed. What's that? Sled dogs aren't even allowed? Okay, so our trip is now limited to a very long hike in insanely harsh conditions over an extreme rise of elevation. On a side note, Antarctica has the highest average elevation of any alleged continent, but I'm sure that's just coincidence, right? But getting back to our insane trip, we not only have to walk at least 6,800 miles, mostly depending on when we need to turn around, we must also tread extremely lightly as walking on plants in Antarctica is prohibited. I can't damage plants or frighten wildlife on a 6,800 mile journey in a wilderness. I wonder if the Lewis and Clark expedition was limited by such requirements. Good luck traversing 6,800 miles on foot without damaging plants or frightening wildlife with no motorized equipment. I'm not saying that we couldn't figure out a way to get around these big issues, or maybe we could just, theoretically ignore the issues once we get there. But again, I'm not advocating that anyone break the law. I'm saying that these are listed enforcement rules under the Antarctic Treaty System. And so think of how easy it would be for one of the many international bureaucrats reviewing our application to deny a permit to trek across Antarctica based on this one plausible excuse. Sorry, you're going to end up walking on plants and scaring birds at least one time during your 6,800 mile journey, and the Antarctic Treaty System prohibits such activities. Application denied. For argument's sake, let's just assume we're going to figure out a way to get around that. Don't ask me how. The next issue is, how are we going to carry all that food and fuel for heat? And don't think that the Antarctic Treaty System isn't concerned with how we store our fuel. The United States itself is roughly 2,500 miles across. So imagine the difficulty of hauling food, climbing at extremely high and unknown elevations, and carrying all of your extremely warm gear and supplies across the United States from coast to coast and back again, all on foot with no food stops along the way. And don't forget, we're going to have to haul our poop as well. You are going to have to drag your poop with you on your 6,800 mile Antarctic hike. But it gets worse. Your poop is regulated by a different pseudo-government agency, the National Science Foundation. Here's where you can learn about what permit is required if you wanted to dispose of your poop on your 6,800 mile journey if you don't want to carry it. Could you imagine for your next trip to France and the custom agent saying, "Welcome to France. By the way, no vehicles are allowed, no animals are allowed, do not walk on any plants, and here's a bag for your poop. Be sure to bring a bag full. If you don't want to carry your poop, you're going to have to get a permit from the National Science Foundation. Enjoy your stay. But here's another and potentially bigger problem. What if there is no edge when you get there, but the conditions only get worse? How many years of supplies can one carry by a handheld sled and some skis? What if Antarctica goes beyond 3,400 miles? What then? When do you turn your back, and how do you prove it? Because the globe shows are just going to call you a liar anyways. Any sane person right now would have to admit that our little trip is impossible, but we have a lot of paid-for apologists for our slave masters who will still somehow claim that I'm lying when I say that independent travel in Antarctica is prohibited. But we're not done. Going back to our form DS4131, in addition to disclosure to other parties to the treaty, the information provided may be shared with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to ensure compliance with 40 CFR Part 8 Environmental Impact Assessment of Non-Governmental Activities in Antarctica, as well as with other relevant U.S. agencies. This brings us to one of the most important issues facing us. What is an environmental impact assessment? No country, even North Korea, would ever require an environmental assessment before traveling across their country. It's insane. Here's the definition of an environmental impacts assessment in the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations. Environmental impact assessment means the environmental review process required by the provisions of this part and by Annex 1 of the Protocol, and includes preparation by the operator and U.S. government review of an environmental document and public access to and circulation of environmental documents to other parties and the Committee on Environmental Protection as required by Annex 1 of the Protocol. Well, let's see what the Committee for Environmental Protection says. Article 8 of the Protocol requires the parties to conduct environmental impact assessments for the Antarctic activities and provides 3 levels of assessment according to the potential impacts of each activity. The procedures for environmental impact assessment are detailed in Annex 1 of the Protocol. If a proposed activity is determined in a preliminary stage of assessment to have less than a minor or transitory impact, it may proceed. If an activity is determined as likely to have a minor or transitory impact, then an initial environmental evaluation must be prepared. If an initial environmental evaluation indicates the potential for more than a minor or transitory impact, or if such impact is otherwise determined to be likely, a comprehensive environmental evaluation must be prepared. Draft CEEs are made publicly available and considered by the CEP, which then advises the ATCM, and that's a Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meeting. Comments provided by other parties in the ATCM must be addressed in a final CEE, which is used as a basis for making a decision about whether and how the activity is conducted. Same law as here. It is the comprehensive environmental evaluation that's going to kill our expedition. Here's the regulation, and this applies to all signatories, including North Korea. Any operator who plans a non-governmental expedition that would require a CEE must submit a draft of the CEE by December 1st of the preceding year. Within 15 days of receipt of the draft CEE, EPA will send it to the Department of State, which will circulate it to all parties to the protocol, and forward it to the Committee for Environmental Protection established by the protocol, and publish notice of receipt of the CEE and request for comments on the CEE in the Federal Register, and will provide copies to any person upon request. The EPA will accept public comments on the CEE for a period of 90 days following notice in the Federal Register. The EPA, in consultation with other interested federal agencies, will evaluate the CEE to determine if the CEE meets the requirements under Article 8, Annex 1 to the Protocol and the provisions of this part, and will transmit its comments to the operator within 120 days following publication in the Federal Register of the notice of availability of the CEE. So now, I'm sure most of you probably just went brain dead when I read that, so let me explain it. First, our CEE, that's our Comprehensive Environmental Evaluation, must pass the EPA's initial review. Not an easy task. Next, the Department of State, along with its Office of Ocean and Polar Affairs Bureau of Oceans, Environment, and Science, must review it. Next, it will be sent to all parties. That's 100 countries, by the way. Next, your assessment must be approved by an international bureaucracy called the Committee for Environmental Protection. After their highly unlikely approval, the EPA will then publish it in the United States Federal Register. Now, why would they do that? Because any supposed private tree-hugging group can now sue to stop you from going there. Once that is done, assuming you haven't been sued, then the EPA, along with all of the other interested federal agency, whatever the hell that means, evaluates it again. Do you realize the amount of legal work this would entail? Do you realize how easy it would be for any one of hundreds of entities or thousands of bureaucrats to halt your expedition? Again, this applies to all countries. One person in the comments of my last Antarctic video claimed that it wasn't necessary in the United Kingdom. Well, he lied. The Environmental or Madrid Protocol is part of the Antarctic Treaty System and applies to all countries. Here is the requirement on the UK application if you're interested. As explained above, for every person in the United States who wants to get a permit to travel across Antarctica, has to first submit the environmental impact assessment to the EPA. You know, the freedom-loving EPA.
Beware! Beware! Time is short! EPA! 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 Believe me! Believe me! Thanks for listening.
Lost them, sir.
Well, then you find them, and you get them back in the dome. And to make sure nobody else gets out, I want roving death squads around the perimeter 24/7.
Do you know what the environmental impact statement costs? This is very similar. A typical environmental impact statement costs from $250,000 to $2 million. And those are a lot easier than this comprehensive environmental analysis required under the Antarctic Treaty. For us, the biggest problem is that you would have to incur the expense of the environmental impact assessment before you know if you're denied, due to whatever arbitrary claim a bureaucrat can think of. Do you see how difficult this environmental assessment will be? How would one know the environmental impact on an area which you've never been to, and very little information would be available? With a normal environmental assessment, you'd be able to send an engineering firm to the location to make the assessment with attorneys who would draft the statement. In this case, you can't send an engineering firm all the way to Antarctica, and so you have to hire Antarctic experts who have been to the same places you're planning on walking through. Now, how many of those do you think there are? I say that we can safely assume that the price of getting an environmental impact assessment approved by the EPA and the international agency would cost millions, assuming no supposed private group sues you once it's published in the Federal Register. Do you have more than $2 million to spend for an environmental impact assessment? And then, what if the EPA or the Committee for Environmental Protection or one of the other agencies says no? Maybe that not enough information was provided. Are you ready to spend another $2 million to fight that in court? But you still have to have your purpose approved. Do you see the problem there? You would likely spend millions on getting the environmental impact statement, only later to have some official at the International Committee for Environmental Protection reject your purpose in Antarctica. You would truly gamble millions in this silly endeavor. To learn more about the environmental assessment procedures with the Committee for Environmental Protection, you can research it here. See also, let's get to the final issue we're going to run into. 7 countries claim territorial rights to various parts of Antarctica. Argentina, Australia, Chile, France, New Zealand, Norway, and the United Kingdom all maintain territorial claims in Antarctica. I did find it interesting that the USSR never claimed territorial rights to Antarctica. Yeah. I'm willing to bet that my trip across Antarctica is going to need other permits from other countries based only on territorial claims. Getting more permits or visas from other countries who have alleged territory in Antarctica? Yeah, that shouldn't add too much to our already strained budget. Now, just for the propagandist who's going to claim that's not true, I quote, "The Antarctic Treaty puts aside the potential for conflict over sovereignty for providing that nothing that occurs while the treaty is enforced will enhance or diminish territorial claims." Meaning, the territorial claims trump. So, the next dumb shill who demands that you take a picture of the edge or that anyone can go to Antarctica and see for themselves that it's a continent, be sure to point out what a damn idiot they are, and then share this video because everything in here is fact that anyone can look up, and I'll try to have all the links in the description. Of course, the lying minions from the Ministry of Truth will spin and call you names, but at least the rest of the world will see the liars for who they truly are. This is Taboo Conspiracy, signing off.
Oh, yeah.
Hey guys, how's it going out there? We got an action-packed show, complete with random weather and dinner data. You don't like that? Well, get stuffed. If you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Let's see who we got out there today on the panel. We got any QE cuties? Is Betty out there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sound off.
I'm the cutest cutie that there is.
That's right. That's right. We're off and rolling, man.
We got another cutie here.
Who might that be?
Yeah, the Meekin.
Did he not see that picture? Did he not see that picture in the war room? I posted. How cute was I in 1991?
I did see it. I couldn't
I
tell.
want that shell suit.
I couldn't tell which one you were. Were you on the far left?
That was Taz, the guy that looked like a 9/11 bomber, with dodgy shades included. No, he's a doctor now. Yeah. Just for people to know, there was only one white guy in the picture. Just out of curiosity.
You're a little hot, Adam. Have to turn you down.
You saw that picture. You know how hot I am.
Mike
check. Mic check.
Here we go. Here we go with the mic checks. Good one. Good one. Adam, you're a little hot, man. You need to stay at the same. I'm going to be a Nathan on you. You need to stay at the same depth of your mic that you always are. No talking 10 feet away and 2 feet away. None of that.
I've moved the mic back. Is that a bit better?
Oh, geez. Now he's going to move it on me. Try it again.
I'm keeping the mic where it is, and I'm still talking the same. I'm still as excited about shell suits as I was then.
All right. Who cares? I'm not worried about it anymore. Yeah. So,
I already got a super chat going.
Really?
Yeah, from James Richard. He's back again, I see. Where would Flat Earth be without the historic QE?
Thanks, you, James. Appreciate it. Good to have you back.
Maybe he was a chat from him for a while, so. Are you still doing admin or what?
No, I'm just relaxing.
Relaxing?
That's right.
How can that be? You're
I
doing
can
a
make
show.
it be. I'm in charge. I can do whatever I want.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's all sort of kick up put up her feet up and lay back.
Why
to the couch.
why can't we just all share moments of silence?
Okay,
What is so wrong with that?
Because usually when people are online, they tend to talk.
It's creepy.
Yeah,
It's creepy,
creepy,
right?
isn't it? Yeah, they tend to talk. Yeah.
You needed to be in today's after show today, Betty. There was a moment where Nathan asks I won't say baller anymore, anti-flat earther a question. It goes all quiet. It goes all quiet. And then Owen goes, just like little bit of wind noise, and he called us all creepy, and that's why he didn't want to. That was his defense from that point on. Instead of answering,
Guys are spooky.
yeah, instead of answering whether or not like a plastic tube is whether an open container is a container, his point of defending the ball was to call us creepy. It's the state of the ball today. Quite class.
Unbelievable.
It's not much fun from a debating point of view, but from a where we've come from point of view, days like that are great. You know what I mean? When all they've got is stuff like that. He even said that he wouldn't answer the question whether an open container is a container or not, because it's a loaded question. It was a loaded question.
Well, in a sense, it is, of course. Yeah, he's sort of right? Because we all know what a container is. You can't go any other way.
Yeah, it was loaded with gas.
Isn't there one word in that that says what it is? One word. Isn't there that one word, very specific word, on what it is?
The one after open.
Yeah. It starts with a C.
Yeah.
All right, let me get I'm going to get squared away up in here. Thanks for that, Paul. You nearly blew my eardrums out.
Well, usually it's the other way around, right?
Yeah, it is.
You're a bit quiet.
Say again?
I said, I'm glad I can hear Paul for once.
What did...
You actually got...
hold on a second, Paul. Go ahead, Adam. What'd you say?
You're a bit quiet.
Yes, I am. Turn me up.
Light my fire.
That's why they have volume control knobs.
You guys want to wish those on women, I think, so that you can turn those up.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Very intuitive.
All I was going to say is I've got a new Bluetooth, so that might be why I'm coming in clear. New Bluetooth.
I hope I have some great teeth. But,
all right, so I promised everyone at the beginning of the show that there'll be some random weather and dinner data. So, in the Netherlands, what's the weather like? Quickly.
Well, it can rain and it can be sunshine. And now it's going to get a little bit darker earlier because of time issues. And but now it's dry. But it's a little bit cold for the time of the year.
So is darkness weather data?
Well, it is sort of difficult to see if it's getting darker. What kind of weather you got? You can't say that the sun is up, for example.
Ooh, look at the time.
Yeah.
In England.
Now, today, it's lovely, and we've got prospects of a nice couple of weeks. But over the weekend, it was absolutely tipping it down. In fact, Sunday afternoon, a bloke went by in a boat, Yeah, his wife, 3 kids, loads of animals just went past my front window. It was raining that much, mate. So, fingers crossed we've got a couple of weeks of nice weather, and it's clement skies this evening. 20 degrees C, mostly sunny, according to Google.
Okay, that'll be about it. Dinner, Betty.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What was for dinner?
I had some rice with Chinese sour pork strips.
That doesn't sound too bad. Did you have some sauce with that?
That's the sour sort of sweet sour sauce they have.
And it already had it on it. You didn't have any on the side or anything, right?
No, they make it that way.
Ah.
And there was some leftovers from the before last week that was in the fridge, and I took that out and reheated it. And, it was quite enough and good still. So yeah, enjoy that.
Okay, you know what's coming. Adam.
It's a mixed bag this evening, if I'm being honest with you. I had to pay back. What I was being offered. So I ended up just having a standard prawn salad with Mary Rose sauce. Little bit of bread. We didn't, to be honest, I was a bit of a heathen. We didn't have any brown bread, and frankly, white bread, you should be having brown bread with a prawn cocktail. So that was it. But the reason I had to pay back was I called in this afternoon to the shop, a couple of shops down. It's run by Iraqis, and I've known him for years. But he's been running one of the shops, and he'd brought a huge buffet in. So I had loads of gorgeous stuff, which was like flatbread, and then he made it all for me. He said, "No, let me make it," and he stuffed it with like rice, this bean sauce, spicy bean sauce, this beautiful chicken. Oh, it was so tender, John. Oh, the dog's telling me, my wife's home, sorry, it's all right, Phoebes. So that, and then some beautiful salads which had pomegranate seeds in it as well, which was beautiful. So yeah, couldn't describe it much more than that, but yeah, that's why I had to pay back this evening. So just basically a prawn cocktail for me.
It's so refined. It's like listening to the rich and famous menus from Adam Meakin.
What I'd like to point out, I am not sophisticated and vaccinated. Yeah, I just like good fresh food, mate. The muck you get served, so much better fresh, isn't it? Real food.
Yeah, it's understandable. I've been on a Pico de Gallo trip. I've been having Pico de Gallo with everything.
I thought, right, I had something to tell my wife, intelligent or something. So I tell her about the cilantro, coriander, English Americanism. She knew straight away. Just blew me out of the water. It's rubbish. When you think you're going to unveil something.
Yes.
Flat as a pancake. Flat as the earth. On the analogy.
Go ahead, Betty.
Go ahead with what?
We got some admin.
Do we?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I thought it was the same one as the last. Sorry. We got another one from James Richards, and he says, "I'm trying to look at the time, but it keeps bending." Yeah.
Thanks, James. Appreciate it. Yeah, the time's bent. Yeah, but what's bending? Is it the light bending when you're looking at the clock, or is the clock time and it's bending?
I think it's the gas that's bending.
Oh, we have Nathan
I could agree with either.
We have Nathan Oakley out there in chat. I'm sure he's monitoring the sound closely. Hopefully I got that squared away. He says, the Cinco de Mayo. You Cinco de Mayo. You Cinco de sandwich into de Mayo, right?
Sounds more like Neil, that does.
Yeah, I think that's a numpty clip. I think that already played. I think it's Sly Sparkane. That was too funny. All right, what do we got, Nathan? Give me a sound check. How's it sounding out there? Let's do a little admin. Take your time. Radio check. Lost 3. This is lost 1, and you lost 2. Over. Go ahead, Adam. Give him a radio check.
Well, let me sit back so I'm at the correct position.
He's still
talking the hot dog into the mayo. That's what Nathan's response is it? Yeah.
Just being silly. Sounds ace.
Sounds
Good.
ace.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yep. Did a lot of work on that.
Yeah, and then your whole mic system went down.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. The whole sound system went down, but that wasn't because of what me and Nathan did. It was an ancillary issue. It was correlated. Yeah, that's pretty funny, huh, Jim West? You like forks in my eyes too? Yeah, everything went. It just went bonkers. Everything from Skype to Audacity, everything went into just haywire.
Yeah, we couldn't even talk over Skype.
Yeah, we couldn't talk over Skype. It was a nightmare.
Was that from the weather storm that you had the other day?
No, it was a software issue. But I bypassed it. I deleted it and then bypassed it.
He whole bypassed the whole software.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, Don. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll copy that.
So, what are we going to talk about today? It seems like terrestrial refraction should be the topic, shouldn't it?
Well,
refraction? Oh, here we go. Somebody else come in new, right? He's like 10,000 times louder than everyone else. Let me see who he is.
So my new mic's working.
Flatzoid, my God.
Well, he just got everybody turned up.
It seems that everybody's loud today.
Yeah.
For me too.
Well, I think when your stuff went down, Kiwi, it set it back to default. You may had everybody turned down before everything crashed.
No, turn.
I do have a new
go
mic.
ahead, Flatzoid. Give us a radio check so you're okay.
Testing 1 2. I do have a new mic, so that could also be the problem.
Nope, you sound good, man.
Back up.
Okay, cool.
Back up. Just back off a foot like I got shouted at for earlier. Flatzoid. Hey, John.
Yes.
I'll tell you what. You've got Flatzoid here, and outside of the appalling timing issues of you two, both of you are on point here. We mentioned it in the debates today. Angular momentum to me. The two, whilst I say apart from the bad timings of the two, Flatzoid stuff I think is great for you to understand. You then take it apart in detail with citation, and it's lovely. The two work very well in synergy or videos. From yesterday, and I missed the bit. I missed my appearance, John.
I know.
I've just listened to it before the show.
Oh, you did?
That was like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'd had a number of whiskeys, and I think it's only reasonable, having listened to that from now on for all debates, it should only be. It's a bit like when you have a handicap race, yeah. Got to make things equal. So I think most flat earthers should have drunk at least 10 units of alcohol before they're allowed to engage with a sober anti-flat earther, because that roughly might even the odds up of there being a fair debate. But they're screwed otherwise, mate. I was absolutely paralytic, and I could spot the nonsense, Thanks for putting that bit in. Of all the bits I've said in flat earth, it's when I'm absolutely pissed at 1 a.m.
I knew you.
Can you tell me where the radius is?
I'll tell you what, Neil, you scream in that mic one more time, I'm going to friggin' bubble your eye.
Came
in hot.
company leader in a Raven. Talk to me, Johnny.
There you
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to you. All right.
I'm in the car. Maybe that's it. I'll go on mute.
No, you're good. If you talk like that, you're good. You're fine.
go. Yeah, thanks, John. That was funny.
You know what the irony was? There's some more irony, Adam, with me and Flatzoid. The irony was we were talking about the same thing at the same time because he decided to run his premiere at the same time as my numpty clap.
Sorry, and usually I do it at 9:30, but this time I decided at 9 for some odd reason.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. We just got to work around the scheduling conflicts. Mine's too easy. It's at 2 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Central Time. Tuesdays. Now it's Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and every other Saturday. In a few weeks, the Numpty clips are kind of going to slow down. So just on Tuesdays, it's just remember, just don't go around 2 p.m. You'll be good.
Like I said, outside of the scheduling error, the two work very well in synergy. Flatzoid, mate, I've not seen a better descriptions and put together for angular momentum, linear retentions of, and then like I say, if you then follow it up with what John's done, which is the full destruction, the two work fantastic. I think for anyone together, it's great. And like, it's funny, like I say, I don't think you were talking to each other, but like I say, the two work very well together.
But we didn't. In fact, it was just like you said, it was ironic. We didn't talk to each other about it. It just so happened that we were talking about more or less the same thing.
Yeah, and I loved your take on it, Quantum. You did a very cool.
Well, thank you.
Spin
Appreciate
around
that.
in the way, yeah.
Yep, I thought so. He's finished. Hillbilly, did anyone check? Is his channel still up?
Well, he is ignoring me flat out, so.
Yeah, somebody should check. I wouldn't be surprised if it was still up. His subscribers must be dumber than he is. After that numpty clip, it's. I don't know how to characterize it other than just eviscerating. And he did all the work. Incredibly stupid.
Well, he's definitely the double-speaking king. That's for sure.
Yeah, wow. Yep. We might, at the end of the today's show, we might play that again. It all depends. Depends on how I feel about it. We'll see how it goes. Gotta love that silence. I love it. Let's try some more. It'll get the viewers in.
I could soak it up quite comfortably, but the other person that respectfully has been describing this for a while is in chat as well, which is Brian.
Yep.
He's the only one that I know took the ballers on that topic for a long time, and they've run away from him. I think your two's videos equip most people to be able to now take on exactly what Brian was doing with his deeper understanding.
I think people are starting to realize that are listening to it from the outside that what's happening here is, and I think I described this before, is that the majority of the numpties, what they're doing is pulling out like a 1956 physics glossary, and they're just poking, whatever term they poke at, they put that term or phrase and they spin it into their yarn, but it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. They have it's a scream and tell of where their background is. If you couldn't tell that from the numpty clip yesterday, I don't know what to tell you, because it was bad. If you don't think he's a pretender clown straight away, then you have issues.
Is Brian muted again?
Hey, everybody.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you.
I'm trying to be quiet. I'm trying to speak quiet because so I don't get shouted at. I heard of everyone else getting shouted at.
Everybody's coming in hot.
I can't turn down my microphone. I'm over.
No, you're good. You're sounding good right there. You're perfect. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, hello Kiwi, hello Betty, hello Adam, and everyone else. Yeah, that issue, that was too brilliant. I know they came out at the same time, and that shouldn't have happened. Flat side. But the two were really, really good. And yeah, and that topic of globiolis, which is where that is in the direction of, is kind of funny. I have to say, kind of funny, because basically the conservation of angular momentum requires you to be, if I'm not mistaken, on the thing that's rotating and not off of it. So I don't know how, and that completely contradicts there being any Coriolis effect at all. So I don't know where they're going to go with that one.
Yep. Not to mention it takes a linear path once it's left.
That's right. I remember saying that before. That as soon as you leave that rotating reference frame, if you're holding on to a children's roundabout or something when you're young, as soon as you leave that, as soon as you let go, you go off at an angle in a straight line.
That's what we were talking about a yo-yo today. I'm not sure we was describing the yo-yo, but at the point you're spinning the yo-yo and it's conserving its angular momentum, and then the string snaps. It doesn't have any angular momentum anymore. It's just got conservation of the linear momentum at the point of release. That was what I thought was lovely with you know, your bodyboarding skater dude. That's what that was great in your video. It kind of shows what linear momentum is, which is a continuation of any forward momentum. And the reason you've not got the forward is because you've got the string. And those, yeah, it was a. I'll put it.
Well, it's a double. To hold the angular momentum, you have to be going with axis.
It's a double whammy. It just depends on what they're saying. Like Hillbilly was talking about, there's only one reference frame, the non-inertial rotating reference frame. Well, if there's only one, which is preposterous. If there's only one non-rotating reference frame, then nothing can leave it. If you only have one thing, nothing can leave that place at the baseline, right? Which was hilarious. Not even speaking to the conservation of angular momentum, which has nothing whatsoever to do with an object in a non-inertial reference frame moving to an inertial reference frame. It has nothing to do with any angular momentum. That object doesn't. The angular momentum has to do with the rotating object, not the object leaving it. So it's just a pile of horse shit piled on top of each other. And then you got to dig your way out. If he would say anything like this to like 6th grade intro to physics, junior high, he'd get laughed out of the building. They'd escort him out with security. I'm telling you, that's how bad it is. So I don't know what to say. I mean, keep talking. That's what I have to. Please keep talking. Thank you.
Look, we've had 5 years, 6 years. Yeah, but the reason we don't see Coriolis effect is conservation of angular momentum. That's been thrown in our faces for a while, and that's why it was great to have this clarified, both in terms of angular momentum and then how you've put it, John. The reference frame bit's even more destructive. But for me, the important bit, just the proper, correct definition of angular retention of angular momentum destroys their claim of how they try to bastardize it into their ball model to retain their fantasy world, as if retention of angular momentum could be applied. That's the thing that I got out of it, that I kind of thought it but not understood it, so I don't speak it, unlike a baller. If I don't understand something, I'm not going to claim it. But that's what's clear out of this to me. It is related to the object and its axis. Nothing outside of that. And
right. Exactly.
A long time they've used that against us, that lack of understanding of that specificity, to flim-flam us.
Well, I don't think. Go ahead.
You know where they're going to go. You know where they're going to go. They're going to go because of gravity. The aircraft or object or whatever we're talking about is tethered to the Earth.
That's preposterous.
So it would make. I know, but watch the discussion. Watch the discussion change. That's what we'll start saying.
But that's fine. But we need to get past, don't we? That actually we need that concession now. I think that's what's important. That we're not going to use.
That's what
yeah, go on, Platts.
Sorry, that's why I'm trying to get them to concede which vector is coming from this angular momentum. It goes totally against their gravity.
Yeah.
180.
Yep, you're right. It's kind of hard keeping all the begging the question fallacy conditions on one plate. It's preposterous on so many levels. And back to what Adam was saying, see, this conservation of momentum, this is a relatively new phenomenon. You heard inklings of it a couple years ago, but remember, they would just say conservation of momentum, because I remember busting people for saying it, and I'd ask them, what is the conservation of momentum? And then drop out of the call, right? And then would get some more conservation of momentum. And, I'd go through the whole routine. I'd just ask them what it is. And no one has yet defined it. Have they? Has anyone defined the conservation of momentum? Of course, as soon as you say that, it's so ambiguous because there's two types, right? You have the conservation of linear momentum and then the law of conservation of angular momentum. And under angular momentum, you have two subtypes, spin and orbital. And under that, you have two conditionals, which is point and extended objects. So you've never heard that before. Has anyone heard that before? I brought it up.
No. Yeah, but not. And I think this is the point. Not to a point of full understanding of how that rhetoric fits within the ball paradigm. I think that's what I've gained this week between you two guys. Kudos to you both. Generally, we've all heard of these titles and that, and I think none of it, maybe from just apathy or laziness, because we're confident in our position, we've not needed to look them up. But like I say, from this point, we're well equipped to deal with that thingy now. So no, but yes, John. Is this
no, but definitely yes.
Oh yeah, but
I remember a Como virus. He was begging for you to tell him what are the two movements.
Right. Yep. But that was a while ago, right? Because he was the ones that brought it up. Before him, it was R.C. Meisty back in the day. Because he just began, conservation of momentum. I said, can you define that? Bloop, right out of the call. Right? I knew it. And it.
Go
ahead.
Well, I'll say I doubt they'll understand which momentum it is if they don't even know what inertia is in the first instance.
Right.
That centrifugal force. Sorry.
Yeah, that brings us to another point of Newtonian mechanics. Even though it's all bunk, that I'm working in their paradigm, folks. It's so convoluted, right? If I talk about Newtonian mechanics, I'm talking about Newtonian mechanics in their paradigm. Just hopefully everyone's got that clear, right? Because Newtonian mechanics is debunked. We already been over that. But I have to entertain it to listen to their other nonsense and to bring these topics up because you're going to hear about them, right? And Newton's laws, even if they did exist, are invalid in a rotating reference frame. Didn't anyone know that? The ballers, do you know that? I don't think you do. Now, the condition where his laws are valid in the paradigm is in an inertial frame. So you guys, it's like I said, it's so muddied and muddled, and it's a tangled web, and everyone gets confused because there's so many cross currents. I hope that helped some people. If it didn't, just raise your hand and say, Huey, that was a bunch of nonsense. Could you say that again? Go ahead.
We can't hear you, Paul.
Yeah, robot then dropped out, dude.
Yep. Hopefully everyone got that. So it's ridiculous on many, many levels. And I pointed them out. Like I said, make sure you're listening to the numpty clips because they're not just a thumb in the eye, right? It may seem like that superficially, but if you listen closely, you're going to hear their arguments, and then I'm going to systematically deconstruct them for you. So go back, rewind. It has a rewind button or start over and go through it. Hey, I didn't catch that. Let me listen to that again. Stop it, start it, rewind, go back through those things again. You'll get it. This stuff is not that difficult at all. It's only man that gets in there with his grubby little hands to try to make things difficult. It's not, especially with angular and linear momentum. Not at all. And you want me to I'll put another there's another little problem that I didn't bring up because I thoroughly deconstructed it and I didn't want to add anything else. People would just go, oh God, there's another thing. There's a very special condition that must exist for the conservation of linear and angular momentum. And it depends on what system it is. It has to be a isolated system. Well, we got a big problem here because according to Georgia State, or I think it's Georgia State University, it's hyperphysics.edu. According to them, there are no isolated systems in nature. So that's just another layer, right, that just crushes it. So it's crushed on many different, from every angle that you come at it, you can just deconstruct and eviscerate it. So I shouldn't even have brought that up, by the way, but I like to do it because it's fun. Right? And it has it right in the definition, by the way. And guess what they call it? With all conservation laws, there's a catch. That's how I'm telling you, it's in part of the definition. There's a catch. The catch is that it has to be an isolated system. Think about it. Yeah, but we ain't going to go down that road. I think we thoroughly destroyed it.
Well, I do want you to clarify on one bit because I'd like to have it summarised. I've mentioned the bit that I liked, which is the kind of just 1 second. The missus wants me. Just 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time, Al. We haven't heard too much from the QE cutie on the panel.
I'm going to tell him. You know what? You know what I was getting interrupted for there? She claimed I'd nicked her nuts. I mean, genuinely, live on air, I got my nuts nicked. There was a point of what I wanted to ask. That's why I've come back. I've kind of highlighted that what we've suffered is this acceptance of a misdefinition that they've used, and we've now got the full definition, so we can debunk that. But the bit you added on, the kind of the cherry on the top, the icing, the sprinkles, the little sprinkles, yeah, on the top is what you've said, which is the reality that all of this is within the reference frames. And I kind of get it, but not to do it justice. So will you just reiterate that point, because that's double devastating. On top of you can't apply this here. It's not even within the physics that you're suggesting. That to take it out of the realm is double slap to me.
Well, let's get the official. I don't want to butcher it or paraphrase it. I'll have to go track it down. Give me 1 second. Go ahead, QE cutie, while I'm looking for this.
With what?
Ah, there she is. I said, haven't heard too much from the QE cutie, and then Adam just
I get
come.
numbers anyway, so that doesn't matter. And I'm listening to the big guys here, and I'm enjoying myself listening to this.
Okay, I just wanted to say hi, and we hadn't forgot about you.
I'm still here.
I know you are.
Sorry if I rumpus you, Betty. That's a demonstration that a man can't multitask, trying to hold two conversations at once.
Well, it demonstrates that men have a sort of a button that can sort of switch off women's sounds.
Now, it shows you that I might play the big man on here, yeah, but as soon as the missus turns up, I shit it.
Well, you tune her out as well, right? I mean, that's the thing that you guys do.
I could turn it round if she was listening, saying that she's more important than anything.
Unless she's making an hysterical sound, that's sort of like the alarm bell with you guys. And then you know that your yes and no didn't do a good job.
I told you what she came up for. She thought I'd nicked her nuts. Genuinely, she thought I'd nicked her mixed nuts.
When I heard that first time, I thought that you said something totally different, and I was sort of like shocked.
This is a just a reminder. It's a family show.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not going to say what I heard. So I think people get it.
All right, I tracked this down. That was hard to find. I need to put this in a better spot. Like I said, the concept of momentum conversation. Momentum conversation. Do we have momentum conversations?
Yes, we do. We just had one.
The concept of momentum conservation comes from and is in direct consequence, obviously, of Newton's third law. However, from Boston University Physics Department, listen to this closely, folks. A good question to ask is, do Newton's laws apply all the time? In most cases, they do. But if we're trying to analyze motion in an accelerated reference frame, that is the non-inertial spinning reference frame, while we're spinning around, like he said would be a good example, that is a non-inertial reference frame, then Newton's laws are not valid. A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame.
Can I ask the question? Can I ask the question? Can you hear me, QE?
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead, ask it.
I've been starting to ask this question to the baller. How could you ever prove Newton in an eccentric paradigm that things will be at rest until acted upon by a force? Is that everything's accelerating? How could you prove that? You can't, right? You understand that? Because the inertial reference frame does not exist.
You were chopping for me, Paul. I'm sorry. Can you drop out, pop back in again?
Yep.
Thanks. Yeah, so folks, when Hillbilly Blue Ball said that there's only one reference frame, the non-inertial whenever you hear non-inertial reference frame, that's the rotating reference frame, if anyone was confused with that. Right? So as soon as he said there was only one reference frame, then you don't even need this definition that I just gave you that told you that Newton's laws are not valid in the rotating reference frame. But you don't even need that. It's intuitive that if you have only one reference frame, let's say a rotating reference frame, that which is in that, you can't leave that reference frame, so everything in that reference frame is rotating, according to him. Just think about that now. Go ahead.
Andy said the ball leaves the Earth's surface.
Exactly.
I mean, really?
Yeah, that doesn't. It's meaningless. If you say there's only one reference frame, then is it leaving anywhere? Because it's still in that rotating reference frame, right? It's non sequitur. It's hard to get your mind. It's hard to even argue it because it's so stupid. Oh well.
Can you hear me now, QE?
Yeah, go ahead and make it quick, Paul, because we're gonna move on to actual substance of the show for today.
Sorry, just real quick. I've been asking the ballers, like one of Newton's laws is things will stay at rest unless it's acted upon by a force. Is that how would you ever prove that in a heliocentric Einstein paradigm? Because everything is accelerating.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that.
Geodesics.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and which means the inertial reference frame does not exist and cannot exist in the heliocentric paradigm.
It's worse than that because they're actually. I've had a couple of them claim that inertia is not caused by weight. So when something is weightless, it still has inertia. How could it resist an acceleration or have any resistance to an acceleration when it doesn't have weight?
Then what's weight?
It's like it's them bringing mass into it. It's like mass without any weight, which means mass out in the middle of space in their world. Still has inertia, but it has no weight. You need weight to have inertia.
What's weight?
Well, it's a calculated amount of matter within.
No, it's not.
If you want me to get into it,
this is the bullshittery. Weight is what we experience, what we know, everything. The trouble we have, and the way they have us, is they have us upside down. What we should struggle to explain is what the thing we experience and know to be true, how it would be experienced in the fantasy realm of space with no apologetic G there, which is supposedly its cause. That's how they have us. That we try to explain. We know what weight is. Yeah? Pick something up. What's its weight? You know what it is. That's reality. Stop misconstruing that you need G to define it. There's no G. There never has been a G. There's always been weight.
Yeah, weight is just simply a unit they gave for a measurement on that's force pushing onto a surface. It's easy as that. It's not actually anything other than just density.
Something's weight creates its inertia. We know what weight is. Stop trying to redefine it in some mathematical construct or something other than what works as a convention, which is sticking on a scale. It works. That's what a weight is. It's what it weighs. Don't try to be pseudo-intellectual.
But the gig is up.
That's the mugging off.
Adam, the gig is up. They had to define it because weight in their paradigm is W equal mg. Mg love you long time. They can't get out of that. So
go
ahead.
That's my point. Don't be pseudo-intellectual. Unless you can define it as something other than what you experience, as I know and can use in everyday life, unless you can define it as something else, don't try and mug me off and pretend it's F equals MA or anything. Any of this nonsense mathematically. Weight is what it is. It's what something weighs. Yeah, we can use a convention of scales to kind of quantify it in a way. Yeah, but as to try and describe it as the effect of some pseudo force, it's just nonsense. And that's where you end up when you try and place yourself in a place that can't exist because of the second law, and then describe the effects of something that doesn't exist and how the removal of that effect would affect you.
Yep. Any direction they go, Adam, because this has all this weight mass thing. Any direction they go, because they're pigeonholed, there's nothing that they can do. You got equivocation fallacy definitions for all the terms, and it's nothing but confusion. And that's okay, because if you go that route, ballers, you're finished. This is what we're doing. We're deconstructing everything you discuss because your pseudoscience priest has pigeonholed you with contradictions, and you can't get out of them. Right? Here's another one. This is really funny. So we all know that F equal MA is false, right? But we're pretending we're in their paradigm. So it's one of Newton's laws. And like I said, we all know all Newton's laws are bunk. But anyway, F equals MA. But some of them define M as the resistance to acceleration. So F equal MA now becomes force equals the resistance to acceleration times acceleration. Do you see the silliness in that? That's what it comes.
So what is inertia? What and mass?
Wait, now think about it.
Yep.
F equal ma, right? Newton's law. And if you define m in that equation as the resistance to acceleration, then F equal ma is force equals the resistance to acceleration times acceleration.
So it's moving and not moving at the same time. Wow.
That's what happens when you have contradictory definitions.
That shows you the maths is wrong, doesn't it, for reality? Yeah, if the two things are very different in reality, yet their mathematical description is the same, then from logic, it tells you that the mathematical description is either wrong for one of them or both.
Yep.
Yeah. But what it can't be is correct for both.
Yep. You got it. Yep. Yeah. Flatsoid like that one. I can see a show on that coming up.
Yeah, that was actually that's why I asked the 3 questions that Katz is even avoiding to answer.
Listen, I nicked that off somebody. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm usually really good with that, but I didn't catch that one. So somebody in my comments section underneath the video put forth that idea. I gave him kudos there. I said, good job, looking at something, paying attention to detail. So whoever that was, I should have got your name. I should have wrote it down, but I didn't do it. But you know who you are. Thumbs up to you. That's exactly what you do. Way to pay attention to detail. All right, we ready to roll into another fiasco, right?
Before you do, let me shout out a super chat.
Oh, we finally hear from a QE cutie.
Yeah, I'm here for the admin, of course.
Thanks for gracing. Thanks for gracing us with your presence. Go ahead, ma'am.
No, for talking me, right? So we got one from Unitox Pemu, Sasha, and he says, if I mix Newton and Einstein in double-blind experiment, then conservation of momentum is achieved.
That's way over my head.
I think so, yeah.
Thanks,
even over mine.
Oh my goodness gracious, I got blown out again.
That's Sasha.
All right, who was that?
That was
I don't know even what I wrote.
Sasha, okay, I got you, Sasha. Now you're okay. You blew my eardrums out.
I wanted to be more, how to say, nonsensical.
Yeah, it is nonsensical. I got you, Sasha. It is all nonsensical. Yeah, and once you tear apart, and it comes from, like Adam was saying, from their mathematics. But see, they misdefined their terms. Any mathematician will tell you, all variables in any formula or equation must be defined rigorously. It's self-evident. I don't need to say that. I shouldn't have to say it, but I'm going to say it just in case anyone's unsure about this. That's where the problem lies when you start defining them, because within the same conversation, people will change the definition on you. And just to let everyone know, that's fallacious. It's called bait and switch. It's an equivocation fallacy. Just to let everyone know. It's often done with gravity. They'll switch back and forth between Reverend John Michel Cavendish, C.V. Boys, and Einstein. They'll switch back and forth, force, no force, right? That's the one that stands out. But be careful. Mass, inertia, weight. You're in prime time real estate for equivocation fallacies to run rampant. And if they speak real fast and throw the formulas at you, if you're not familiar with the topic, you're through. Okay? Good. All right. I think we're ready to go. We want to get done this century. Go ahead. Somebody else want to say something good.
Just to clarify then. So if I threw a weight and used Newtonian mechanics to figure everything out, its inertia, where it land, etc., the impact, etc., etc., that's great. But all of those mechanics are based on a non-rotating reference frame after I throw it, yeah?
It would have to be an inertial reference frame.
Just one.
Yeah.
So when Newton worked all this out, his presupposition of everything that was working out was that the Earth wasn't rotating underneath him. When he threw the weight.
I don't know. We'll never know. Dave,
I'm just saying the mathematics makes that assumption, John, not Newton.
Listen, there's so much adulteration with Newton. Right now, I'm a little dizzy with all the convolutions. That's why I don't say Newtonian gravity. I make mistakes just like everyone because that we've heard it over and over and over again, right? I try to step back and take that away from him because of what he said. It's so convoluted, Adam. I really don't know what to say. I don't know what they were thinking.
Necessarily.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying I want to ascribe that to him, John. Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is within the purported mechanics, it doesn't account for it.
You're talking about Newton's. You're talking about Newton's debunked laws.
What I'm saying is when I did A-level physics and I dropped it after a year, which is that year in the photo, funnily enough, because it was getting nonsensical. Yeah. When I was doing a calculation back then for throwing a weight and how far it goes a distance, that was based on those basic mechanics. At no point in those mechanics was there a rotating reference. Yeah. Was I on a rotating reference frame?
Sure.
Yeah? And at no point was I releasing it into a different reference frame, the object, yeah?
Right.
So no point in those mechanics when I was calculating as a kid was that in there, yeah?
Right.
It wasn't in there because it wouldn't be calculable, simply, and it therefore would mean Newton was wrong.
It would be non sequitur because it Yep. You got it, Adam.
Yeah, but like I was saying, even I mean, if you have to look at any physics that's taken in today with anything that's even got to do with planes and whatever, they have to work also on a non-rotating platform. Otherwise, it won't work.
Yep.
They need the maths to be on a non-rotating platform.
But if I, as a high school kid, took that same mathematics and threw it towards an American football goal, then I would have to consider that mathematics, wouldn't I?
Not if you're not rotating.
Well, suddenly we are, and we're told that these mathematics are worthy of consideration when taking a field goal, but not when I'm at high school figuring out how a weight flies through the air and how that distance relates to the force I've applied and its mass, right? So to calculate how far it'd go, that's what I have to take into consideration. At no point am I deciding which way I'm orientated to consider secondary reference frames and the effects of when I release that weight into it and I'm on a rotating one. Yeah. Well, that is important to Newtonian mechanics because everything we calculate relates to that. I.e., when I drop a weight and I time out it's 9.8, the Earth should have moved underneath. Shouldn't be catching it directly underneath, should I? But none of that's calculated or explained. It's only then put in later. But it's not Newtonian. That's the point I wanted to raise, which is that none of that you raised, none of this is in there. Yet they want it later on when they need it. But they can't because the mechanics they are espousing denies it. All the numbers they're going to use. Yeah. I'll finish rambling, John, but
no, keep going, man. I'm halfway through the banana. Keep going.
I knew you. I could tell you, man. But I'll reiterate the point then. Yeah, they're trying to deny something and then use it. Yeah, but all the proof we had is all the mechanics we did, all the stuff you can do and test. But then trying to claim there's an extra force later on that isn't detectable in all this stuff, but would be on a field goal.
That's why they are pushing, like Neil deGrasse with Coriolis, where he's trying to show it as physical when it's not actually physical. All because of this cluster screw. Because they have to make it work for them, even though he knows it's not possible using their maths.
If the Earth had rotated the field goal to be scored, yeah, then the Earth would rotate under planes, yeah, blimps, yeah, and flights would be shorter in one direction to the other. As simple as that. It's either there or it isn't. Whether that effect is 1.5 inches during the flight of the ball is irrelevant. They're either claiming it or they're not. You can't have picky choosy time, can you? You can't have it one way or the other.
I mean, I used to do long jump, and I can swear I would jump to where I'm intended to jump to. The floor did not move away from me while I was jumping to my intended spot. Definitely not.
Well, that's a good point, isn't it? If what Neil claims is true, then it would be imperative that all Olympic long jump runs face the same direction with regards to rotation of a ball, wouldn't it? Because otherwise they'd be, you were going one way or the other, surely. As Neil claims, if the ball can be subject to it, then you, once you've launched yourself, would be subject to it too. So it would be unfair if at one Olympic Games you were running in favour with the rotation and the other Olympic Games against. That's surely would have been figured out by now and would be boldly stated. We've aligned the long jump to make sure it's fair with regards to rotation.
Good point.
Another scenario that I discussed yesterday, I was in one of the VCs on Discord, and this goes back to the planes flying backwards deal. Flat Earthers, you want to kill this thing quick and have some fun with it? Let me give you a scenario. I think you guys heard this before on an Numpty clip. So here's the scenario. You got a plane taking off in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's going to fly to Los Angeles. Straight flight. Now, Charlotte and Los Angeles are roughly the same latitude line. And it's going about 860 miles an hour. What we're going to do, we're going to round the number. We'll round it to 800. Make it easy. So the Earth is spinning from west to east at 800 miles an hour. Now, a plane on takeoff is about 170. It gets up to about 175 miles an hour. Wheels up, right? So we'll just round that to 200. So we got 800 miles an hour and 200 miles an hour. You got those two figures, right? So we're in Charlotte, North Carolina, and we're going to head down the runway. The runway is facing directly west. So there's no other problems. It's facing directly towards Los Angeles. So with the Earth spinning from west to east, that plane starts chugging down the runway. And it gets up to 200 miles an hour. And at 200 miles an hour, it has wheels up. Now we're going to stop. We're going to stop frame right there. So the Earth is spinning from west to east at 800 miles an hour. On wheels up, the plane is going 200 miles an hour. If somebody is in the inertial reference frame, like in a helicopter hovering, eyes on that airport, watching this plane take off, then according to the ball-tard spinning space monkey religion, that plane has to be flying backwards at 600 miles an hour. Are you tracking with me? There is no way around that scenario must be true in their paradigm. There's no other way around it. And that's the conservation of linear momentum, by the way. So that's how stupid it is, folks. You can kill it just like that. Bring it up at parties. People will love it. But I just killed the whole heliocentric religion imploded right then, right when I finished that statement.
It's a tough one to swallow. The way I got that one is one way, you've got all the aerodynamics we understand in terms of plane lift. The other way, you've not got that understanding of aerodynamics. You've actually got a plane that's being blown backwards at 600 mile an hour, but luckily it's been blown in such a lucky way that it feels like it's going forward.
And it looks like it's going forwards in both reference frames.
And they can control it like they're going forwards, but actually,
yeah,
they can speed up a bit and only be going 550 miles an hour backwards.
You know, the spot that I want to see is the transition. When it overcomes that linear momentum, the conservation of linear momentum, when it overcomes that, right in between that and going forward, that suspended animation part, I want to see that.
No, that's like that transition you always get with space flights between things going up and then suddenly being in space. You'll never see the transition because it's magic.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hope you enjoyed that, right? Because that's what it boils down to. And if you remember, I took Danny T, truther, right where he wanted to go. Yep, that must be true if we're living on a spinning ball-tard. That's it. It's over right there.
I've seen these videos of people that are driving in a car next to an airport and something, and then they see a plane, and then they think that that plane is standing still in midair.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen videos of that actually. Somebody in a plane, and then they fly past the plane, and it looks like it's standing still.
Yeah. And that's amazing, right? But that's of course the same thing when you're in a train station and there is a train next to you, and you're in the one that's standing next to that one, and then you think that you're moving, but that other train is moving, right? And then you see that you're still there, and that other train is, and that's the same with that plane. When people see that when they're driving in their car. That plane seems to be standing still, but it's because of their perspective, right? You just drive by in a certain amount of speed, and that plane is looks like it's standing still in midair, but isn't.
Is that my suspended animation stage?
I think so.
All right. At least we pinpointed it.
Maybe I can find some videos for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Quite amazing. Yep.
All right, we ready to roll? We've been talking for an hour, over an hour about before the presentation. It's gonna be a long day. Maybe I'll just highlight certain points. How about that?
I think that's the best, huh?
Yeah, I think that's the best. Adam, if I just stop at 5A for Adam, he'll be good. He'll say thank you, have a nice day.
I need to shout out this super chat, by the way.
Okay, good.
It's from James Mays, and he says, "Hello, Betty, Kiwi. I'm enjoying the show. Shout out to Try Thinking and Flat Earth. Great content. Sorry about the interruption, sir. Proceed."
Thanks, James.
Super chat.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, James. Go ahead. I rumpushed you. Hold on, Adam. I rumpushed you, Betty. You said I didn't catch a couple things that you said. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a rad super chat, so that's a good one.
It's a rad.
Thank you, Jay.
It's a rad super chat, is what you said.
Red.
Oh, red. Oh, thank you, James. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much, Adam.
No, just other than 5A. I love it. I really do love it. There's things that I'd put bows on top, and that's one of them for me.
Yeah. If I just do 5A, hey James, if I just do 5A for Adam, he's good for the rest of the week, man. I didn't have to say anything to him.
And next week.
I could tell when we went through the presentation the first time. I could just tell in his voice. He said, "You just wait a cotton picking minute." I loved it. I like Adam for that.
I was going to say something blasphemous, but it's like the Pope saying something blasphemous. Yeah, it's like the complete antithesis. Everything you have suggested. Here's your high priest saying, no, that doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah, he gives the whole story,
by the way,
and then
let me tell you about this other parable where I disprove the way we described the thing that's impossible, and point out that the way we described it was wrong. Not that what was happening was impossible.
Well, he tells you the whole story, right? And it's exciting, and everybody's on it, and it's great. And then right towards the end, he says, well, it's all not true.
What's not true, though? What's the bit that's not true? That's what I'm saying. The bit that's not true is array.
Betty, I hear typing.
Oh, sorry about that. I wasn't on mute.
You cutie, you. Make sure you mute.
Can't believe she rumpuses me all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Shut up. Get stuffed.
Get stuffed.
I got one back.
Yeah, I hear click, 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 click in the background. Is Zanuck in here? All right, yeah. So we'll just highlight some things in here. I wanted to go back through it, and I'm going to do it a bunch more times. I didn't do it last week because it seemed that everyone got it. But on my travelings through since I did the last presentation, I've heard the lack of holding ballers to task with it, because they've brought it up, and they've been walking on eggshells, doing it cautiously, saying refraction. And there's a lot of people out there, I give a lot of people thumbs up, you know who you are, that have stopped them. But a lot of people, I think maybe they're just not feeling comfortable with it just yet. And that's why I'm going to keep on doing it. I may not go over every single thing, but we'll do something like this. We'll see how this goes, and maybe just brush it. And then take any questions if anyone has. If you got a question about it, don't hesitate. You can either, put your question in chat, make sure we see it, put some type of super chat on there. It can be minimal, right? Or jump into VC. All right? Because if you have a question, I'll bet you there's a lot of people that have the same question that I'm just not seeing. Okay? So like I said, here we go with refraction. Again, I'm not going to say again and again and again every time. You know it's again because I'm doing it again. So with any topic, you must define terms. It's the Socratic method. Now, I'm not talking about is and and. I'm not talking about that. But if you're bringing up topics for discussion, and this is one, refraction, you best define it and right from Jump Street. Don't wait. What is it? And provide citation for it. There's nothing wrong with asking people to provide citation for it. I don't want to know what you think this is. I want to know what it is, if you guys are following me. So, since we're talking about refraction, let's define this monkey. Well, we go to the physics classroom. Refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave as it passes from one material to another material. Sounds pretty important right there. I highlighted it in red for you, because that's really important as part of the definition. The refraction occurs at the boundary. That's you know what? I should highlight this whole thing, but it would make it, I can't do that because everything's highlighted, right? But every part of this definition is important. This part is really important. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Well, you have to have two different things for a boundary. There's no boundary in one thing. And is caused by a change in the speed of a light wave upon crossing said boundary. Makes sense. So to have refraction, you need two different things, and you must have a boundary. You have to have a surface, an interface. The tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent upon whether the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. It's pretty, and it's diagrammed or related in the formula. N material equals the speed of light in a vacuum over your reference material. Now, what is that N? Remember I said you had to define all your variables? N is the index of refraction. That's where they get the number from. So it's the speed of light over the speed of light in your reference material. It's a ratio, is all I'm trying to say. It's got to be this, because that's what refraction is. They just defined it for you, right? You can't make something up. And we got the refractive index here. This is the first introduction to Snell's law. It's over to the right. That's okay. I'm just going to show you how equivalent it is. You actually don't need Snell's law, because you're going to get the same index of refraction with the known speeds of light going through each reference material. They're just different ratios, right? The first ratio, or N21, is the index of refraction in reference to material 2 versus material 1. That's all it is. And it comes from epsilon 1 over epsilon 2, right here. Or you can just use V. It doesn't matter. We can use V as velocity. It's not a big deal. So V1 over V2. Well, where's that formula? Well, it's right up here. I just showed it to you. That is also equal to the right side of this equation, which is Snell's law, which again is another ratio. It's just a trigonometric ratio. It's sine of the incident ray over the sine of the refracted ray equals a constant. That constant is the index of refraction. Hopefully everyone's getting this. I've went over this a few times up to this point. That's not that difficult. Go ahead. I hear somebody click off.
Yeah, only to point out that you're not decrying this.
No,
you're supporting it. Obviously, we point out that we can't measure the speed of light. But what you're saying there is this is a ratio of the two-way speed of light. Therefore, we're not making a referral to the speed of light per se, as that means something. We're just saying, look, the two-way speeds have a ratio, and as you'll go on to validate, those ratios match the signs.
Yes.
So, that's all I want to say. You're not, just to reiterate the point, that you're not decrying the speed.
No, I'm not at all.
The speed of light is irrelevant to this at this point in terms of the determination of a refractive index.
Yes. As long as they're using the convention two-way speed, I have no problem with it. The most important thing is, I'm not debunking this. This is what refraction is. I'm just trying to point it out to you. What I'm trying to show you is that the people who are begocking refraction have no idea what it means or what it is. That's what I'm doing. So I'm just showing you what it actually is. From the experts in the field, not the numpties begocking refraction. Because that, we have to get down to defining terms. Once we start using the Socratic method, the Baltard numpties are through. It's over. They don't know what they're talking about. They're just making stuff up, as usual. So, the 5-dagger fistful of dipshittery. Like I said, I'm going to stop here. My favorite is obviously 1A versus Adam's 5A. But mine's quite deadly, and it just stops the discussion in its tracks. There's no way around this, so we'll get into it. Number one, whenever Baltards refraction, they're unwittingly invoking terrestrial refraction. There is no question about this. That's what it's defined as. I mean, if you read anything from Andrew Thomas Young, he discusses this in depth. So there's no question here. And we have Andrew Thomas Young right here from San Diego State Astronomy Department. He's going to give you the description of terrestrial refraction. The atmosphere is also curved as it follows the shape of the Earth, and the calculations below will adopt the rough value of 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature to make the calculation simple. Now, you see, I've highlighted these two, right? To have this, these two conditions have to be known. This one and this one. Simple as that. Or it's not this, right? If I have a definition of a banana and it has, a banana is this color and this color, grows on trees, it's chock full of simple carbohydrates, potassium, and B6. If B6 is missing, let's say this is B6. If B6 is missing from the banana, then guess what? It's not a banana. Follow? Hopefully you guys got that. So, for terrestrial refraction to exist, like I said, two conditions that is necessary antecedents must exist. You must have curved gases, the atmosphere. And as we all know, atmo means air, air is a gas, sphere is a shape, gases have no inherent shape. Right? If you think they do, you would fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Literally. From Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. Grade level. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume. So it's over right there. You can't have curved gases. So one of the necessary contingent facts up here is non-existent. It's a fairy tale, making this a fairy tale. Not refraction. Terrestrial refraction's a fairy tale. Hopefully everyone's got that. All right. So like I said, this is 1A, and I could follow it up with Chem Libre text. Anywhere you look, they're going to tell you that gases have no definite shape, even though you know it intuitively. If you ever been around gases, like the air, they have no definite shape. It's all over right here, folks. Exhibit 1A, they're finished. All right, you can stop it there. Now, you don't have to. If you want to have a little fun, you can keep on going. I'm just giving you the ammunition, to put in your depot or arrows in your quiver. Okay? So, like I said, here we go with the definition again. It has 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature. Well, you need the radius of the Earth. Well, demonstrate the radius of the Earth. How'd you get that value? They have a begging a question fallacy radius wrapped in a contradiction in terms, paradox. The atmosphere is a paradox, folks. It's a contradiction in terms. Simple as that. Now, to the big guy, Snell's law. They must invoke Snell's law. Why? Well, because it's the law of refraction. What is it? It's not going to be too much different than that refraction that we defined above. It can't be, because we're talking about refraction, right? You're not going to get too far away from the original, overall definition of refraction. So, Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law and the law of refraction, is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves passing through a boundary. Remember, we've seen that term before. Remember, I stressed that above. So it's the same thing. We have a boundary here between two different isotropic media. The other definition said between one material and another material. This is very easy. Two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, or air, right? Every depiction that you will see with Snell's law will have a reasonable facsimile to the one that you're looking at right here. You'll never see Snell's law without it designated as two different isotropic media. Why? Well, because it's in the definition, right? You're never going to find it with just one media. Why? Because that's not Snell's law, right? It's in the formula. You can't get around. You have the index of the incident ray with Ni and the incidence of the refracted ray. You ain't going to get around this. You got two angles here. You need two different media. It's as simple as that. In here, it has the air and water. Hope everyone gets this. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Now, I like to circle back and just remind everyone that you can get there another way from the original definition of refraction. Like I said, it's just a ratio. Just like Snell's law is a ratio itself. It's just a trigonometric ratio, right? But same thing. N, index of refraction, right there. C is the speed of light in the vacuum, and V is the speed of light in the reference medium. So there it is right there. It's depicted right here and is equal to Snell's law. So I just want to say those are interchangeable. You can use either or. You're going to get the same answer. And here's an equation. I'm not so much concerned with the equation. What they're doing here is they're giving you the indices of refraction, right? And they're asking you to just solve for the refractive angle. I'm not all that concerned about that. It's Mach's next. What I wanted to show you here, right? You got the sun, and it's going, you have light traveling through air. You have a surface and water. You see the two different media and the boundary, the surface. Huh? They put that there for a reason, right? Because you have to have it. It's part of the definition. Can you give me a surface for gases? Gases have no surfaces, folks. Unbelievable. So, the married bachelor paradox atmosphere is only one medium. They're finished. Can't invoke Snell's law. You got to come up with something else. I don't know what you're going to come up with. You'll have to sidestep the law of refraction, right? And that's what they do. Andrew Thomas, I don't know if it was Andrew Thomas Young who first did it, but somebody conjured this, right? Their only recourse is to tie Snell's law to a tree and start to just feebly adulterate it, you know, with their Tootsie Roll decks. Right? And then they get laughed at. They have to snatch a baseball bat and proceed to bob euchre flail blindly at the demobilized damsel and invoke the married bachelor paradox, curved gases atmosphere. They have to do that. That's how they do it. That's how they get rid of two mediums. They invoke a paradox. You think I'm kidding. From the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Snell's law, right? Snell's law gives the quantitative change of the direction of a ray of light in passing from one medium to another. We just read it above. He's not going to give you anything different. He can't, because that's the definition. He continues, the product n sine z is the same on both sides of a plane interface. See that? Interface between two media. Right, because you can't have an interface between one media. It's non sequitur. Where n is the local refractive index and z is the local angle the ray makes with the normal to the interface. Like everything right here, this whole thing is correct. It is Snell's law. He has to tell you that. But what's he going to do now? He has to get around this. He has to get around those two different media. And the way he does it, it's non sequitur in itself, even without the paradox. So it's a paradox wrapped within a non sequitur. And he does it right in front of your face. In the curved atmosphere, well, gases don't curve, Andrew. You would fail first grade intro to gas behavior. But he introduces the paradox, and presto magico, Snell's law becomes, drum roll please, nr sine z equals constant. That's not Snell's law. Where'd you get the r from? That's not in Snell's law. Let's go up here. Where's r? I don't see an r up here. Do you? No, because it's not there. Not a part of it. Right? But that's how he does it. nr sine z equals constant, where r is the distance from the local center of curvature. See the page especially devoted to this refractive invariant. Yeah, it's an invariant, all right. It's a zombie. It's a paradoxical zombie. That's what he does, folks. There you go. Abracadabra. Same thing as Tinkerbell. He abracadabras you with pixie dust from the curved Atmo and Gondor. That's it. That's the trick. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Go ahead. Somebody wanted to add something there?
I did, John, because there was bits that I wrote notes on, and they are the tricks. First is to make that statement with regards to boundary layers and the application of Snell's law. Then is to, after that, is to convert it and then derive a formula. And derive a formula which is fundamentally no longer based in reality. It's no longer based in what we'll discuss, which is this non-boundary layer that doesn't exist. But even if we pretend it was this boundary layer that doesn't exist, that it did exist, and we pretend it, and this boundary layer is not actually based on atmospherics, it's based on R. Yeah? The one that's non-provable.
Yep.
And that is the filthy bastardization of good observations and science within all the point of getting to here. And as you say, the sideshow Bob Act, as they flim-flam those two things and get you to that point that you're prepared to accept that equation.
Yep.
Right? And the second you are, you're done. The second you accept that, you're done.
Yep, because I'm going to compromise you.
Good. Good.
Good. It's, yeah, like I said, yeah, thanks, Adam. Yep. So it's just an abracadabra with a paradox. It's so funny. It's not funny. It's pathetic, is what it is. I don't know how anyone can be fooled with this. How can you? You must not have read through these things, baltards. That's painfully obvious.
Here's another thing. Am I coming through okay, QE?
Yeah, you're starting to robot a little bit, but go ahead.
Something else I was thinking. I've been thinking about when I used to play with the ray tracer and the refractionometer, whatever you want to call it, on that you can play online with.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one setting that you can look at. It would show where, if you're looking at how the ray tracing is going, if you're the observer, where you would see the light, and like where it would be visible, where it would look like you would see it. And a lot of times when the angle comes in, you might, even though the light may be off to the right, but you would see it as if it was higher, right, than it really is.
Mm-hmm.
If the ray tracing, as they would argue, or if it's the light is following the curve of the Earth, then things would always look higher because it's having to curve over. So when you're looking at it, it would be more like an angled up in your observation. So it would always look higher than it really would be. You understand what I'm driving at? Does that make any sense? I was trying to find a picture where I can illustrate it, but I can't download it on my phone. But if anybody knows what I'm talking about, maybe help me unpack it a little.
Nah, I don't want to unpack that. We're going to unpack it with the rays down below.
Because the rays will help, I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yep. The rays down below will kill that. And you're already assuming a sphere and curved gases, so it's fun to go down there, but I don't want to play. So, like I said, they introduced the paradox. It's a bastardization. It's pathetic. It's done by religious zealot retards. Another tiny little problem. Like I said, I'm picking at it now, but I think justifiably so. If you're going to put a definition of something, especially in science, this is supposed to be science, right? It has to be highly specific and accurate. Right? In this definition, I think this is a great definition. All they would have to do is put the caveat in. I'm going to show you what the caveat is here, and it would be good to go. I'm just nitpicking a bit, and I think I'm justified in doing so. So let's take a look at this. We're going to compare the definition, all the antecedents, necessary antecedents, to a refractive scenario and see what we get. Again, refraction is the bending of the path of a light wave as it passes from one material to another. Okay, we have one material, air, and we have another material, water. That's satisfied. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Do we have a boundary in between the two? Yeah, the surface of the water. So that's good to go. Caused by a change in the speed of a light wave upon crossing the boundary. We have all of it so far is good to go because the light's coming through here. It's going to cross from one medium to another. It's got a boundary, a surface, an interface, and it's going to change speed. The tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent on the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. All the conditions are satisfied in our depiction right here, but guess what? There's no refraction here. What did they forget? The incident ray has to be greater than 0. It's just right there for you. Refraction is 0. I put everything in here for you. There's no way out of this. Like you could say I'm being pedantic. I don't think I am. It has to be accurate. It has to be precise. It lacks both. All right? It's a small issue, but an important one. Here's another. I put this. This is a big one for me. I usually don't go here because it's way over with 1A, and I usually don't get down this far. This is just for background information, but it's important.
It's not a small issue, John. That's genius what you just said there. Yeah? Because even if I take a crystal to my eye and look through it and look at the world through it, the world's there. It's a bit blurry, a bit different, yeah, but it's there in the same way. And if there isn't an angle of incidence, and that's what we're talking about here, and the refraction doesn't occur, and that's another factor that's crucial, because how does air and gases have an orientation? Yeah, there isn't an orientation, so you can't use gases, surely, unless I'm being wrong here. It's fine when you're passing it through another medium, a crystal, a solid, a liquid. Yeah, fine, because they do have orientations. They've got a lattice to work with.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, gases don't.
Nope. Again, they don't have a surface. It's as simple as that. To have an interface, you must have a surface. Gases don't have surface.
The word keeps coming up. There is no boundary when you encounter the gas.
Yep. Yep. That word keeps on popping up. I tried to stress it earlier, right? But you're going to see it everywhere. Boundaries, and interfaces. Yep. Like I said, some people might think that it's pedant. That's okay. I think I made my point. The next one, again, I usually don't get this far. It's important, however, because it's in the definition. To establish the efficacy of Snell's law, please show photons as friggin' waves. Why do I say that? Well, waves are all throughout the definition. From Wiki, you got waves. From the physics classroom, there's light waves. There's 3 of them. Light wave in a single definition. Light wave here, light wave here. We got waves everywhere. You got a big problem, Shaggy. Because if we talk to Richard Feynman and Professor Shankar, physics at Yale, light, photons aren't waves. So there's contradictions upon paradoxes upon contradictions. See it right here. He tells you. Feynman, the first thing Newton believed light was corpuscular. Turned out that it had very strange properties from that point of view. And it was then explained that many of these strange properties were because, in fact, it was a wave, which was wrong. He just comes right out and tell you you're wrong. Turns out he was right. It was a particle. Nothing you could do about this. There's no linguistic gymnastics that you can do to convert this. He sounds pretty confident, too. So does Professor Shankar. Everything is really particles, all things, electrons, photons, protons, we don't care about the other ones, just the photons. All are particles. So let there be no doubt about that. Pretty confident. You don't hear that confidence too many times, not like this. I mean, this is right in front of your face. Well, he's confident because he knows it for a fact. That's why. So they have a problem. There's another problem. All right? So show photons as friggin' waves. Best wishes. It's not going to happen. Now, Adam brought up another point, and I bring up this point. Like I said, I always caveat it because if they're working within the convention, the two-way speed convention, I have no problem with it. I just wanted to make a point of order, Your Honor, about the speed of light. They do not know the one-way speed of light. It's forever illusory, never, ever to be discovered. Won't happen, right? But it, like I said, if they're using the two-way speed and convention, I give them a pass with it. So I can just pass this one by. If you want a more thorough explanation, go back to the original presentation and I go through it. Okay? One-way speed of light, they must know it. This has other ramifications for their other fairy tales, light years, measuring distances and stuff. It's a train wreck. If you've listened to the Numpty clips, you know why. So even if I play, I be kind of dumb animal, ball-tard booger eater week, and grant them all of the paradoxes and contradictions we just went over. If I just say, okay, to heck with it, I'm going to give you all of it. The curved gases, the Snell's law, Tootsie Roll decadulteration, waves, catastrophe, one-way speed of light, Bubby Baruni's fairy tale radius. I could give it all to you and say, okay, I'll grant that to you. There is no way your paradoxical refractive phenomena that takes the geometric horizon and jettisons it 10 times further than it should be. Not even in all your paradoxes and all your contradictions can you pick up and move, jettison the horizon 10 times further than it should be. It's not, you can't do anything about this. It's over. Somebody told me and stopped me right here and said, you know what? This is killer. On this one right here. Even granting them everything. That's how bad it is. We can move on. This is a good one right here, man. Oh, and now on the Rays. 5A. Now we're into Adam's realm. He's going to quickly take over here, folks. I'm telling you.
All I want to do is when it's on screen in YouTube is read the quote. Because I've been quoting it for a week or so. A week now, haven't I? And it was something I quickly scribbled down. So I say I'm lazy. I'm not bothered to go back and see it. But when it's time to read it, can I read that, John?
Yeah. You know what? It's time. No, it's not time. You're right. I have a couple other things to go through. When I get there, Adam, I will stop and let you do it. How about that?
You're a gentleman and a scholar.
I figured that, man. I knew you were hyped up for it. Fair enough. So, I want to bring up Rays. Now, why do I bring up Rays? Well, there's a good reason for it. I'll bet you can't guess what my reason is for bringing up Rays. That's rhetorical, by the way. You don't have to answer. Well, because it's in the definitions. From Hyperphysics, Georgia State University.edu. Refraction is the bending of a wave when it enters a medium where its speed is different. The refraction of light when it passes from a fast to a slow medium bends the light ray towards normal, towards the boundary. See the boundaries again? We had the boundaries between, here we go again, two media. They can't get around this. The amount of bending depends on the indices of refraction of the two media. Two. And is described quantitatively by Snell's law. But we're focusing on rays. Even the subject matter expert, right? Rays. He's got it all through his definitions. Rays, everywhere. Where's Ray? Adam.
So, Rays is one that bugs me. What you were talking about earlier with regards to the nature of light. How do you conceptualize rays interacting with crystal lattices, with gas, and how the difference occurs? This weird mixing of what we see is a ray. Okay, how we perceive it. How we perceive the way those photons are, we call it a ray. But to conceptualize the behavior of the light as a ray is, I think, something you have to step outside of like teenage sci-fi for and realize it is a 60s word that doesn't mean anything in the slightest, and to me is confusing. And I think that's the admission here, isn't it? However, and that I see you've called it up now, John. This is the bit that, for me, allows you to ignore the previous stuff and go and say to your baller, I'll give you curved gases, yeah. I'll give you gas pressure without containment, yeah. Curve. I'll give you the rate at which it's going to curve. Yeah, I'll give you Snell's law. I'll give you another. I'll give you the one thing I will accept. So I won't give you. One thing I want you to accept is what refraction is. What John stated at the beginning with regards to all of this, and this is refraction. And we'll come back to that word. Refraction occurs at the boundary layer, and that is a point of principle of Snell's law, which is what's then stated later, and used for this. But what Mr. Andrew Thomas Young, is it San Diego State University, astronomy department says some people have worried about how to apply the refraction law to such a horizontal ray of light because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. In general, the curvature of the ray is different from the curvature of Earth's surface, but here we are only concerned with the rays bend just enough to follow the curve of the Earth. The simple solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are unrealistic mental constructs. In reality, we have always have a beam of light. Infinite rays don't really exist. And that last bit I think is lovely because it's total flim-flam to take you away from the point that he's saying what we're saying happens. It doesn't happen. But let me talk about something else. It's a bit like a politician, isn't it? At the point of something really crucial that they're going to go down for, it's better to go down for something less. I did not have relations with that woman. It's probably a better thing to go down for than the truth of what he did. Hence, let's ignore the beginning of the what I've just admitted and focus on me admitting that rays don't really exist instead of what we've said the effect of rays are and the impact of that with regards to, I said, all the things I'm previously happy to concede, not in reality, but just for the sake of this argument. And it's enough to destroy them. That's why, John, I got excited, because I think it's fantastic. It's their priest, it's their guy, it's their statement, telling them that what they say happens. It doesn't happen. I'm rambling.
No, that's okay. What I was going to say is I can rest. I don't even have to present my case. I can just let Andrew Thomas Young present his, and it destroys the entire fairy tale of terrestrial refraction with this one sentence. The first sentence. We didn't even get to the ray part yet. This sentence right here. Some people have worried about that. That cracks me up. Worried about. Well, why are they worried, Andrew? How to apply the refraction law? Well, what is that? That's Snell's law to such a horizontal ray of light. But this is the important part, because it does not cross any boundaries. Get back here. Horizontal boundaries. Well, that's
there's no need to worry, is there?
Yeah.
It's absolute. If it doesn't cross a boundary, then you don't have to worry about Snell's law because it's not applicable.
Exactly. You got it. Yep. It kills it right there. I don't have to do anything. It does it itself. Now, back to the rays. Now, he goes on to say the simplest solution. This cracked me up. When I first read this, I said the simplest solution. Solution to what? This problem? How can this below that I'm going to read be a solution to this problem up here? It's not. I don't know why this statement is even in here. I sure wish somebody would explain. Andrew, can you come on here and explain what this means? You didn't offer. Now, you said simplest solution. There is no solution. I'll read it. Please, somebody tell me what the solution is. The simplest solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct. In reality, we always have a beam of light. Infinitely narrow rays don't really exist. Anyone? What's the solution? It's lost on me. I don't see a solution here. What I see here is a statement that's relieving him the responsibility of his volumes of horseshit prior. That's what I see. Because that doesn't make, this is non sequitur. The simplest solution, this part right here, it's non sequitur. And then the horizontal ray paradox, unrealistic mental construct? Really? The rays don't really exist? They must exist. They're in your definitions there, Andrew. So what you're doing is you're conjuring, like you conjured the curved atmosphere. This time you're conjuring rays. It's a conjuring squared. You're like a witch. But at least actual witches, they have physical substances in their brew, like bat pee and frog's legs and Winchester shells, right? You don't have that. You have concepts. You're conceptual witch, right? Because you have to have rays. This is a physical effect in our reality you're attempting to describe, and you're telling everyone that they don't exist. It's over. It's all over. It was over with the first sentence. Like I said, we're just dancing on the graves. And then this final one, if you're unsure, if you think he made a mistake in this reference, we'll go to another reference. From Andrew Thomas Young. Astronomy Department. Thanks, Adam. In the diagrams below, heavy lines represent rays of light. If you're not familiar with this conceptual fiction, what? You have conceptual fictions as descriptions in your definitions of physical effects in reality. It's preposterous. It's a reification fallacy at the very best. Please check the Optics for Beginners page before continuing here. We don't have to. Ballers. What you have to do is check his Optics for Beginners page before you continue. Well, you didn't even start, so you can't continue. You have to start first. So once you start, make sure you check out this reference right here, Optics for Beginners, right? Unbelievable. Now, let's now take the terrestrial paradoxical Narnia refraction to its logical ends, right? We've got all the pedigree information. Now we want to see if it follows. You know it doesn't because it's a train wreck of all the contradictions and paradoxes. You know where it's going to end. But wait, let's go ahead and do it and show everyone. There's nothing hidden. We're going to practically show what happens when you extrapolate from a multi-layered, paradoxical, adulterated, fictional, foundational fairy tale. And their poster child, I'm going to use it. Terrestrial refraction is looming. Everyone knows it, right? In this genre, everyone comes out, Bagak's looming. They don't know what it is. They've never known. I've asked people for almost 5 years now what looming is. I have never received this definition. Not a single time. And that's from Andrew Thomas Young. It's pretty concise. You'd figure it would just roll off their tongues. Right? But you'll never get the definition because they have this conjuring in their mind what it actually is. Right? Even going against what their pseudoscientists tell them. Like I said, we have right-wing factions of morons. Right? That just make stuff up. But let's use the actual definition that he provides, right? Looming, the appearance above the horizon. This is Andrew Thomas Young, by the way. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it, right? That's his definition. As you can see in the definition right here, it's talking about the objects in reference to the horizon. Not the horizon. Not in his definition, right? So now we have his Huckleberry quantum eraser that says that that's a load of crap right here. His definition. It's not lining up. Why not? His definition's not lining up. My definition of looming is nothing more than an optical illusion produced by the sky being inferior miraged underneath an object, giving the appearance of said objects floating above a false horizon. So, I'm saying that my definition is complete and is demonstrable. Judge, I will now demonstrate how my definition is correct and Andrew Thomas Young is smoking shrooms. Exhibit A. This is the quintessential example of looming in their paradigm. As I said, if you use off-center vision, you can see where the horizon, I can almost see it now, just not because I've looked at this photo so many times, it just plainly I can see it. I can understand in YouTube land that it's probably not good enough detail for you guys to see it. I can appreciate that, but I'm telling you, if you ever look at this photo like in a magazine or on some other media, you'll be able to see it. But yeah, I can see the actual horizon off the bow here, right? So my definition is, remember, that the sky above is being inferior mirage underneath this object, giving the appearance that the object is floating above a false horizon. And that's exactly what's happening here. If we're unsure about this, then we have Mick. Here he comes to save the day. There's a fever in the funkhouse now, West. To make sure everyone is on the same page. There he is. Old Mick. October 2017. Now, to give credit where credit is due. Mick brought this out, and it's the same photo from above. We already went over that. He brought this out because the tabloid, he said in the caption below down here, the tabloid media called this a mirage, right? So Mick was right in calling them out and saying, hey, listen, guys, this isn't a mirage. All right? Obviously it's not, because that's not the definition of mirage right here. So he depicts it, not a mirage. The real horizon is near here, right? The one that I told you was there. You can see it plainly now. All Mick did was color contrast this. He said the false horizon was due to fog. Now, it's a false horizon. His claim due to fog, his cause is, that's a false cause fallacy. Why? Because if that was fog, you wouldn't see the boat. But that's why we love you, Mick. Your meticulous attention to excruciating detail. But, like I said, credit where credit's due. He called it out. This is not a mirage. Thanks for proving my point, because the sky's being inferior miraged underneath an object, giving the impression of the object floating above a false horizon. That's Exhibit B, Your Honor. Exhibit C, 2014 Scottish Open. Just look at the left photo. It's readily apparent that the real horizon is right here. Right across there. Everyone can see it. What's happening here? Well, the sky's being inferior mirage underneath this boat, giving the impression that the boat is floating above a false horizon, which is down here. Now, they color contrasted it and makes it very easy to see. That's Exhibit C, Your Honor. This is a landslide. The jury's laughing now. And I haven't even brought out the big whopper just yet. There she is. This is QE Cutie's favorite photo. Can I hear a shout out from QE Cuties?
Yay!
This is Betty's favorite photo when we first
Are you
looked at.
calling me?
No. When we when we first seen this, but the first words out of her mouth was, "The boats are being raptured." I'll never forget it. Right? Because it looks like that. But this is the quintessential example, Your Honor. This is the quintessential example demonstration of my definition. So we have the sky being inferior mirage underneath these objects, right? You can even see some of the white clouds in here. There's a collage of the clouds in the water. You have the real horizon, the actual horizon right across here. I can see it plainly. These objects are floating above a false horizon. Folks, you can't get any more delineated for a false horizon than this one, because it's fragmented across the entire transverse dimension of the horizon, of the false one. Right? This is over. It's over. My definition is correct. And Andrew Thomas Young's looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it, he can't make that claim. That's not what this is. Right? But more importantly, he would need a second photo of these objects below the horizon, even to make his definition coherent. It's a comparison. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object. This is the important part that would normally be hidden below it. So show us the normally part. That's how stupid this is. All right? This is over, folks. Terrestrial refraction does not exist. They can't appeal to it. I just showed you why they can't do it. Now, I didn't say refraction doesn't exist, did I? I did not say that. I am saying that terrestrial refraction, what they appeal to, for their ball-tard spinning space monkey religion, they can't appeal to it anymore. It's just that simple. I hope everyone gets it. I'm going to go over it about 10,000 more times. You guys are going to start puking, including ball-tards, right? Everyone is going to know this. Everyone in the genre, anyway. Comments, questions?
Yeah. Is that Andrew Thomas Young a real guy?
Yes.
How do we know?
I think Rumpus and another guy, I don't know his name, had correspondence with him. And if I'm not mistaken, I think 10th Man also had correspondence with him.
Okay. Because we can't find any pictures of him, huh?
No.
He's sort of like a hidden guy.
Yes.
Behind the scenes kind of guy. Don't mind the guy behind the curtains kind of guy.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Is he right about anything?
I don't know. I'd have to go through all his material and find something he's right about.
Is he an astrophysicist? What is he?
He works for, I don't know his degree. I'd have to search out. All I know is that he works for the astronomy department at San Diego State University.
Okay, so who is he to make definitions of terrestrial?
He has. He's the subject. He is the.
No, he doesn't have a face. How much of an importance is this then?
Well, like I said, he is the subject matter expert on the topic.
How? Why? It's just a guy with a name.
Yeah.
Okay.
The most extensive literature is by Andrew Thomas Young. And he is even cited erroneously by folks like Mick West.
Yeah. Isn't that strange, huh?
Yep.
These people seem to find one another.
Yeah.
But if you would want to make a paper about this, then they say, hey, what's your degree? Which university are you sort of from? And whatever. And we can't do that, right? When we have a statement to make.
Yes.
Yeah, these guys, they work for these universities, and I think, well, who's funding them, and what sort of outcome do they want from these universities?
That would be very different. See,
conspiratorial for you.
Yeah. You want to go deep into like their personal lives and what toothpaste they're using. I'm just on the outside taking.
Yeah, the thing is, I like truth, and I like and I think that usually the truth doesn't come from sort of democratic sort of institutions. Let me say it that way.
I understand
where that most people are shouting that it is so when there is one speaking the truth.
I understand what you're saying. We just have two different missions on the truth side. I like to take the established words that they say. You want to get into what shampoo they're using.
No. Making it dirty, right? No. I want to know what is their foundations, basically, right? What makes their foundations any better than ours? Why are they sort of established? What's that word established mean, right? That's sort of what I sort of get at.
It's a good point.
Yeah. I mean, we sort of revere that science and that the scientists and these people that with degrees and stuff. But come on, I mean, I think if you have a scientist talking about farmers things, right, and you have a farmer talking about things, who would you rather talk to? Right? I would rather talk to the guy that is the farmer, because I expect him to know more about how things work than the scientist.
The organ player at the church?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Whatever, right? I mean, I think we are sort of prone to listen to these high voices we think that are high up, but who put them there, and with what reason and what causes?
Can I jump in?
I have a quick
Got
question.
just a minute, please. Who do you want to go first, QE? Me or him?
Hold on a sec. Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. We're gonna go through everyone. So just relax. We'll just go right down the list. We'll start. Betty, you want to take the con and go down the list?
Well, if you insist.
Thank you.
We got almost exactly at the top. You have anything to add or to?
Hello.
Oh,
I just have a question.
Hold on a second. Wait 1 second before you offer your question. I gotta find you here. You just blew my eardrums out. My fault, not yours. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought my mic was really low actually. But can density layers be considered? I mean, the differences between them could that be considered as a boundary?
No. Density layers of what?
Of the atmosphere.
Now, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmos, air,
Yep.
airs. Yeah, you already know that routine.
Hi,
Go ahead, Adam.
I'll quote Andrew Thomas Young. With regards to the rays, it does not cross any horizontal boundaries, a light ray, when it's coming in, between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. And I use that with permission here. So Andrew Thomas Young is clearly stating that the stratified atmosphere does not constitute boundaries with regards to Snell's law. That would justify, which would be there, yeah? Otherwise, they say there might be some differences, but no, there's not that with regards to a stratified atmosphere. That's what I liked.
All right. Is that the question? Is that now resolved?
Yep. I'm satisfied.
Okay, you have something else you want to add?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, good. Then we got Drace. Drace, you're off mute.
Thank you. I got nothing really yet to add. It's just excellent. I always enjoy these presentations. Very good.
Okay, thank you. And then we got John P. Ryan. You're off mute.
Yeah, same as Drace. I really appreciate you guys going over this, even though it's ad nauseum at some points, but it's good to hammer it back in, because I kind of mentioned after show last week that I've been out of school for over 25 years, and so having to dig back through my really faded memory about all the lessons that I had to learn just to pass the school to begin with. I was kind of a slacker back then anyway, but having to remember all these details and then apply it to reality. And that's one thing I never really did, was apply what I learned to reality. And so, like, I really appreciate the details that you guys put into these breakdowns to kind of help break down the arguments and then, help me understand it, the simple mind. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. That was it? I think so. Okay, we got Lino Tomo. I'm taking you off mute. You have anything to add or questions? No? Okay, we got Neil Constantino. Neil, are you there?
Neil Cosentino is very busy right now. Sorry, I can't talk.
Okay. Then we skip you and go to Phoenix Rising. Take you off mute now. You have anything to ask? To add?
No questions. I did miss the start of it though. I had to get out of work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paul? Paul, are you there?
I'm coming. I was coming. I was trying to find the mute button. I was on mute. I dropped two pictures into the live stream. I think Huey just deleted one of them, but I was going to try to point out something. The first one is the actual Snell's Law bending light picture. And there's another one I actually showed the fish tank, but I think Huey deleted it. But I was actually going to make a point showing like on that one picture, there's a green dot on the picture, and it would show where if you was looking at that light from the position where the light is on hitting the bottom of the tank or whatever, so to speak, that's where the light would be.
Oh, you're recording.
Paul, you're roboting. Go to the next one.
Okay, we got Rob Keane. Take your mute. You have anything to add? Questions? Hello, Rob. You there? No. Okay. Then we got Grat. It's flat.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Just a quick question. Doesn't infrared knock out like 99% of all refraction?
No.
Oh, really? Okay,
It's the least refracted wavelength. But your statement, it knocks out. No.
Okay. All right. Well, then that answers my question. Then. Thanks.
The higher the frequency, the more refraction. Follow? So the lower frequency, like infrared, that's going to be long wavelength, right? The less refraction.
Okay.
But you follow that one?
But I mean, yeah, I think so. But shouldn't it like clear? Never mind. I think I understand what you're saying.
You got what I'm saying? Okay.
All right, we go back to Paul. He's back. Paul,
Can you hear me okay now? Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Okay. To make it sum up, in both the pictures I posted, there's there's one in a green dot in the actual Snell's Law simulator, and there's one in the fish tank, and it's a yellow dot. What I was trying to represent with the dots is where the position of the light you would see it at, right? If you were looking at the light from the point where it gets, if you was looking at the light, and they always say the light is curving around the Earth. Well, if that's the case, visually, everything would have to be lifted up when they argue that. Because visually, that's where you would see it lifted up, risen up. So you would never see, even in their own paradigm, from their own argument, the geometric horizon. You can never see it. If it's because you're visually looking at where the light would be hitting you. It looks like it's going to be higher than it really is, if you understand what I'm driving at. The pictures are trying to illustrate where you would actually see the light, or where it would look like the light would be. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? No, yes, maybe. Did I drop?
No, you didn't. No, sorry, I was on mute. What's the point?
Well, I'm just saying is even within their own paradigm, arguing that the light is bending around the Earth's terrestrial refraction.
Yeah.
Well, that means the horizon or everything would always look higher than it really is. But they always use the fish tank as the illustration of how it bends around. Well, visually, it would look higher, always look higher. If you're seeing when the light hits you, if you understand. That's why in the fish tank, I put a dot where you would see the light. If you were looking at it from the point where the light on the other side of the fish tank, if you're standing there looking at where the laser is coming from, you would visually look like it's higher in the tank than it really is.
I'll refer you to 5A, and I'll also point out that that's water with shed loads of glucose in it.
I agree, Adam.
Whether you want to use it to destroy the ball, is fine. But what you can't do is use it with regards to the atmosphere, which we talked about liquids, and this is a liquid bordering on solid point of view because of some of the saturation points within that, which is why you'll see the rate of bend is much lower greater lower down than higher up. This is not analogous to anything with regards to light behavior in the atmosphere.
And I get that.
It's bad
I
for
get
us
that,
to use that because it defeats our point, doesn't it? It defeats our point. We're saying when they bring this up, that's nonsense. It makes no sense. So we shouldn't use it in the reverse because that's in a very rich glucose liquid, yeah, which is not in any way analogous to the atmosphere. So whatever it shows benefits us naught in our understanding of light in the atmosphere.
No, and I agree with you, Adam. The only point I'm making is if light is bending around and it hits your eye, it's going to appear higher than it really is.
Why is light
That's the only
bending
point I'm
around?
making. Well, I know. I'm talking about in their paradigm. In their paradigm. That's all I'm arguing.
They don't have a.
I don't agree with it.
They don't have a paradigm.
Refraction.
Yeah. Well, I know you destroyed it, QE, but I mean, they always say we always do the Muppet vision, the side view. But what will you visually see if that was true? And that's what I'm driving at. If it's true what they're saying, then you can never see it because it's going to be always higher than it really is. That's the only point I'm making if their argument is true. I'll leave it there.
That's why that doesn't. All right. So light's supposed to bend in their world at 7/6 R. Number one, there's no R on that flat fish tank. Yeah. All you've got is some nonsense density gradient and then a light beam introduced at an angle. All it shows you is refraction. And not much, really, considering all the perversion you've put in there. Look how it straightens out. It's of no benefit to us, to me, mate, that. And using it. And there's enough demolition. We don't have to presuppose what their bullshit would turn out like. Where we would presuppose their bullshit would turn out with our bullshit corrections of their bullshit. It's just bullshit.
I mean, I agree, though. I guess all I'm saying is if they start invoking refraction, they just shot themselves in the foot. And that's what we've been saying for a while now.
Yeah.
Ultimately, as soon as they do that.
Yeah.
Well, you're right. We need to tell them what refraction is because in their world, refraction is that thing bending to your yellow dot. In reality, because of stuff, gravity, whatever, you know what I mean? That's why it's not worth entertaining anymore. Because we didn't have the knowledge before to just say, don't be silly. Yeah, this is what refraction is. Unless you want to go away and define your terrestrial refraction, yeah, which is what's required for you to make this outlandish claim, then stop it because you've got no backing otherwise. We don't have to, like in the days of the Isle of Man. Yeah, put up with the nonsense. We understand it now, and we don't have to humour it. And not the nonsense; they're ignorance in a lot of cases. They're complete ignorance. We're able to demonstrate and enlighten them, and that's what hurts them the most. That flat earthers are now enlightening them with the truth, the science in some cases, yeah, and also the bloody obvious in a lot. Why we can't get a decent conversation out of her anymore.
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand. Do they actually say that everything we see is not where we see it? Is that what they're claiming?
Yes.
Okay, so if that was true, how would a sniper hit anything?
Listen, you're preaching to the choir. I already told them this hundreds of times that if what they said was true, that Adam called it bullshit, then all the world's militaries would be rendered null. That it'd be academic. It would be non sequitur.
Tell you what, let's have a war with them. Let them use their way. We'll use our way. And let's see who wins.
We can't be having wars, Neil.
Paintball.
Paintball. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Scrat. You're right on it. Yes. Good. Anything else?
I just don't understand how they can actually think. I don't get it. I mean, they completely abandon logic and reason, and I don't know. It's just frustrating for me.
No, you're all over it. You're exactly correct. It's frustrating, right? Because that's what it is. So all we can do is just show it in spades, and then guess what? A little later this afternoon, guess what I'm going to hear? Reflection. Did Betty do it?
Yeah, I
might hear it now.
Two voices.
Yeah, Scrat, you're all over it. Thank you. All right, did we miss anyone, Betty?
Well, Shines came in. Maybe she wants to chime in and has something to say. Let me see if I can unmute her. Hi, Shines.
Hi, everyone. Just
great.
presentation as usual. You are amazing. And I'm just tired of them claiming that this is just semantics and that words don't have any meaning. And we don't know the difference between bending and divergence. And it's so silly. And I know that this is just going to continue for a long time on. And I don't know if a lot of people will ever get it because we are in that, anti-flat earth community. Like they just refuse to listen to what's so obvious. So, more great information. And hopefully, maybe some people will become sane and come into reality. We'll see, though.
That's wishful thinking. I like that, Betty. Can you invite more people to come in, and then when they come in, say, "Hello, I'm here."
It seems that you have a sort of a hearing problem in the sense that everything is too loud for you. Huh?
Yeah, it's showing everyone that comes in has their volume turned up a lot. So this is good.
That you have your volume for the income of the how do you say that? How your sound is transferred to you. That's too high up, maybe.
Well, there's a balance, cutie. Between
the balance, you crossed it.
Yeah, there's a balance. We want to get into shop talk. Nathan will love this. There's a balance between what goes out to YouTube and then what comes to me, and I want it to what goes out to YouTube as reasonable. And
sure.
If it is reasonable, I have to turn you up because I can't hear people.
Yep.
So my speakers are.
But everybody was too loud.
Yeah.
Usually it's too low, and now they're too loud.
Yeah, every single person that could. So just start inviting people in, Betty, because you like it. And make sure QE hears you.
Oh, let me see what I can do for you.
Oh, it doesn't matter with you, Shines. You could turn it down. It doesn't matter. If I have you cranked, I'm toast. And you weren't the only one. Every single person today. So it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. We got some other person, but he's on deaf and mute. But you don't want to hear him.
Yeah, that's where that's where he'll stay.
All right. Okay, well, I think that we had all the people in here that could talk and have tried to talk, except for a couple of people. Oh, there we got Rob. Hi, Rob.
Sorry, I can't talk. I got a really bad mic.
So how's that sound, Quantum?
It was loud. I was struggling to get him. Of course, I was right in the middle of a message to somebody. I'm struggling to get him, and he just stopped. But that's all right. I got him. I got you, Rob.
Sorry.
You should be good to go.
You want to add something?
Not really. My mic's really bad. It was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
All right. I got another super chat that I wanted to shout out. It's from Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum. And he says, thanks, QE. And
Thank you.
He said it mid-presentation, but I think it's good at the end.
Thanks, Lump. He said, what's the name? Lump. I can go look 1 second.
Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum.
Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum. Love it, man. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, it was a long one, long run this time.
Yeah, it was a longer one this time. Everything's going really good. It might be about 3 or 4 weeks, to get everyone in sound line, but I think that this was a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You have said yourself anything to add? What's next Ballbusters about?
Next Ballbuster, I forgot to tell Adam and Nathan. That was I was gonna say something and I got it. It was in the morning. I wasn't thinking straight. They requested for Ballbusters that we, because there's a lot of new people, according to them, that's on the scene. So to go back into the science presentation, they wanted something, specific, and I'm not going to do the science presentation without doing the whole thing. So Adam, I'm going to do the whole thing, man.
Fair enough. If you want to, no, it's fair enough. I understand. If you want to present something properly, sometimes you have to. So
yeah, I'm gonna present. Yeah, we'll go in for the next 4 or 5 weeks, and we'll just be talking science on Ballbusters. No problem. I don't have an issue with it.
On science now?
Say again?
Are we camping out with science now?
We're gonna drop anchor in science again. Yes.
Drop anchor.
Yeah.
Or camping out.
Drop an anchor in natural science. It's a heavy anchor. It's going to be hard to lift up.
Mm. But didn't we do that hundreds of thousands of times again?
Yes, but it appears, like I said, we have new people in. It's not a bad thing to go back and review those principles and concepts. It's not a bad thing at all.
What? Yeah, because you can sort of apply it to all kinds of other different things that they are claiming to be true right now in this minute.
Yes. Yep. So I'm looking forward to anything talking about the scientific method and anything, the one that I created. I enjoy talking about that.
Oh, yeah, your scientific method, huh?
That's right.
Yeah.
Might as well take ownership of it since
nobody else does.
Yeah, they're saying that it's mine. I've heard a number of times that it's mine. I appreciate that. Yeah, Drace is saying the same. Drace is saying the same thing.
Variable?
Oh God.
Is it with the independent variable or the independable variable?
According to you, it's the independable variable.
You can't depend on it.
Yeah, so even Drace in the chat, he's saying that, yeah, they keep telling us it's my method, QE's method, so I might as well take ownership of it then.
Maybe you can put out a paper as well then, like that Andrew Thomas Young did. Everybody, bagok you.
Bagok, you can't do the bagok right. You need practice on that.
Oh, the hell.
Well, if it's your method, couldn't they just say you're just wrong?
They do.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, they just say it. That's the difference between them and I. I don't say it. I support it. And demonstrate it, by the way. That's very important. Anyone can say anything, right?
I got another super chat for you.
Go ahead, Betty.
It's from Peter Clark, and he says, Rumpus is an utter moronic sophist.
Who's Rumpus?
I don't know.
I don't know either. All right, let's wrap it up. Adam, any final thought?
At least he super chatted for you.
Say again?
At least thank the guy that super chatted.
Well, yeah, I thought it. Didn't I thank him?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Hey, well, thank you very much. And I didn't see it. Why that didn't pop up on my... Oh, there he is. Now it popped up. Peter Clark. Yep. Appreciate it, Peter Clark. Hope you guys got a lot out of the presentation. Let's go ahead and wrap it up. Let's get Adam any final thoughts and make sure we get Adam shouting out his channel. He's got a couple good videos on there. Adam's starting to ramp things up, right?
Thank you, sir. That I did plan to do that. I'm going to post it in chat in a second. Yeah. On tonight, yeah, I've enjoyed it. Like I say, 5A for me is is beautiful. You can seed all you like and then take them to 5A, and their priest says what they're claiming does not happen. Nonsense. So we can forget all about the supposed terrestrial refraction and concentrate on what we understand that's validated with regards to refraction. And I'm more than happy to accept proven understanding of refraction and what it is, even if it includes the two-way speed of light.
Yeah,
as a ratio.
Yeah, that's a stumbling block. I knew it would be, and I knew I had to go over it. Yeah,
I'm happy. That's why I gave the prefix the as a ratio. We're not invoking it. We're just using it both ways for everything, and then defining that ratio that we've applied to everything. So I don't have a problem. Like I said, that's why I interjected. I don't have a problem with it. It doesn't involve me questioning measuring the speed of light. It's a ratio within a device.
Yes.
Okay, so whatever that thing's doing, whether it's the speed of light, whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's a ratio within a device. That's cool, as long as it's each thing that we define the ratio's got the same parameters, and that's how it's been derived.
Yes.
The validating thing is that the angles do have a similar ratio. So.
Correct. Yes.
So that I like it, but like I say, 5A for me. That's all I'd say on this evening. Other than that, yeah, if I could shout I've obviously got my channel, the Adam Meakin. I've had for ages, but what I've wanted to do is I've started a new one. What ? Is the world? And Nathan, all of that is in lowercase now. I've changed it thanks to Nathan's bequest. So I'm just kind of putting my thoughts down there, kind of trying to do episodes, just covering certain topics. The first one was kind of the instigator, really born out of what Brian was doing with regards to Wolfie and certain flights and stuff I've done in the past. The next one's a little bit more considered, and hopefully kind of highlights the two sides, what we've learned over the time, what we know, what's demonstrable, what's provable, and what the high priests of the globe spout as the rhetoric that's the reason you should think it's a ball. And it's a kind of a juxtaposition of those two things.
Cool.
Need to make your own mind up. Yeah, so that's what is the world, and I'll stick it in chat now and spam it a sec. Thanks, John.
That was perfect timing, honey.
Finish another banana.
No. I'm talking to my wife. She just came in and tore a piece of paper off the door in here. That's too funny. Perfect timing. Yeah, thanks, Adam. Everyone sign up for Adam. Adam, are you spamming that in the chat?
Done it once, I'm going to do it again. There you go.
Please, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. And watch and please sub and share if you could. I'd appreciate it. I'm still on low numbers there.
Oh, we'll get that going, Adam. No problem. Everyone should be subscribing.
Yeah, I liked your last one, right? Where you sort of put Neil deGrasse Tyson, that other guy, what was it? The physics guy, Bill Nye, the physics guy.
Right.
I like it when you sort of let them talk and other people talk, and it's good. It's kind of nice to hear these people having these stupid representations of a boat going over the curve of the horizon on a table. It's so stupid.
As QE said, sometimes the best response is to just let them talk.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it. Betty, take us home.
Yeah, I want to thank all the super chatters because there were some amazing super chatters here. Please don't be shy for super chatting because I will shout them out, unless it's vile language, of course. But I think the Rumpus guy was a little bit over the edge, but okay. So people, thanks for that. And I usually have to shout out Nathan with his channel, with Nathan Oakley 1980, and then to a debate. But I haven't seen him yet. So has he been here, guys?
Yeah,
So
I seen him earlier.
Yeah, but he didn't spam his show, did he?
I did not see it, so I'm not sure about that. He might have gotten busy. Let me check one more time.
Yeah, maybe if he has a show, go and check it out. If he has a show, and subscribe so that you never miss one.
There's it's premiering now, Nathan Oakley channel, Flat Earth Debate 1467, Uncut and After Show. So that's on now.
Okay. So he's running it now. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can, when this is done, go over to that one.
I'll check
See
if
each
he's
other
in his
there.
own chat, but yeah, I'll have a look.
You ever wondered what actor?
Yeah. So everybody, thanks for being here, and see you next time at the Ballbusters. Over to you, John.
Over to you. Really? All right, I guess I'll take it. All right, I want to thank the panel. Appreciate that. For the folks that are listening in, yeah, we're getting the sound squared away. Sorry for the initial ones, but I'm usually pretty sharp on that, pretty quick to get the audio squared away. It'll take a little time, but just be patient. We'll get it squared away. With the refraction or terrestrial refraction, hold these guys. If they say refraction, hold them to it. Have them define it and have them show you. Listen, I said the easiest one was 1A, but you could take any of them. I don't mind. But as long as you take it to them. Okay, don't let them get away with refraction. Don't do it. Right? Go ahead and hold their toes to the fire. Thanks again, guys. So, take no prisoners. No quarter will be asked. None shall be given. And remember, I'll be back.
What up? What up? Anyone in the house?
What's up, Flatty?
What up, Miggy? How are you, buddy?
Yeah, doing good, man.
Good.
That was a long audio clip.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot it was playing. My headphones come out of my ears because I was doing some painting and put them back in. Like half an hour later, it's still going.
Yeah, what people usually challenge that point, that specific point? It seems like you only get those kinds of kinds of questions and discussions from people who are really entrenched in that idea, or they'll try to go around the fact that they've got an answer.
Yeah, I find Nathan Oakley's and QE's stuff is people around them, like they just seems like there's anti-flat Earth that's just nitpicking stuff constantly. They just got to keep dealing with that. Whereas over here we get that a bit, but we get the the new people or the I think, anyway, from what I've
Yeah,
seen so
people
far.
generally don't know much about the Earth. It sounds like a funny topic when they hear somebody talking about flat Earth or something. And to them, it's something that kind of neat, crazy or neat to kind of talk about.
Yeah, I haven't heard much talk of terrestrial refraction here. Only on QE's recordings. So have they abandoned that now, the Globers, or do they still try and invoke that argument?
That's what I'm saying. I've these guys that are around here really haven't done that. Yeah, it used to be that was kind of a refraction was the hotness back in probably about a year and a half ago, I'd say. 2020, somewhere around there.
So they don't seem to have any arguments left, do they?
No. The
The
sextant
last one was that, the curved adjacent on the sextant was the last death croak.
Yeah. It seemed like they wanted to claim some type of validity. I can't say that word. But that's what they wanted with that, to have validity. There it is. Validity.
Validity.
But you can't. So I don't know what the next argument is going to be, if there even is going to be one. I don't think there is going to be one.
Yeah, I was in another server, and there was a couple of people, a couple of globies in there. I think they were trying to trick me into kind of getting into a talk with them. But I was new to that server, so I was kind of, just being careful. And I could see them talking about sextants and stuff. And one of them said, "There's no triangles in celestial navigation." So
They told you that?
Yeah. So I said, "Hang on, now, what do you mean?" Because obviously I've viewed the sextant thing, and it's based on triangle, And then one of them said, "You're from 24/7, aren't you?" Like they must have seen me here. And I said, "Yeah." They said, "Is there a mod over there that can speak to me?" So then I was in Nathan Oakley's channel then a couple of days later, and I could see the guy. So I said, I thought you wanted to speak to one of the 24/7 mods." I said, "QE's in here. Why don't you go and talk to him?" And then he said, "Nice try." So I don't know what kind of trolling he was trying to do to me, but yeah, it didn't make sense.
So moderator, as in you have no argument for the case, I guess is what he.
Yeah. And then QE's a mod here, and he's a mod over in Nathan. So I said, "Well, Nathan, yeah, QE's a mod here. Why don't you talk to him now? He's in the voice chat." And he's like, "Nice try." Yeah. So he was trying to belittle me or trick me into something. I don't know, because there was no argument there.
I would say that most of the people that have like a role here with Flat Earth, they know something about it. So anybody could argue the case.
Yeah, I didn't make it. I didn't unless they've heard me talking and know that I'm new to or newer to it. But yeah, like anyone can just can know the stuff, can't they?
I don't know what he was expecting to talk to a mod for. Like if that was going to change the fact that he can't provide any evidence, but I mean, to them it's they want to speak to the manager.
Yeah.
Who's in charge here?
Yeah, wanted to speak to the manager, and I provided him with the manager, and then he ran away from it. So yeah.
So what are you thinking, Flatty? I mean, you've been here a couple months now. I mean, I see you in here almost every day now. So that's somebody who really wants to know and learn and just hear the arguments and all that good stuff. I think you haven't heard everything yet, but you've heard a lot of it.
No, I'm trying to, and I'm listening back to old recordings and stuff. But I want to it's like I found my thing, found my crew, and it's like everyone here just makes sense to me, and yeah, it's just, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but yeah, I'm here
It's,
every day because I don't want to miss anything. I just want to absorb it all, you know.
you know, I mean, to be an ambassador of truth, man, it's a great responsibility.
Yeah,
It,
yeah, that's what it
it
feels like. Yeah,
yeah, because I mean, it's your countrymen that have been deceived. You know, it's the people you care about. It's, you know, it's not just coming in here and talking to, you know, faceless people on the internet. It's people that you know, in your neighborhood and such. And that's when it gets personal, you know, because like to you, it's like, okay. I mean, it's logically consistent. Things that you know is self evident to you. It's it's a spell that everybody's under, and it's like you have to. It's almost like disarming a bomb. You have to figure out how not to cut the wrong wire, you know, and set it
that's
off.
that's exactly right. Yeah, so I was thinking you can't just go up to someone and just, or anyone, family member, friend, you know someone you don't know. You can't just go and drop drop the knowledge on them. It's like
Yeah,
trying to deactivate a bomb, cut the
there was.
the red wire.
I would say there's different styles. Everybody has their own style of how they do it, and some are more proactive when it comes to that, and they'll go into places and they'll be like, "Hey guys, the Earth is flat," you know, and everybody's like, What's this guy talking about?" I mean, some of it has its merits, you know, because it really puts a bug in their ear, but at the same time, it doesn't. It just sets up defense. They set up their defenses. I mean, granted, you could be speaking truth, but you're only gonna make somebody just not, want to hear.
Yeah, there was a guy in here this morning. It would have been late night for you guys, but it was, I don't know, 6 a.m. here. And I was listening, and Orion was in here, and this guy came in, and he said, we asked how did you find the place, and he said, I scanned a QR code on my way home from the bar. It was just like on the side of a bin, trash can or something, and it turned out it was a sticker of a QR code that Orion had put on the bin on the trash can in Seattle, or yeah, or wherever he's from, Oregon. He's from Portland.
Oh, cool.
So that was quite. Yeah, so that was quite cool for Ryan to be here, and then someone had found his sticker, scanned it, found the server, come in, went through voice check-in, and then actually had a conversation with him. It was quite a cool experience to witness that.
Did he feel a bit shook by the information, or was he just asking some obvious questions?
No, he seemed quite open, and was kept quite quiet, and then just kind of dipped out then suddenly, and we noticed like two other people dipped out. So I don't know, like they didn't come to troll, they came to check it out, to see what it's about, and kind of, I don't know, at some point it must have got too real for them and decided to go. But, yeah, but he's in here for a bit.
So in the place where you live, is there a lot of people that in your area that know about it, or?
I don't think so. I haven't really spoken to many people about it, really, because I just didn't have the skills to kind of bring it up, and the information was scrambled until I've been here maybe going on 3 months now, so it's it's coming together for me now on how to kind of talk about it. But yeah, so I haven't really noticed, but I've got David Weiss's app, and you can have a look on there to see who's nearby, and there's not a lot. There's one person within 2 miles of me, and another one then about 5 miles out, and that's it, I think. So I've kind of sent him a message through the app, and nothing's come back yet. But You know, I'm not really interested on meeting up with people at the moment, but yeah, it's interesting just to see that there's not a lot of them. So I might do an Orion and print off some stickers and just kind of go around subliminally, kind of.
Are they stickers that somebody can order from here or what? Like I haven't seen these.
Yeah,
stickers.
I've got the artwork. If anyone wants it,
Oh.
yeah, Orion sent me the artwork. I can send that to you if you want.
For the
And I was just
QR
gonna
code.
Yeah, and I was just gonna go on, one of these cheap online printers and just get like a roll of stickers done.
That's a neat
I'll forward
idea.
them to you.
That's a
Yeah,
real.
because it's worked at least for a couple of people that approved this morning.
And it just links them right into the Discord, huh?
Yeah, it gives them the invite to the Discord, and then also on the sticker it says that it's got the YouTube address as well.
Yeah,
Just
there you
written
go.
on.
So who's in here right now? We got. See who's this? Julius. We got Jonas, Get Beget, Miguel, Flat Earth Solar, Batman, Elijah. What's up, guys?
Hello.
Yo, what's up? Just got in. How's it going?
That's going great.
Man?
Talking to Flatty here.
Elijah, what do you think about what happened last night then with the guy you were having decent interaction with, and then he kind of got caught up in the QE kind of bomb, didn't he?
Say again?
That guy you were talking to, you were having quite a good couple of conversations with him, weren't you? You and Hank. Oh, what was his name now?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Uncanny. Yeah.
that's it. And then he got introduced to QE, and it kind of went a bit crazy for him.
Yeah. I didn't like it. I didn't find it necessary.
No, me either. Because he had some good ideas and things, and some of his things are a bit silly, but he was kind of almost with us, I suppose.
No, I mean, with us, not with us, it's not really the.
Yeah, I
not
didn't
really
mean
the
that.
thing.
You know what I
Like
meant. Yeah,
people overall listening, especially people who are in academia, like say Adam Meekin. He's been on Nathan's panel for a while, but he had to learn new things. What if nobody was patient with him?
Yeah.
It's not even about patience. It's like, dude, it's your first time talking to somebody. Like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
Being him.
No, you're talking about the guy that came in here last night?
QE.
Oh, QE. Oh, QE. And he talked with the guy last night.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Facts are the facts, but the people who are biased towards the other side need to actually feel that the person that they think is representing them did give it their best by presenting to the best of their ability. That if somebody's like yelling at you, right or wrong, you can't really. I don't know. It's weird. it was weird for someone um of his like the guy's demeanors. It was just uncalled for it to go down that way. Because he seemed pretty well. He's pretty knowledgeable, well spoken, and the best like the best way to sway somebody is to defeat that person in an argument. But tone does matter. Like, I know everybody doesn't give a fuck, but I mean, you know.
Yeah, I've said before, I don't think QE should be on the welcoming committee.
What do you guys think? He's more in the master class.
Yeah, he's the professor. You don't have a professor taking junior school classes because he's going to get frustrated at a 6-year-old.
I don't know. The guy was open about his background, and he definitely knew the difference between concepts and classical physics versus theoretical physics. And I don't know how he could say he thinks it's
Was
a
he,
plane, but to what extent it's a plane,
was he an
because a plane
educator?
is not a shape in the first place. And I mean, everybody typically seems to be worried about shape because they see the earth as an object. It's hard to not do that, and you damn sure won't begin to understand you know day one that, well, it's actually not something we've seen entirely. I,
Was
Even though you believe that you've seen it probably every day of your life, you know.
yeah, was he an educator?
He was educated.
Oh. So maybe he was a teacher or something, because he went over his background. Like, if he knew some of the classical physics, maybe he just was somebody that paid attention in class or something. You don't know.
Well, I mean, because he's still, like, if he says something, he'll preface it with, I know that this is mathematical. But sometimes when guys like that say proof, they mean mathematical proof. They don't mean they don't like. I don't think he was attempting to conflate the two. I think he was trying to. I don't know. You know what? Ultimately, I don't know what he was trying, because the exchange fell apart. So it is what it is.
How long was he here for? Yeah, like an hour.
What Elijah, what Elijah was saying there now, just made me think
He's
about
been
the.
he's been talking in here for a couple of days. Sorry, just wanted to.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, he's been rocking out. That's why I'm like, it's not like I just heard him speak like just one time. He was pretty cool, dude. That usually happens. My best friend's not here either, so he was on board until the night he came here. So
well, your good friend came in here too, Elijah.
yep.
He got waylaid, huh? He's like, I ain't
No,
going there.
no, he was pretty lax. He was open because he just didn't really know too much about any of this stuff. So he had a decent conversation, but he heard the conversations after and just thought, I don't like this.
Uh,
It's like, no, you can't. I mean, it's not like you can tone police, but so it is what it is. But I mean, Yeah. It's a community. That's what happens in neighborhoods. What are you gonna do? Everyone's different. They do what they feel is right. They have their own impacts in the way that they should.
Yeah, I was just saying that earlier. I was like, everybody has their own style. I mean, there's no really one way to say like I can't do it this way, I can't do it that way. You can do it whatever way you want, whichever way you think is effective, but it's not going to be effective for one person to the next. So that's the thing. And you're going to find the ones where you feel like going off on. I mean, there's going to be that too, right?
Uh, I don't think I've ever run off on anybody after the last time I went off on somebody.
How long ago was that?
Gotta
I
be
don't
at
even,
least a year. Because
how
I
was
don't remember.
that happen?
Gotta be at least a year more because I don't remember. You know,
Okay, man.
when's the last time we really spoke to Xanax for real? Like, that's pretty much the last kind of person that I was just like, I don't speak to them dudes like that anymore because, well, I mean, it's not fruitful. Like, I
Was that
know that
the
I know
Kosho?
what I'm citing, and I know when people aren't trying to address what I'm citing, and I know what I'm citing is not my own. It's a claim from the other side that they don't want to address. Ultimately, that's all it ever is. And it's like, well, I don't have time to play that game. I already know what it is.
What happened to Kosho, man? That guy just disappeared, huh?
He's still in Jim Pandas. I spoke to him um maybe 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago.
Saying that I'm not trying to summon him. I'm just saying. Say his name 3 times, he's going to
He
appear.
was I believe someone that sounded never mind. I thought he came in here the other day or the other week, but it was just once.
Now that guy, he's a horse of a different color.
Yeah.
he's something else.
Well, I was talking to some of the guys yesterday, Chocolate, Nathan, a few others, and I was saying that this whole thing was like checkers because I just played checkers like time since I was like a child, and I was like, oh, I understand. When I was new to this, when I was new to this world too, pretty much as a child, I got the concept of the game, and I just thought at that point in my life, here's a move, I can make it.
Yep.
I didn't think here's a move, I can make it, but if I do, you know what I mean? Then this might happen. And then this is an outcome if I do this. I didn't do that. I didn't think of all the possible outcomes before I decided, okay, this is the way I want the pieces on the board to play out. So I'm gonna go in this general direction. And that's what I feel like this whole conversation has been. Because at first it was just logical fallacies that we didn't really, I don't know, at least I didn't know how to address because I didn't know what they were classified as. Like I didn't know what they were called. I just knew this seemed weaselly. But when we finally got down to it, it's like, okay, well, you're begging the question most times. If you're already begging the question and asking me about Narnia while I'm in Narnia, I'm gonna have to answer hypothetically how something may or may not work. But in that begging the question, it's actually designed to work. There's no way it's not gonna work, hypothetically speaking. If
Yeah.
you're already begging the question.
In that realm, anything is possible. In that realm, anything
So
is.
So in the same way of checkers, it's just like, it used to be that, we made the mistakes in the first few moves and didn't realize that it would be the end. And then
Oh,
eventually we got to a place where we had stalemates, where it's just like, okay, well, nobody's really winning at this point. And then Now it's at a point where it's like, oh, the first move is it's a flat plane.
Yep.
Look,
It's
you get because that's
we
what
were,
you're gonna assume to get elevation angles,
that's a base
and
action.
then
Yeah, it's definitely the first move, man. Definitely. I mean, it was
so after that it's like now it's like, you know, we're making the right moves from jumping, and they've already lost. And it's like I don't have a desire to prove
yeah, exactly. There
them
was
wrong.
uh,
Not the, you know.
like the logical fallacies that you were talking about. Like we didn't really know too much in the very beginning. We're going in there like cowboys, right? Trying to shoot them all down with all the logically consistent arguments. And then
Yep.
we were in the realm of like, okay, so this is a burden of proof reversal fallacy that they're doing. So they're actually saying that we got to provide the evidence, and they don't. So they would, and that's one of some of the major fallacies that they would come in here. That was one of the biggest ones. They would want to make sure that we didn't get like, okay, you get the new guy. Hi, new guy. How you doing? You know, welcome to the server. New guy is like, hey, I got a question. You know, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Well, tell you what, new guy. And then the new guy, after we tell him, he's like, yeah, but that don't make any sense. And here we go engaging. And so
Right.
and so they were on the attack, and we were on the defense at that point. So it's almost like you don't get a chance to explain the problem. And so now it's like, okay, new guy, welcome to the server. You know, let's go over, you know, what the proof the burden of proof that it lands on the claim. It needs to be talked about because ultimately we've all been taught this information. So now we got to examine that. So it's showing them that we're not afraid to look at that information, and they can't be either, because I think most of the times they want to shift that burden on us because it sounds kind of hooey to them when they're listening to like YouTube videos and they hear some of these famous anti-flat earthers going off on the rails, you know, like, well, this don't make any sense on a flat earth, and they do dumb little images with like a guy standing on a pizza, like a pizza azimuth or equidistant projection thing, and it's got like the moon in one location, and it's got like two stick figures. You know what I mean? Like they do some
Uh-huh.
of the redundant images, and then they want to claim that as some way of scientifically proving that flat Earth can exist, cannot. And so we're dealing with, you know, these bozos that are out there doing that, but they're filling these guys' heads with this kind of stuff. So they come in here with like, you know, questions of that, you know, and so we're always on the defense. I think we should be more offensive, you know, and showing them, okay, no, we're playing offense today because we're going to show you why does this don't make any sense, and you know, picking that apart. Like you said, you always start with the flat plane because, you know, I would say pun intended because it's like the ground you stand on. It is the foundation of the beginning of the argument. You know, so
Yep. Yep.
but nothing. I mean, the guys that come in here that I've seen anyway that are really pushing the envelope. Uh, we don't. I don't know, man. Like the last one that I've seen that was really onto like doing that was um eggshells, walking on eggshells. Maybe that's his name. He's something to do with eggshells. I know that.
Riding.
Riding on eggshells. Oh,
Yeah. See, people like him, um, and people like Plaza, I mean, I'm curious to see where, like, I have a conversation with him, like 2 weeks from now, a month from now, after he looks into the this refraction stuff a little more. That's what he has to do. But people like him up until that point and riding on eggshells, like they're the people that I want to talk to the least because they don't make any claims at all. Well, if you're not making any claims and I'm not making any claims, why the fuck are you asking me questions?
yeah. that's confusing to me too. It's like, why are you in here if this isn't why? What this, and old Bacon as well. Bacon was in here doing the very same thing. He's like, why are you getting off the topic, dude? We're talking about celestial navigation. It's nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. I'm like, dude, that's what people are coming. I mean, the server is built on the idea that the whole conversation is about the shape. Like, it's about the claim, I should say, rather, the claim of the shape. And you mean to tell me that your conversation has nothing to do with that? Like, so it's just you're talking about how people navigate across the ocean. Now, that's wonderful. That's great. At the end of that, maybe you can become a sailor or something. Like who? So what? Like if it has nothing to do with the premise, then we're not helping anyone. We're not doing anything for the server. We're just might as well talking about what's your favorite color, like Huey says. What's your favorite color? Yeah, it's no benefit, I guess.
What book did you read this month? Like, what you doing?
Yeah, by the way, how's every little thing? Like what the hell? Like this.
How's it hanging?
Yeah. That's amazing, dude. Like some of them actually just like Matthew Learns, or maybe that's his name. Or you get somebody change his name, or he changed his name. Who knows? But yeah, that guy. I mean, he's in here just to hang, dude. Like that. I don't know. And then he's been told. I remember back in the day, dude. That was like a year and a half ago, possibly. And when he was in here, he was a bit more staunch than he is in his position, but he throws a few jabs in every now and again, but on the system of belief. I guess I would say he admittedly says so. He's like, I can't, I can't validate this. It's my belief, but I'm gonna talk about it anyway. Like, I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can do that. Or tell somebody that they're wrong. Because if you're telling them that they're wrong about what the Earth is, then you obviously know what it is, or have done you figured it out somehow. I remember back in the old days, dude. Yeah, asking people those questions, it was kind of crazy, man. Because most of the people that you talk to will not say that they know. The honest ones, right? You get some people that are prideful at the beginning, but then if you talk to them about it and you're like, no, let's get a real serious conversation. Like, let's not fool around. Let's be honest, right? Like we're just two people talking about what's real and what's not. And kind of like when you erase the fact that you're not out to destroy their pride and you just want to know what they know, and then it becomes like, okay, well, this is what I know. And then sometimes they're like, well, I don't really know. And then the truth comes out, right? Because then you figure out, okay, well, if you don't know, then everything else that precedes whatever you're going to say has no validity to it. Because you don't know. You look up in the sky and you said, well, there's planets and whatever. Well, you just said you didn't know. And then doesn't matter where they go, what they talk about. Once that is declared and they have said that, then you could really hang on to that. Because that's almost like I would say like a golden ticket for excluding, or a golden hand wave dismissal ticket to just hand wave dismiss everything they talk about when it concerns anything to do with the shape of the Earth or the cosmos or whatever, because they've already declared that they don't know. And that's pointing that out is probably it's essential in a conversation. Like, oh, I thought you said you just said that you didn't know. Isn't that what you said? And then having them realize that. And then the hard-boiled ones are the ones like, yeah, I know, it's refraction. That's the reason why. Okay, I know you get into that topic, but you always start with the plane. That's essential. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Flatty. Like when you talk to the people that you know or anyone, if you're in a conversation, maybe some friends or something. But it has to be where it's
Yeah, man. Yeah, I couldn't get to my mic button then, but yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, I hear you, man.
fascinating, man. I love having conversations with new people. It's interesting to me. Has anybody ever had some positive experiences talking to people about the shape of the earth? I mean, there's a lot of negative, but some that you felt like the conversation went in a good direction versus.
I'm working on some. I'm working on some family members.
Oh yeah. Well, how do you
Yeah.
approach the truth? Like, what's the opening, or I should say, how did it come about? Did the conversation even came to the topic? Did you bring it up, or was it?
I think first I was kind of jokingly talking about how we never went to the moon, and then you know with COVID and everything, just like watching some of like a funny thing happened away on the way to the on the moon, watching that, and and then I'd bring up different pictures and video from the ISS, and I think with all of the um, there's been so much misinformation and lies in the past couple of years from the government, and so I think that the openness to the fact that lies may have been in the space program then open up the door to exploring that. Like, wow, so I kind of said, oh, I went down this rabbit hole just to find out what the flat earthers are talking about. And I said, the more I look into it, I'd like, they've got some actual science based arguments. And then I started looking into it myself. And, so I would just bring up the different things, like, things that I knew that they already knew, like nature abhors a vacuum, and just get them to think about it. And like, well, you know, um, how can we have atmosphere on a planet next to a vacuum of space? Then, and just kind of like drop like those little things. I said, it's interesting. What are the odds that the sun and the moon are, come together to do a perfect eclipse? But the sun is X miles away and 400 times, so that everything is um, so that their appearances um, matches. So a lot of those kinds of things, like why why are people saying that you have to there's a Coriolis effect for a rifle, or like Neil deGrasse Tyson's statement about that I don't know if it's a field goal. I think it was a field goal. I don't know what game. I'm not a footballer, but he had made that statement, and like, so you have to count an effect for the Earth rotation, while those things are a bullet's in the air or a football's in the air, but a helicopter can, or a drone can go up and remain stationary in the sky, and there's no Earth rotation underneath it. And I think one of the biggest things was the 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 fact that things are not. I mean, education is such a hot topic right now, and indoctrination in general. So to bring up the fact that um, who was it? David Weiss found a woman from Connecticut who was taught the flat Earth, and there's been reports that around the globe that in the 20s, flat Earth was still being taught, and the experiments at the turn of the century weren't taught. And the Michelson Morley and Sagnac and Lorentz equation was basically theorized to negate the Michelson-Morley. So those are the kinds of things, and the dogma. I think also, so kind of different avenues, and I think Expelled's a really good movie too, because that kind of just shows you the dogma of evolution and how. So even if you believe in these theories, that the fact that the scientific community isn't allowing debate and the real scientific method to come into play, that it's really pseudoscience. So I think that all those different things, you got to know your audience, though. I mean, my family, has, I just know them. So I don't know if I'd be able to use the same things on a stranger. I've tried a couple times with like a teacher, like, can you explain something to me, like how a helicopter can go up in the air and the earth doesn't rotate underneath it, and they kind of look at me like I've got two heads. So then I kind of drop it. So it's kind of working on just people I know. And a couple of friends of the family that I know have more of a Christian background, I think are a little bit more open to.
Really? I thought those were the ones that are more. I found that those guys were the more staunch in their positions, because
Well,
I've had conversations with some of the Christians. Actually, will the ones that I don't know, like they don't look into it, but they're more of like, they believe more of what the accomplishments of man, according to what they believe, right? The accomplishments of man thus far have been due to the fact that God has allowed them to do such feats. So to them,
mhm.
reaching the skies and all that was totally something that was supposed to be like, well, not the skies, but like, outside of Earth, the heavens, if you will. And so to them, it's like that is, God allowed all of that stuff to be the way it is. But if you even show them any scripture pertaining to build the case up against it, it kind of maybe it would give it a little validity for them, because of the fact that they're more of on the faith based kind of side of things. But you'd have to follow up with like the physical. You'd have to be able to say, okay, was there any demonstration that has been done that we could figure this out? Because all we have are just these calculations by men, like, and so forth. Um, it brings it a little bit more back to like the knowledge that has been given to us. Because even a simple verse, like how the devil has deceived all the nations, like something like that. Like, well, how, if the nations are all deceived, how are we receiving truth from like these entities? Because
Yeah,
they're not.
it's
You know,
interesting. I don't go from a, if someone is, of the Christian faith, and I don't really go into those kinds of arguments. I kind of just um bring up sort of like a logic, like common sense thing of of like Werner von Braun and his epitaph, in that passage, and
as
yeah, and just like the kind of things that kind of make the things that to me were like, huh, kind of made me think, are the same kind of things that I will just kind of put out there and just see, well, think about this. Isn't this curious? Isn't that? So it's very, very, I'm not trying to convince. I'm just like, huh, isn't that interesting? Isn't this is another argument that's brought up that I didn't have an answer to, or so I'm neutral on the position, and I'm just like bringing it up. I'm like, something to think about. Isn't this interesting? What if this was, what could be the reasons hypothetically, exploring it in the abstract rather than this is what I believe and this is what's really happening and you need to know the truth, that kind of thing. And just, so I'm kind of like, more or less just presenting, sort of like a devil's advocate, for the flat earth argument. And then also And then on the globe side, people say this, that, and the other thing, but there's never been an experiment to prove that the Earth has rotated. In fact, there's been the opposite. There's been, but it was, um, excused away by the Lorentz equation, which, actually I was watching the Globebusters 24/7 last night, and they were bringing up LIGO, and I was like, well, I wonder if those LIGO scientists have used the Lorentz experiment to factor into their equation of. Do you know about the LIGO?
And that facility that they have that.
Yeah, supposedly they're measuring gravitational waves that
Yeah, and
move like half the width of a protein proton.
Yeah, they say
Or
that they hear that the noise that gravitational waves make when they collide, it sounds like chirping birds or something. It's
right. Well, they've got the same kinds of measurement. Well, they're using laser. They're not using. I don't know if the Michelson-Morley was just using light, or I guess they weren't using laser at that point. But they still had an apparatus, and the Lorentz equation basically shortened the apparatus, and they've got north, south, east, west apparati in their facilities. So, are they using that same calculation to compensate for that supposed effect that happened to Michelson-Morley? I don't think so. So they would be completely off in their own purported, findings, if they use that. So I don't know. It's just like all the different inconsistencies, like which kind of gravity, Newton's or Einstein's, and so I think I don't really have it all organized in my mind because things kind of just come up, and I kind of like do some sort of drive by like thought bombs, like, oh, the you're gonna get sick of me talking about the abyssal plains, but I mean, I'm like 50%, 40 to 50% of the Earth is measured to be the flattest parts on Earth. That's 50% of the Earth. How can you have a global Earth if 50%, unless the globe is just 10 to the 20 times larger of a sphere. You can't have 50% of it being demonstrably, measurably, scientifically precise, with precise sonar measure to be flat on a round or a spherical object.
I was wondering too, because you said you've only been flat Earth for a little bit, right? It hasn't been a long time since you like actually said, hey, you know what? I think this Earth could be flat. Like hasn't been that long, right?
Yeah,
For you.
it's been about 6 months. I still say I'm globe skeptic because there's a couple things that still are unknown. I mean, like
What
I
is?
said,
I think I don't know. Maybe I did ask you this before. What was the biggest thing that stood out that what made you say, I might have to? I can't agree with this right now. I'd have to look at what flat Earth arguments or anything that. Why wouldn't you think the Earth is like you were mentioning, as the abyssal plains were showing that it's pretty flat? Like, why couldn't it be?
that was
What
the
happened?
clincher for the abyssal plains was the clincher for me. I have to say more recently, but I still think there is, you know, I think there's, um, it could just be that we're on a much larger mass. I think they could be hiding, the fact that maybe we're just on a much larger world in a geocentric model. So I'd say that I'm pretty convinced that we're geocentric and stationary. Um, Not
You
necessarily, yeah.
haven't out space at the moment, so it seems like the cosmos are another part of like what you would say is still attached. You're still attached to. Like, you're not gonna let go of the cosmos just yet, because that could still have some
Well,
it
yeah, I mean, there could still be. I don't think the whole dark energy thing. I think the Einstein equation. I think the Big Bang is, you know, theoretical math, and but there could be ether. There could be, I don't know that I think it's still in question how far stars are given the inverse square of light um, um, mathematics that can be demonstrated. So there's a lot of new science and physics that I hadn't been exposed to that are like the more and more that I'm reading about or listening to or,
yeah,
understanding that I think, okay, well, maybe, things are a lot closer. Maybe things are
yeah.
smaller, that kind of stuff, but not necessarily that there's not a universe.
Hmm.
Um,
No, that's what.
I think one of the big things was the inconsistency of all the images because I was already not believing in the whole moon landing thing,
Hmm.
and then I do graphic design, so when I saw Rob Skiba changing the levels on the images from the um, of the Earth, and then the fakery and the on the a funny thing happened on the way to the moon with the window in the Terminator line on the Earth that they were showing there, and then different sizes of the United States and all the different ones. And I think there was a statement from Al Gore that there was only like one real photo from 1972, and so and then the fact that everything is basically admitted to be an artist rendition when you think that you're getting these high resolution images from Hubble, and then you realize that they're just like the black and white gray pixels that they're interpreting. So I think that those are the kinds of things that I'm like, oh wow, all right, well, all right, you just kind of take for granted that what you're being shown is true, and I could see that's a big persuasion for a lot of people. They just feel like they've actually seen it, and that is the reality. Person who's done graphic designing and photoshopping stuff, I know how you can manipulate images. So that was a big
There was,
eye opener.
there was a gentleman that was in here a couple days ago, and he was of the same mind, I guess, as you are.
Mm-hmm.
He said this kind of the same things. He's like, I don't believe that the scientific community has got it down, or what we're hearing from them is right. But I'm just saying, he's like, it could be bigger. Now this has been another one of the other things people have been saying. I guess, and that's why I'm bringing it up when you said that it could be bigger, right? Like maybe they're saying it is what it is, but there's still some truth to it. Like you're not completely sold on the idea that it's not at all what they're saying. There is no coverage. Like it could be bigger, and
Well, I'll
the
say
universe
this.
is
I
a
say
possibility.
that definitely NASA lies, and there's got to be a reason for it. And the reasons for lying on such a scale are usually power, money, and I think when I see the trend with the scientific community being pushing an atheistic agenda, I think that's that all goes towards the fact that that would be the purpose. You're easier and control. So like, well, I guess power and control kind of go
So
together. Yeah.
so if the okay, so the cosmos, I'll say it like this: the cosmos hinge, and it's gonna sound weird when I put it this way, but they hinge on the actual metrics of the Earth. Everything that you know about what they have said, and maybe like you agree with what they say or what they don't say, like you agree with that, but they, because of the size of this ball, this Earth, the metrics that the Earth has been given, they have to be the distance to the sun, like all the measurements to things have to be. It's all hinges on how big the Earth is. So it can't be bigger or smaller, because once you play around with that formula, you throw the whole cosmos in chaos. Everything's out of line. So how big the sun is, I'm serious. Everything is tied to this thing. So they make their calculations based upon that, according to what they give us. So the radius, the diameter, the circumference, all of that has to be what they say it is, or else nothing makes sense. So
Well, there
if we're
there
if
is
we're
that. I mean, I have to say, like the Black Swan. I mean, I've watched FECOR and I've seen all of their experiments. I've seen the laser, the mirror tests, the microwave, the fact of back in the day, the radio signals, and I mean, you look at the sonar. So I'm just.
But why would the cosmos be important for you to have that as an existence when it could very well not be what you expect? Like in your mind, maybe of course they got it wrong, but there still is space and there still is other places you can go out into the universe. Why does that have to be a reality for you? Like why can't it just be something you can see from Earth, but it's something you can never get to, or something that can never be imagined to be put into like a formula or talked about as in like I know what that is up there. Like why can't it be put into like this a mystery realm? Like we don't know,
Well,
right? Like
I think part of my thinking is that I don't know what I don't know. So I'm still like learning and trying to get, my head around some of the physics, and I just like to I think I'm just trying to keep an open mind
oh, I
both
see.
both ways.
Right.
So it's sort of like being a little
Well,
bit
if
agnostic, just to
yeah,
so that I can keep an open mind. But I
just so you
have
can
to
stay
say,
open.
if I have to say at this point, I would say that the actual science is much more significant on the FE
Yeah, because
model. Yeah.
what when we talked about it in the past, we've always talked about how we live in an enclosed system, and enclosed meaning that it has to be physical. And by physical, there is no way to get to where we think we can travel outside of the inside of this realm. So there is no getting out of this place. If there is such a physicality to the barrier, I wouldn't claim what it is or how big or what the shape is. What I would say though, that it has to be there. There has to be a physical barrier that would keep the system that we have here, the dynamic system that we have, in check and in place. Because if we didn't have that, then if what they're saying is true as an open system, then none of this would exist. Like it just wouldn't. Like everything falls apart. But that
But
being said,
before I have a thought, if you don't mind, before I lose it, because I
yeah, go
just
ahead.
saw it, and it was um I'm unfamiliar with this type of science, but um again, I was listening really kind of late last night, and I think they had people on from the Lightning Project talking about basically how the universe is electric magnetic.
Electric. Yeah.
Yeah, and part of that video they were talking about how um, there's evidence that there is some sort of a barrier, but it's not necessarily physical, but um, like electrons can't pass through it, and so I'm just so that could be a model where there is a sphere, but then there's an electrical field around, like a magnetic electrical field around, which is a barrier of sorts that if electrons can't pass it, then that could be a barrier that could account for air pressure. So
yeah,
yep. So that's why I'm more of sort of not
yeah,
necessarily on the fence, but keeping an open mind both ways.
yeah. It's good. Here's the thing that gives us more or lends it more credence that it is something physical would be something that you could demonstrate as far as air pressure goes or any type of pressure that you would achieve here on Earth. It has to be something held within a system that can contain the pressure. And so, and that way, nothing outside of could you figure out that would contain pressure in that sense, like the air that we breathe, specifically air pressure. So that's what we're breathing, and if we're trying to achieve a containment system for air pressure, it needs to be something physical. Like that, we can't get around that in any way, shape, or form. To say gravity, or you know what I mean. That if people that invoke other things are going to have to demonstrate other things, and then provide evidence that what they're claiming is true. But on this case, with air pressure, we know for a fact that you need a physical barrier from high and low pressure.
Okay, you
That's how
say,
it has
okay,
to be.
so that to me is an assertion when someone says we know.
Mm-hmm.
Has it been tested that they're of using magnetism and like a type of um, electrical field could not create such a barrier? For example, I always thought it strange that in reading, I've gone back and read the Bible and things like that, and there's like separating the waters from the waters. I'm like, that just sounds so weird to separate the waters from. And then I saw a video of a marine biologist who was in a submarine exploring the depths, and they came across a lake within the ocean because there was a section of hyper salinated water that was actually creating a barrier in the ocean itself, and the submarine could not descend. They literally bounced off, and they saw water above it being
Mhm.
lapped up against. So I thought, wow, okay, well, there's a separation between the water and the water, and that's because of salination. So that's a barrier that is not necessarily a physical. I guess it is physical in the sense that because there's salination, but it's a different type of barrier than having glass. So when you say that we know, how do you know that there's not some other type of mechanism for creating a barrier that is not?
Right, because
Yeah.
what we're talking about specifically is air pressure. So we know that because when we look at what can contain air pressure, there's nothing that's outside of something physically solid that could do such a thing. Now, if we're saying that ineffectively too, so if we're going to be able to do something that can contain air pressure, then like you said, with the submarine, and I've seen that video, the submarine that hits the bottom, or the guy's claiming, we didn't see it, but he's claiming that it hits that level where it feels like it can't pass through uh, that dense water, and so when it bounces right off of there, well, there's a reason for that. But specifically, because we can say other materials, other types of gases, and whatnot, but we're talking specifics. So they're saying that it's gravity that holds this down, right? So of course, nobody's going to agree with that because we can't see the demonstration for that. But on the other hand, there's other things that are proposed, like an electrical field, let's say. But has that consistently been able to be a physical barrier between air pressure holding high and low pressure on the outside and high pressure on the inside consistently with because what happens when you use that, there's a lot of things that the type of energy that it generates, like you'd have to see that it's not just something that uh, it would take an enormous amount of energy for that to be the case. If let's just say, for example, we're following along with that train of thought, being that the Earth is covered in an electromagnetic static field, right? Let's just say that that was the case. Our skies would not be what they are right now if that was absolutely the case. There'd be so much
Well, I
energy
can I
generated from
can
that.
I can take that, but I still say that's an assertion until I see the experimentation
Well,
that
no,
would prove that.
but what I'm saying though is um, something that we could demonstrate easily, and we would always fall back to like, what is the easiest thing? The easiest answer would be something solid, something physical. And if something other than that was to be proposed, then we'd have to check it out, right? Wouldn't we? We'd have
Yeah.
to say, okay, if that was the case, then we'd have to test it out. Now, if you find out that there's a solid case for that, pun intended, you'd be able to then, go from that point forward. But that hasn't
Right.
been done. Like that. That's still not. So it's in the realm of speculation until somebody out there or is going to do something about it, and then provide a sufficient answer with a demonstration and so on. But what we know is that a physical barrier is the only thing right now that can contain high and low pressure from the air that we breathe, specifically, not any other gas, but the gas that we breathe.
Okay,
So,
I'd agree. I would agree with that last statement.
mhm.
That
So
so far as we know right now, yeah.
yeah, but see, here's the thing though. When people say that something other, okay, so when we deal with Globers that come in here, they would say, okay, I don't know that the Earth is a globe or not. Maybe I don't know, but somebody out there must know. There's this kind of logic that they feel there must be another answer out there, and what they're searching for is a solution to the idea that they don't want to let go. So it's an idea that you have that possibly you're kind of rebelling against because you don't want to let it go just yet, because you think there might be a possibility that this is wrong. So to keep an open mind, just like they do, they don't want to let that idea of the globe Earth go just because they come into a chat for an hour and a half in a Discord server and hear somebody tell them contrary to something they've known all their life. So they'll say things like that. Well, I don't know, but this maybe some scientists out there figured it out, and I'm just speaking out of turn by saying that I know. So
Well, I think
we
that
are.
oh, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Are you,
No, you go ahead. Go ahead, Drew.
um well, I think that part when you were saying how do I talk to other people, I think that well, something that's very persuasive is that to get the buy-in that human beings are fallible, and look at how science can change, depending on what subject it is. Things that we thought were safe, for us to ingest 50 years ago, now we know may cause cancer, or things that we thought caused cancer are actually good, or you know, I'm not going to get into the whole recent, health, um, situation, because I understand the sensitivities on the server and YouTube, but you know what I mean. I mean, science can
Yeah,
change almost daily.
something we thought previously is now something different today. I can
Exactly.
that
Yeah.
argument. So there's okay, open-mindedness. Maybe we got it wrong because we learned from our mistakes and so on and so forth. This is it's a type of fallacy. Truth. There's a lot of people that invoke that when it comes to when we have conversations with them. That's okay. Anyone can say that, but see, the truth that we speak of is self-evident, and it's also testable, repeatable. It's empirical. So empirical means it's also falsifiable. So if you can't test something out and be able to tell somebody how you've done it, and then they come out with maybe the results that you came out with, if we can't do that collectively, and we're doing it as like, you know what, I'm not saying I'm right, and go check it out, and if somebody's gonna say something like, well, we learned about how to cure something today, but we might learn how to cure it better tomorrow or something, that's different than what we're talking about in this instance. Like, this instance is more specific. It's like specifically talking about how things work, you know? So if something is supposed to work a certain way, then we can see that. I'll give you an example, like solar energy or something. If we're going to use it in that sense, well, we can learn probably how to harness the sun's energy better tomorrow, right? Like the other innovations and such, like that could probably advance to a different level, and it could be something better tomorrow, like how they can harness it. But that's not saying that the energy from the sun cannot be harnessed. It's like saying, well, the energy of the sun can only be harnessed by solar panels or some, you know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
you're limiting, then you start limiting things. And that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about specifically how things can work in this environment in which we live. So if you say that the air that we breathe can have a different container versus like them saying gravity, and then say maybe 20 or 30 years from now they find it out, oh yeah, it's actually an electromagnetic thin membrane that's covering the earth. But what I'm saying is that it's never going to be achievable to the sense of like, because see, here's the capabilities of man and what we've been able to achieve, as you know, like with innovations and such. We have what we consider you know been pretty much great leaps of innovation. Like we've done a lot more, we can do a lot more, a lot faster, cheaper, you know what I'm saying? Like That has since been better since back in the days, or so we think. But that hasn't changed the fact that we live under the same construct, the same rules apply, the same laws apply, same things that are here on Earth are the same rules. You can't, you have, there's certain mechanics in the way things work, and that you can't make them do something that you know what I'm saying. Like they're only being able to be done a certain way. So if we're saying what we're saying that we know, it's because that has been demonstrated to be the case. And if there's something outside of what we're demonstrating, then that has to be proven. Otherwise, what we're saying is what we know now is that this is exactly how things work. Now, if I was to say, like, we're going back to the, you know, electromagnetic membrane or whatever that could be covering the Earth, that doesn't lend any credence to what we're saying about how gas pressure is contained. That more talks about like how what we think could be possible, but has never been
Yeah,
proven.
I hear you on
And
that.
so
Yeah.
somebody that even would want to say that would have to have some great validity to it. They'd have to be like, okay, guys, let me show you this whole thing that I'm going to do with air pressure, and then demonstrate that. And I'm afraid I don't think that's going to happen, because if it would happen, we've been doing these arguments, these conversations for over 7 years, and almost every angle of every conversation has been picked apart to the nth degree, I should say. And it's been, every angle has been explored. What else could it be? It could be something else. It could be, in this conversation about maybe it's a bigger Earth, has been purported in the server by people who feel like, just like you said, keeping an open mind. You don't want to put too much pressure on it just being one thing, because it sounds like you're very dogmatic, closed-minded. But what it is that, like, we live under the same Earth with the same rules and the same laws, and to negate those laws and to say something else would happen, that has to be shown. Because if it's not, and it's only just like an idea, then we're walking on speculation and there's no evidence to support. So what we're dealing with right now is the claim. The claim is that the gravity is pulling everything down and such. And so if you have another idea, that's still in the realm of speculation, but it has nothing to do with the claim. So specifically, what we're doing is destroying the claim, because the claim is gravity pulls everything down, and it's not a thin layer electromagnetic membrane that's holding the air. It's what they say it is, gravity. So we go by that, and it's like you said, if you want to come up with your own idea of what Earth is and all that, that's great, but that all has to be in a airtight locked case that you bring for that specific topic. But this has already been demonstrated that physical barrier needs to be put in place if we're going to have air pressure. Like, absolutely.
I don't.
Like,
Yeah,
there's.
I don't disagree at all with the air pressure argument.
Mhm.
I agree that the testable, measurable, scientific measuring, or not measuring the curve, the absence of being able to measure a curve, goes to that. So the only thing I think that where it could still be a larger Earth is the only thing where I'm still globe skeptic. But unfortunately, I have to go. It's almost 11, and I have to
Okay.
get on the road to do a little road trip with family. But great conversation. Thanks for being so
Absolutely.
Man, that's
respectful. I
so
appreciate it.
unfortunate. That's literally like such an easy thing to address, but I guess until
I
next
will
time.
hop back on. Don't so yep. I guess so. Yeah.
Alrighty.
So ready to hear both sides at a later time. So thanks everybody.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Truth.
Okay. Bye bye.
You popped in a little late there, Elijah.
Yeah, no, I was just listening in.
What's up, Lou?
Good morning.
What's up, Lou?
What's up?
Yeah, the bigger Earth argument has been it's classic, man. I mean, it's one of the old 32 scaduces that we get when people hear about the Earth being has to be the metrics you can't escape, man. Once you mess with those metrics, you're really the whole cosmos is just it's gone crazy. You know, you can't tell me the distance between the sun and the distance between the Earth and the moon. Like everything's just doesn't make any sense anymore, according to heliocentric standards. But I mean, there is people that want to still say that there's cosmos out there, you know, that believe that maybe I got it wrong, but maybe they got it wrong too. You know, well, it's not that there is no truth to that. It's just it's an empty endeavor that you're going to continue to, you know, follow along and try to see where that someone somewhere out there has the answers or the keys to the knowledge of, like, you know, it has to be somebody out there must have figured it out. What if you guys are wrong? What if you guys are the ones that are not getting this information correctly? You know, what if there is a cosmos? Oh, you're dealing with the it's I would say it's the remnants of somebody hanging on to the last bits of the globe that they can.
Mm-hmm.
Bigger Earth,
Well,
bigger Earth.
all we read about is how it's you know, these people say they'll tell you, oh, this is theoretical. Oh, this may be the case. Like it's only when you like watch PBS or some shit like that when you start getting people saying things for certain. But when you read the boring stuff, they'll tell you. It tells you. It's in the details.
I would say, okay, so the Earth is bigger. Okay, we've established that. Then there's probably more land, right? So what else are they lying about? Is it possible if they're lying about more land, more resources, but they're willing to kill off like all these people with war and famine, right? And scarcity is manufactured because one seed grows an orchard, right? With just one man, right, tending to it, because most of it just happens by itself. So how is it possible that, they wouldn't lie about anything else, like maybe the shape or other things?
Yeah, there really isn't anywhere to go anymore with the smaller or bigger Earth ideas. You know, that's because that's outside of the argument. That's like a whole nother topic. Because we're not speaking of that. We're talking about what the claim is. The claim is the metrics, right? Circumference, radius, diameter. That's what we're talking about. When we go into it could be something else, then it's just, you know, anyone's game there. Like that's almost like saying we're speculating on like how rockets could work in a vacuum. Like we're into you know, the idea that space does exist kind of thing. So, and I mean outer space, not actual space between you and me. So that is the that's the difference, though, man. You have to deal with like, okay, well, we're debating the claim. That's if you're outside of the claim and you want to talk about how what the Earth could be, then that subject has to have a claim that needs to be verified.
Yeah, but Mickey, that claim it's bigger. What that really means?
That possibly they got it. Possibly that they got it wrong. They're trying to hide something, but at the same time, they're still still telling the truth about like what the cosmos and all that. But they got the size of the Earth wrong. But it could be bigger. They're hiding something. You know, like they're hiding that it could be bigger. That's what they're trying.
Bigger sphere. You are saying?
Yeah, like it's a bigger ball.
Yeah,
So like,
but listen, this we have observations like 10 miles. It's not. That's 10 times more with the black swan. Then we have more distances, 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles. That means how big it is. Is it 20 times bigger, 100 times bigger? We cannot realize. Or
Yeah.
it's starting to curve after Antarctica, for example. Everything is flat. And then it's starting to curve after Antarctica, that it's.
According to them, it's
No, well,
unknown.
here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. If it's a bigger ball than they never measured it, then they've never confirmed that it is measured to be the geometric shape that they claim it is. So in that case, what's the proof for a globe? Oh, you don't have a radius. What's the proof for a globe?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So what I see it is, Truth is she's trying to reconcile the information, like trying to deal with it in the way she does. And a lot of people had that period of adjustment when they first came into the notion, understanding flat Earth and such. Everybody had their adjustment period. Some are faster than others to get there because it was just obviously apparent to people. Some it's like, no, it took weeks before they got there. So maybe it's just her journey to like kind of realize that there is no globe Earth savior. There's not going to be some guy out there in the middle of nowhere or some scientist out there that's got the keys to the answers to the Earth being a globe, and it's going to be like, aha, I found it. Like there's none of that. It's void. It's not truth. It's a lie. So we're dealing with just people trying to let it go. It's more of them trying to realize that there is not an answer. There is no bigger, smaller Earth ball. It's only what we understand it to be. And when we get away from like truth, right? Like what if tomorrow we find out that it's not a physical barrier that's containing the air pressure? What if it's an electromagnetic membrane that's holding all the air in? What if that's what you know what I mean? Like
That show that we are not
How would
even
that
close.
how would that work? Like what creates an electrostatic membrane?
well, yeah, not to mention the type of energy that would if that was surrounding the Earth and every like where so that the air wouldn't escape,
Kira?
we'd have a different sky. Like we would have been looking at nighttime. Wouldn't be nighttime, dude. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it would be. Anyway, I mean, I'm laughing at it because it'd be a sight to see.
Possibility.
The anything is a possibility.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were cutting out, but all we heard was possibility. But I'm saying
That's it.
like literally anything is I don't know, man. The words that the thing is anything's a possibility, but what have we been doing talking about show me,
Yep.
demonstrate to me that what you're saying can be the case. What's the
Yep.
point of saying that? What's the point of saying no, that's a correlation. That's not actually you see you using this correlation to beg the question. So you already have your presupposition in there. And the evidence for your presupposition is a correlation. Nah.
Yeah, that's as good as it
But
gets, man. I mean,
But it is what it is. Like I said earlier, everyone's gonna do what they want. I'm nobody's father, so well, I mean, I'm somebody's father, but. Ugh.
Good almost afternoon, everyone.
Hello, Jay. How are you, buddy?
Hello, Shay.
How are you all doing today?
I'm okay, thanks.
Good.
I sure do like the sound of that. Just hang out here working from home. I'm next up for a phone call, so I'll be jumping out of here in a moment, but I've been waiting 36 minutes. So nothing too exciting. I'm also I invited Jay. I'm trying to see if I can remember his handle. JMK_FE. He going to be trying to get in here a little later. Here's that phone call. Be right back.
you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
If the ball if the ball were not spinning, would the whole world be dizzy? Hello, family. Mic check. Anybody here? Globies, wake up. Go measure the curve.
This is awfully quiet for a Saturday morning, ain't it?
What's up, JE? Just say hi. Still there?
Hey there. Good morning, Dave. How you doing today?
Doing good, man. How's it going over your way?
Oh, not bad. Just hanging out at work from home, so nothing too awfully exciting.
No signs of this globe that people think they live on around here. What about you?
Well, last night I thought the Earth was a globe, but then that's usually what happens after I drink a half a glass of wine. Probably why I couldn't be an alcoholic.
No. Starting to feel the spin a little bit.
I felt the spin. I felt the curvature. It's just kind of like I started to go a little bit, and I just kept going down and down and down. And like, whoa, maybe it must be curved.
Was it like you felt the curvature and then she slapped you? I'm just kidding.
Absolutely. That's
Hey Dave, how you doing?
Morning, Vlad. Meet JE if you haven't met him. Vlad's been off the globe for a while. I think he's near Alabama, right?
Yeah, I'm in Mobile.
JE's
From
out in
Phoenix, but
Florida.
Mobile.
nice.
Yeah, it's actually 7 years this month. It was in March of 2015 when I jumped off that spinning ball.
There you go. That's when I first started looking at it. I wasn't officially off the ball till like that summer when I went out to a lake and flashed a mirror across 8 miles. But I was pretty much when I first saw it, I knew there was something bad wrong. Go ahead.
Oh, as soon as I started reading about it, I was saying last night, or actually early this morning, I was telling Hank, 'cause we were talking about that. What changed, and I never really was into space. I think I've told you that, Dave. And so I never really bought into it. Like I wasn't into Star Wars, I wasn't into Star Trek. I didn't go and all that moon landing stuff. And then so as soon as I started reading on flat Earth stuff, it just all made sense to me. I was like, oh my gosh, and I was excited because I think who was it last night said they were. It kind of scared them because the whole closed container thing, like you're trapped, but you're not really trapped. I mean, you're at where you're at, and it's a safe place. You're not hurling through space like they say. So it's like it's actually. I feel it has more of a comfort thing because you're not. There's no asteroids, and nothing's gonna hit the Earth and destroy it and all that stuff like that. But yeah, I was like super excited and stuff, and I was like, my life made sense. Everything around me is like, oh, now I get it. This all this is this is reality. That's why I had I had flat Earth is reality, and then somebody hijacked that and put flat Earth reality. Whoever it was that did that, and that got more popular than mine. So I just shut all that down, and then I came up with the flat steel Earth. And so that's what I had. My channel was that for a long time. So yeah, that's my little short story, my introduction to all this. I mean.
Nice, nice. Yeah, I'll probably be getting a phone call here from work in the next few minutes, so if I disappear on you, you know why. But yeah, I had a really nice chat with Tyler this morning, who was recently a victim of McToon on McToon show. That was really interesting to kind of hear a little more about. Are you familiar with him, Vlad?
No, I'm not. Um, that's something new. I just kind of came back into this about a week ago. I stepped
Cool.
away because
Yeah, welcome back.
yeah, thanks.
OG
Yeah, I
guy.
just
There you go.
yeah, I just about 2.5 years ago, I just all the back and forth stuff, and I was just like, I don't want to do all the debates and arguing and yelling and doxing and all that shit, you know. So I just stepped away from it. Like I said, I didn't turn against it. I stepped away, and then I don't know why I just came back and started looking around, and I found Helioskeptic. Actually, what it was is Helioskeptic has on D Live or it's this going to 24/7 on air. And I just was looking and I found the link to the Discord. So I thought I'd just jump in because nobody was over there. It was just aired, you know, it was just going and going and going. So I jumped on here and here I am. That's about maybe, yeah, about 5 days ago, actually.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, so it's fun. It's interesting talking to everybody again. And then there's a bunch of new people and stuff. So, and it's cordial. It seems more cordial than it was before. You know, with everybody, you know, and everybody here is, you know, want to talk to people and have an actual real discussion and give information with all the yelling and screaming and name calling and threats and stuff like that. So that's exciting to, you know, be able to jump in and be part of that.
Yeah, I hear
Instead
you,
of
Vlad. Jay must have got a phone call. He had to drop out. So
okay.
the guy you were talking to just bounced. So I'm just letting you know.
Oh, okay.
But I know what you're saying. Generally speaking, things have kind of calmed down. I mean, it's basically we've got it down to such concise questions about reality that the Globers all they can do is spew beliefs. They can't really provide anything. So debating objective realities never made any sense to me. I mean, I understand everybody got taught the same bullshit story, and it takes different people different ways to get out of that bullshit story. But it's not getting past. It's a bullshit story. Jay's back.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Yeah, they just need a customer service. So thank God I don't do that job.
And that's the funny thing too is that, you know, they say, "Oh, I can't believe people you still believe in," or, you know, there's flat earthers, or you still believe in it. The Earth is flat. It's like, what do you mean still believe? It's like this is something new, and it's not really a belief. It's, you know, the understanding that it is. But it's like they act like people have always believed or thought that. It's like this is like all new. Well, at least for me, it was. You know, I think I remember hearing like in a couple movies, and, you know, like that. You know, when you're in school, like, oh yeah, you know, before Columbus sailed around the globe, they thought it was flat, you know, and like stuff like that. But you're kind of like, ha ha, flat. Like, how does that? You know what? You know, you've been taught the globe since you're like in kindergarten. You know, by the time you get to fifth grade, you're spinning already. So when they tell you that, you're kind of like, ha ha, that's funny. Like, how would that even be possible? But your little fifth grade brain doesn't realize, you know, to actually do the stuff we're doing now. You know, when I was what 40. I was 40. Let's see, 7 years ago. Yeah, I was 45. 7 years ago. So totally different. You know, 40 years later, or say 35 years later. You know, actually looking into it and, you know, and understanding it better than I said, a fifth grade mind when you already been indoctrinated. So yeah, it was exciting to me. The whole experience, the whole just thrown in your face and stuff.
Here's the thing that I try to understand is all the people who try to send me these, when I ask for a picture of the globe, they send me these obvious Photoshop jobs. And so then I ask them, okay, well, like I've had a few people recently send me this Japanese satellite. There's a Japanese satellite up.
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
Can you honestly not see that that's a drawing? Can you honestly not tell the difference between a cartoon and real? and you can't tell that that is visualized data collected from various sources. I mean, it says right on it that it's a visualization. I'm like,
yeah.
I'm like, are you unable to, like, can you not tell that that's not a photograph? Like, here's a photograph of somebody and here's a drawing of somebody. Can you tell that difference?
Mm-hmm.
And that Japanese satellite thing, it's obvious. It looks exactly like an outline. And I had several people send that to me. And I said, okay, great. Have you looked at it? And they're like, well, yeah. And I'm like, okay. So you're telling me that that looks real? I'm like, yeah. And so I would then send them the screenshot of it. Okay, so this looks real to you? And they'd go, no, that's not real. And I say, okay, well, that's what came from the Japanese satellite you just sent me. So you tell me. Okay, so
Yeah.
in other words, you've not been on the Japanese satellite. So you don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know if I was talking. We looked into the whole landing on the sun stuff that they got doing that they have out there, which is absolutely ridiculous. But it's all CGI. And then the one, I guess the one. I mean, I don't know how the hell they think they can pull the fast one on people when the sun's supposed to be so hot. It's like what material here on Earth is going to be able to withstand that? And then to be able to have recording capability because there's this video of these streaks, black and white, but it's black and white, but it's streaks going by the camera. That's supposed to be the rays off the sun flying by. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? People are believing this crap. But they're showing us supposedly the probe as a probe, and it landing on the sun, and it's like this video, but it's all CGI. And then but it's just crazy that people actually believe that. It's like, what the hell?
So I thought about drawing a big picture of a mansion that I could show people. Well, here's my house.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the house I live in. And they might as well believe it, I guess. Oh wow, that's your house. Well, actually, I live in a condo, but
And you know what's funny about you just said? I've been wanting to do a video, with it'd be a lot of transition stuff, but like I was gonna have like a cardboard box, like laying on the side of the road with like a little door, right? And I'm trying to climb in, and then when I get in, it's an actual house inside.
you're right. Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah.
Like here's where I live. I'm opening this like a little, cutout door to a cardboard box. When you walk in, and then you turn, and then you walk in, it's this nice house. When you turn around, looking back out the door, and it shows the other scene because you open the cardboard box on the other side to be able to get the camera or reach in there or whatever. I was still trying to work on how I'm going to do it and make it look really cool because I was doing some tests, but it looks so obvious. So I have to, do some green screen and stuff like that. And I've never really done any of that stuff.
Yeah, but there were people who believed that UFO Phil was really real.
No, what?
I said there were people out there who actually believed that UFO Phil was real, that he was actually really dealing with aliens and UFOs.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm not into it's just I'm not into all that stuff. I know it's all, but because this is the thing with UFOs. If you look at the history of them, they didn't start reporting this stuff until like the 30s and 40s. That was like the first times that people were saying that there's something in the sky. Well, if you know the history of aviation, that's the same time frame. So there's people that never seen planes, and all of a sudden they're seeing planes in the air, and they're like, "What the hell is that?" They wouldn't. Not everybody knew about planes back then. So when they see these things, so that's all the reports. And now with all these UFO sightings, and this is all around the world. It's all near military bases and U.S. military bases at that. Wherever we're at in the station, that's where they're seeing all these weird objects. So it's military aircraft is all it is. Nobody believes me. I'm like, look into this. It's only near military bases. So, process of elimination. Okay, it's got to be something from the military base. Like, why would these UFOs come? Let's say they're real. Why would these spaceships come and be flying around our military bases? And them not shooting them down. Think about that.
Now look in the voice text, if you would. There, I just sent a about
Yeah, I
12
will.
to 4. I just sent a video of this cat. He was around like 2007, 2008, something like that, and people really believed that he was really dealing with the aliens and such. And if you watch that, that's the same group of people today that tell us that the blue marble, well, it's Photoshop, but it has to be. But no, that's a real picture. That's a real picture.
Okay, so it's a video.
Yeah, you can watch it
Okay.
later. Just save it off the side or something. But
Okay,
I mean,
I'll
you
go ahead
see
and
that guy there. You kind of see the shot of him there, but
yeah, it looks like well, the way he's dressed, it looks like some kind of weirdo.
no, of course he's
Like
a
who dresses like that?
yeah, he's a
Oh, is
comedian is
it?
what he is. Yeah, so it was a comedy routine, but there were people who, especially people who listen to that Coast to Coast show and others who thought he was real because he ended up as a recurring guest on there, and uh, they're the people who tell us that the Earth is a globe. They're the ones today telling us the Earth is a globe.
Uh huh. Yeah. People are just so, I guess, gullible. I mean, like I say, we were all to an extent. Like I said, I just never certain things I just didn't, fall for. And I guess this I didn't have no interest in and stuff like that. But once you're given information and you just absolutely refuse to look at it, you're a damn fool. Being gullible is one thing, but being a damn when you're given all the information and deny it, then you're a fool. And there's becoming a lot of fools. especially as hardcore globers, that come in and just want to attack. But I've heard a few people come in here in the past, like I said, past 5 days. I've been listening to stuff and kind of interacting. That they're actually open to it, and they're not sitting there, oh, you're stupid. They're like, huh, okay, I want to. I'm gonna look into this more. So there's been a few of these. And I say in the past 5 days, I've been listening here and there. So that's kind of cool. But then there's the ones, especially in the chat, they're just like, you guys are dumb. Like, I can't believe there's still flat earthers. As it's not about still. It's like, it's just crazy. I'm tripping out. That people, they refuse to even look into it. I mean, prove it wrong. Try to prove it wrong. Don't just say it's stupid.
Yep, good point, Vlad. Just interrupt for a second here. We do have an on the fence person here. Let's see if they want to talk. Iris Leonard, why are you on the fence if you want to say? Can you open your mic? All right, guess he doesn't want to talk right now. Y'all continue.
Yeah, I'm actually getting ready to I'm gonna do a walk in the park, and I have a it's a those pool pole for cleaning pools, that extends out. Well, it's 4 foot and it extends to 12 foot. And I have another 4 foot piece, so it goes to 16 feet. And but I only have the one part that I can carry around, like kind of like a walking stick. But I have a camera on it, and I've been going around to all the parks and stuff or different areas and doing like bird's eye views of stuff. But I want to so I'm doing that today and here in a little bit. I'm just getting everything ready while I went out and started talking stuff over here while I was getting ready. But yeah, that's what I've been doing. Just
Sounds like
different
fun.
variations. Yeah, it is. And you've seen stuff. I've been trying to get to some bird nests, but they're still higher. They're like 25, 30 feet in the trees. In the park. So I'm like, I can't get that high. Or well, actually, it might be a squirrel nest too. But I can't get up there to see them yet because there's none low enough. Because if I'm 6'3", I can reach up 8 feet, and I got 12 foot, so I'm reaching at least 20 feet I can reach, but they're about 10 feet higher. The lowest one so far I've seen. I'm like, dang it! Like, where's some low ones at? I want to get some cool footage of with the nest. And I have a little sports camera too that's good high quality video outside of my phone.
Nope.
But yeah, that's kind of stuff I've been doing. I want to get a good camera with the zoom in it, but I don't want to spend. How much are those the P1000 or 1100? 1100 now? Is there a
Uh,
P1100?
I think it's still P1000 is their latest
Oh,
one. They might have come out with
okay.
1100. I know new they're like going for like $1,200-$1,300, but you'd probably find them cheaper used or something. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think I think my like $600, $650 on eBay, but it was used, and I was like, if I'm gonna invest in something like that, I want to get it new. But yeah, they're expensive, so I'm trying to find a cheaper one that's got some good zoom, but there's really none out there.
Yeah.
Look, I wanted to want to do some more experiments or not experiments, but some video of places that I know that there's this huge distance that you shouldn't be able to see that far. But my phone, it you can only zoom in so much, and it's all hazy and stuff like that. Outside of the actual horizon haze, you zoom into it 10 times, that the phone does. It fuzzes out because it's not digital anymore. It's the optical zoom. So it's like, oh man. So I just haven't got around to spending that much money on a camera, because
Yeah,
everything
it's a
else
lot
I
of
do,
money.
so
A
yeah,
lot
I
of money
just
to put out for a camera. I hear you, man.
and
Depends on what kind of use you're gonna get out of it, I guess. It's all up to you. What we
yeah.
spend our funds on.
I said I use my phone a lot for taking pictures and video, but it's not the long distance stuff. So I just haven't, really don't need to invest in a camera to do everything. It would just be for those long distance shots. Because I am by the water, and so I can have some good, level areas that I can do. But with what I got, I can't because I can see it. I just can't record it. That's kind of a pain in the butt, So you know, just having fun doing other stuff right now.
Nothing wrong with having fun, man. None of us know how long we got here. Might as well have some fun.
Yeah, yeah. My mother recently, well, in September, she passed away. So I've been dealing with that, all that stuff, and it's been tough, that whole experience. So it's changed my perspective on a few things, and I want to start traveling more.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I'm be 59 this year, and just last November I lost my wife of 24 years. She had a long illness, and
Oh wow, I'm
she
sorry to hear
passed
that.
away back in November. And I was kind of taking care of her the last year, so it was kind of rough and watching her go downhill and stuff. So I'm
Oh
just trying to take
man,
care of myself and enjoy what time I got left on whatever this is.
yeah, exactly.
But anyway,
Yeah,
let's see if anybody else new joined so far. Get Big Ed, he's always got something to say. He thinks he lives on a spinning ball, spinning up like Polaroid, zipping around through nothing. Don't you get Big Ed?
Yeah, if it was not spinning, would you feel dizzy?
You were born with it spinning, so you never feel it. Right?
Yeah, but if it will stop, would you get dizzy?
If it stopped, you go flying off, right? I don't know. That's a good
Yeah.
question. The day the Earth stood
Imagine
still.
how dizzy the world would be if the world wouldn't be spinning.
If it suddenly stopped, it would prove it was spinning, I guess,
Yeah.
in a way. But we know that's bullshit anyway. Give us a full report from Romania. What's going on there?
Not
Nothing.
much. They lifted the restrictions, but I'm in Germany, and
He's
Oh,
people
you're in
here
Germany?
drive their cars with masks on. And
Deutschland.
yeah,
My bad.
Deutsche Leute.
You're from
Deutschland.
Romania,
We
but you're
wear
living in
masks
Germany.
on our face because we're so strong and we're
Yeah,
muscle men in Deutschland. We wear a mask on our face.
yeah,
That's
To
correct,
show
son.
us
yeah. They in the morning when it's 0 Celsius, they are doing jogging. They are running like crazy on the streets, man, in the village, like 6 a.m. in the morning, and in short pants and t-shirt, with a hat on the head and the mask on the face, and they are doing jogging. Oh my god, they're literally clowns.
That's a good
Oh,
idea when you're doing exercise. You first thing you want to do is restrict your oxygen flow. That's a good
Yeah,
idea.
yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Doesn't everybody train like that? Let's see. Let's cover your faces, kids. Yeah,
yeah,
we do that all our whole lives. We always did that, right? Ah,
yeah.
yeah. Just cover your face. No worries. You don't need that oxygen. That pesky
I
stuff
I
that's
don't
coming
know,
out of
but
you, that exhaust coming out of your mouth. That's okay to just rebreathe that.
I don't see the point of running for nothing with no purpose. You know, I can't understand jogging
Hmm.
and going to the gym and stuff like this.
It's always it's actually causing more brain damage than they already have, if that's
Yeah,
possible. But it
yeah.
will. It'll cause
And
brain
physical injuries. Yeah,
damage.
it exposes you to physical injuries.
Yeah, the jogging is bad enough, but doing it with
Yeah,
your intake restricted. Who ever heard of such a
yeah.
thing? Who
Exactly,
told
son.
these
It's
We're,
people
like
that
people.
jogging like that it covering your face is going to be good for you? Do they? I really want to talk to that person.
Exactly, son. It's like people wasn't stupid enough. Now they're restricting the oxygen to their brains. They're getting stupider. So there you go.
Yep, stupider. Hmm.
If that's possible.
I guess we're going to find out.
uh,
All right, it was nice talking to everybody, Dave, and the new people I've just met. I'm gonna get
All right,
going, and
buddy. Have a good one.
all right, you too.
have
Later.
a good day.
Vlad.
Vlad is OG. He's been around since he's just now coming back to it, but he was around back in 2016 doing the hangouts and stuff. So
Cool.
he's an OG flat earther.
I noticed
Just
a
look
lot
at
more. I noticed a lot more of these OGs have been coming back into the server. I guess they used to be here and then they came back.
yeah, yeah. It's nice to see people still on the path, or whatever you want to say. People have accepted reality. You don't go to denying reality. At least most people don't. Anyway, looking through the list, we only got Johannes Midgard. Did we talk to them any? Hello, Johannes.
Sorry, I'm cooking food.
Okie dokie.
Okay, up with something delicious. Enjoy your cuisine. Speak up
Bon
whenever you got
appetit.
questions. Sonny or Get Me Get have all the answers, don't you guys?
Yeah, we do in regards to flat Earth
Mm-hmm. That's right. Just ask us.
and
We'll tell you.
science.
Okay, what is the sun? Give me the answer.
The sun is a light source,
Mm-hmm.
the daytime light source.
What is the sun? Next question.
Yeah. What it is? What is gravity? I don't know. Next question. Yeah, it's funny. I was listening to QE recording a couple hours ago, and he was saying how ludicrous it is, this Newton's motions of laws of motion. Um, the force equals mass times acceleration uh, over time. And the m is resistance to acceleration, and you have to multiply that with acceleration.
You have to multiply the resistance to acceleration with the acceleration.
With the acceleration, yeah. That's how the formula is. Because when you ask them to define mass, yeah, they're saying it's some inertial resistance to acceleration, mass and weight.
Because I think they still don't have a cause for
Yeah.
acceleration.
Yeah.
Too bad about that. They could say all the single word definitions they want or whatever. These single word things from Globers are really getting annoying, because when you ask them about any details of it, what have they provided? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. Nothing at all. No substance.
No.
Empty claims. But we all know that's what the globe is. One big empty claim, starting with curvature.
Yeah. Curvature is missing, motion, spin, rotation around the sun.
Yeah, if anyone listening, if you think you're living on a spinning globe, please do come in. Provide us with any substantive information, data, measurement, anything that supports your globe as being a real thing. Now, the problem with this is you could do this on paper all day long. Sure, you can make it all work out on paper. We're talking about using that information and using reality as a template to put that information on. Does it match reality or not?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, you know. When I look at a bird in the sky flying, I see it flying, moving from A to B. And that's exactly what I see about the sun, moon, and stars. They do the same exact thing. Even if it's an airplane, yeah, it's still flying in the sky. You see it moving from A to B, crossing the sky.
Yep. Yep. Now notice how the
They all
Globers.
do the same things, yeah. Now,
Notice.
when I'm in a train and I am in motion, but I see a tree on the ground, yeah, because that's where trees are. And it looks like the tree is moving, you know, but I look and I see that the tree is not moving. You can see that. Even when you are in motion, you can see that the tree is still and you are the one moving.
Yep. So
And I see myself when I'm moving. But I I don't see the sun being fixed into a place and the world to see it moving. I don't see it moving. It doesn't move.
Yep. So whenever these
Yeah.
people come in here and say, "Oh, how do," like we ask them how was motion on Earth detected, right? So
Yeah.
notice this. Notice this. This happens every time, and you're going to be able to
Yeah.
catch it from now on. They're gonna say, you're gonna say, "What about motion? When was actual rotation detected?" They're gonna say
Yeah.
the stars, something up in the sky, right? So
Yeah. Sun and the moon. Yeah.
notice when they do this, they're gonna be talking about rotation, right? Only rotation. They're gonna say star
Yeah.
trails. Ask them this: what about
Yeah.
the three other vectors?
Yeah.
They're in a
Because
dead
there should be parallax. Yeah.
They're in a dead
Uh,
stop. They're in a dead
yeah.
stop right there. And it's the same thing with
Yeah.
refraction and gravity. That
Yeah.
like whenever they start talking about something, everything stands still. There's no motion in the atmosphere anymore or the atmo because they started talking, everything stops. And now they only
Yeah.
get one motion, only one thing happening at a time. All the other stuff they can just completely disregard. So now we're going to be able to remind them, oh, what about this? What about this? What about yeah?
Yeah.
See, they have nowhere to go.
Yeah. What you were describing is something like, when you have a pickup player, yeah, you have that rotating disc, and let's say we have one which that disc can spin with 5,000 RPM, like very, very fast. It's rotating fast. And now you put a watch on that disc, so the needles of the watch, they are all moving, yeah, they are all rotating, but now the whole watch is being rotating, and the paths which those watch needles are describing, because they have two vectors of motion, they will be describing some curly circles, it
Yeah,
wouldn't be
yeah,
a perfect circular path.
right,
Yeah, it will look curly. And we don't see that at the stars. Not the slightest curls,
right.
nothing. And yeah, we have the Earth's rotation tangential speed 1,000 miles an hour, one revolution a day. It's very fast,
Mm-hmm.
and also the speed around the sun, 66,000 miles an hour, which is such a bigger speed that it's mind blowing. I mean, you should see that. We should see that. We are moving like faster than
Yeah,
any
yeah,
missile that we can build.
yeah. It's crazy because I don't understand how they can forget about all these other motions and different vectors that are
Yeah,
increasing in
yeah,
speed, and you can just forget about those. Is that how motion works? No.
yeah. It doesn't. True.
Yeah. So it's like saying, I don't know. Let's see. It's something stupid like a race car.
Mm.
Uh, or no. Let me think for a second. Yeah, it's like telling a race car driver, "Don't worry about you're going 150 miles an hour. Just drive it as if you're going less than 1 mile an hour and you're parallel
Yeah,
parking.
you'll
Don't
be the
worry about
winner.
yeah, just forget about the 100 miles an hour. You're not really going around the track at 150 miles an hour. You're actually just
Yeah.
slowly pulling up to a parking spot. Yeah, see how that rate goes.
Yeah.
That's what they have. Gee whiz, how do they even get out of bed and make it to the freaking bathroom in the morning? I don't understand how they even function thinking like they do. They think they're every time they lift up their foot and then go to another step that some motion happened in between those two steps on their floor, where the floor is actually moving, not their feet. What? What? Which one is it?
Well, because these puppeteers made them believe all these bullshits. Now they are doing anything they want with them, with this kind of people. You know, they are uh, objects. They are not people anymore. They are objects to use, to make use of. You know, not even slaves. They are not even at the rank of a slave. They don't go that high. They don't rise that high. Meat cannon. Cannon meat. That's what they are.
Yeah. So I don't know why they always come in here day after day thinking that we're asking for an explanation from them. No, we don't want your explanations. You're like QE said last night, your explanations here are useless. We want a demonstration, experimentation instead of explanations. Do you understand the difference? Trying to help a brother.
Yeah, I know I can imagine so much bullshit and speak so much bullshit without ending. I can do that. I know.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna do that because I'm aware that a human being can do this. And that doesn't mean I have to do this and we are supposed to do it. No, we are not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder a lot of times what causes them to even come in here. Not that we want you to come in here, but like you come in here armed with the knowledge that we've heard from most of you, and it just fails on all accounts. Like if you were to take that information to some third party that was looking at this like a court of law, you wouldn't
Yeah.
even make it into the court. Be like,
Sonny, you know those psychological tests where um, they give them all sort of shapes and some board with the shape of those objects like holes, and they have
yeah,
to match them. Yeah. Well, if you give them
Inkpot test.
like two or three kinds of shapes and holes, yeah, they can work with it, and quite often they stump, uh, they misplace, you know. But if you give them like 1,000 kind of shapes and holes, they wouldn't be able to match them, you know. They stand no chance. That's the funny thing, because I see this happening like when you open apart a car or a CNC machine, like all the component parts, uh, some of them look similar, but hey, there is a catch. Everything has a slight difference, and that means it fits in a different place. It could fit in somewhere else, but it wouldn't provide the purpose you won't achieve the good functionality, you know. Yeah, thank God to Photoshop and AutoCAD Inventor. Everybody's a genius today.
Was that
Huh?
who was it that used to do all those excuse me?
What?
Who was it early on when I first found flat Earth? There
Oh,
was somebody. Was it Antonio Subriets? I think he just passed. But who was it that was doing all the AutoCAD stuff early on? I don't. Do you guys remember? I'm sure someone does.
Powerland?
They were no, they were doing AutoCAD about Earth and
Today?
no, this is starting early back in 2017 when I first started.
Oh, yeah. I think Jeranism was doing
Mm-mm. He was a
some.
foreigner. He was like some Russian guy or something. Let me
Oh,
see.
I
I
see.
think I have one of his videos. Let me see.
I know AutoCAD, but not these new ones. The older ones, and the previous versions of AutoCAD requires you to have knowledge of technical drawing, mathematics, and you know, it's not as easy to use it. Gotta go shopping. Be right back.
Yeah, this is one of them. I think his name is Andreff or something. How is it that YouTube can say that flat Earth is for one a model? Did they ask one of us? We don't have a model. You're dumb. And that it's an archaic. Doesn't that mean ancient? Like Aristophanes? That's not archaic though, huh? I guess that's why they keep coming in here with sticks and shadows from 200 BC because it's not archaic. And this is only the first three freaking words. And that it's scientifically disproven. How is it disproven? Can you show us where the curvature was measured if you're saying it's scientifically disproven? I don't know who writes this junk. They must have third graders in there on YouTube. You people are really dumb. Really, really dumb. Beyond dumb. Meanwhile, we'll get back to somebody else who's not bludgeoning YouTube idiots to smithereens. Anyone else? Rookie? Comments? Suggestions? Yeah. Could you please drop those proofs? How it was flat Earth was disproven by who, when, where, what method was used? Can you please give us that information before you label all of our videos with actual proof that Earth is flat? Duh. Operators are standing by. Waiting for the call from YouTube to support their lame ass statements that they paste on every single video that doesn't conform to the idiotic spinning clown monkey ball in space second law violation. Yeah, we could settle this. Just show us when your spinning ball was proven and what method was used. Thanks. Please don't use archaic methods. All right, great. Glad we got that straightened out.
I would like a modern method to prove the globe model, because I don't think they can do that either. Any globers have any modern interpretations or experiments showing a globe Earth?
Yeah, there's one where a caveman drew a circle on the wall.
Just like maps, the surface he drew it on was flat, so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so it seems like they come in here and they're talking to Heron. We got, you dumb flat earthers, look, sticks and shadows. So I could have sworn we were in like 2022 or thereabouts. And we have all kinds of technology out there. So why is it that Globers only can come in and talk about Eratosthenes? That is questionable whether even the dude even existed. Plus, I have no source data, so who cares? Sticks and shadows. It's stupid. Are you people retarded bringing sticks and shadows? Well, Eratosthenes, you dumb flat earthers. You realize how idiotic that sounds coming from supposed modern people? So yeah, I agree. We need some, how about a modern method of proving the globe? Can we get some of that? Thanks. We'll be here all week.
NASA being funded with $67 million a day for the past, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 years, whatever. I mean, hello. And all they can do is provide these CGI images. And the best we got from Globe Earthers is like some dude maybe with a sextant class that he teaches. I don't know. It's pretty bad. The Globers are supposed to be getting support from NASA for their globe beliefs, and they're not getting it.
Yeah, what's up? Where's the support for their own? No?
I kind of think NASA's leaving them to hang out high and dry, you know? NASA doesn't have their back.
They don't care. Yeah, exactly. As long as they can keep fleecing them and their descendants into perpetuity, they don't care.
You know how they say like CIA is incestuous? Like people are born into it because their parents were like CIA people. I bet NASA's the same way.
I think so.
Yeah.
That would explain some of the cognitive ability in the astronauts.
Especially if they're descended from the Habsburgs and all that inbreeding.
Yeah, and King Alfred, all that stuff.
Well, then you have a leak.
Weren't there some Mongoloid children born like and that they had to keep in the tower? And this
Yeah.
and the London
Yeah, their
Tower.
Habsburg jaw protruded like 8 inches from their chin, and they're like, "Oh my god!"
So I guess early on they didn't know how to like fix that inbreeding problem.
Well, they just have to put the cookie down, and go out into the world and do stuff, instead of like sitting at home and pretending to be rich and giving into their hedonistic desires.
Yeah. Remember early on, like it was like 2018, 2019, I think about 2019. And thousands of CEOs from Fortune 500 companies all committed suicide. Bankers, CEOs of businesses. What was that all about?
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Thousands.
Yeah, it was a lot. And many
I guess
even
they found
stepped
out what they were
down.
going to
If
do.
they didn't die, they stepped down.
Stepped down or died. Yeah, either one way or another. They switched this whole thing up. So what was going on with that? There's a preliminary motion right there to what was coming. Now that we saw what
It
they
sure
had in
seemed
mind,
like it, yeah.
like all these people died. Like
I think it was 1,000. I think it was like 20 or 30.
No,
okay,
it was
maybe
far
I
more
might
than
have been
that.
exaggerating. I thought it was more like in the hundreds. So I was exaggerating, but yeah. But I bet if you look at the total body count, it probably is in well over the thousands.
Well, there's 500 Fortune 500 companies, so if it was 50, that'd be 10%.
There were like globally, there were like 14,000 of them.
Okay, lovely.
50 years.
So that
But that
seems
includes
very
resignations and deaths and
seems very unusual.
Somebody can find the article.
yeah, I got a link to I got it. Give me a sec.
I remember reading that a banker was committed suicide and the knife in his back.
And then right after that, every governmental level all cuckold at the same time. When has that ever happened? Never. That's never happened. Everybody folds all at the same time, says, okay, we're going to do the stupid shit we have no scientific proof for. We're just going to run with it. Lock people down. Those people need to be tried.
Yeah, now admittedly this list is, resignations and arrests and all kinds of stuff, but it's
Well, I know when you work for a big company and they want to fire people, they fire everybody at the same time. They don't do one by one. Just bam, all at once.
Mm-hmm. Same thing with the cabinets and all of that stuff. But the thing is that they're not showing is that in the background, they're all passing each other, shaking hands. They're all on the same team. Like, okay, you go.
yeah, so that resignation.info has a pretty comprehensive list.
14,000 resignations. Wow. That's in 2017.
I think it's like the 4 or 5 years total.
Oh, they've been tracking since 2017. I get it.
Still seems like very high, especially a lot of those companies are huge names.
Canadian police chiefs, a bunch of police chiefs, a whole bunch of them. The Peter Thiel, the parent company of Facebook, resigned. Jeff Zucker, CNN, resigned. Casper Sue, government of Hong Kong, resigned.
So many companies. American Airlines, Amtrak, I mean, so many. And this goes on for years.
President of Armenia, resigned. The chairman of Credit Suisse, resigned. The CEO of Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit, dead. Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's see, what's this? Let's look at all the resignations. Government of Hong Kong, resigned. NSO Group, resigned. Government of Armenia, resigned. Okay, we went through that. RTL Group, Netherlands, resigned. The whole government of Kazakhstan resigned following a fuel protest. After Project Veritas reported on allegations they solicited nude photos of underage girls, Rick Salisbury, CNN, resigned. CEO of Amtrak, retired. Allegra Stratton, government of Great Britain, resigned. Doug Parker, American Airlines, resigned. George Scipio, Sony Corporation, fired. Devin Nunes, retired, U.S. Congress. Chris Cuomo, CNN, fired. Hans Fassmann, government of Austria, resigned. Government of Austria, resigned. Alexander Schalber, Leslie Wexner, Columbus Partnership, resigned. Gernot Blumel, government of Austria, resigned. Kenneth Gregor, Aston Martin, UK, resigned. Peter DeFazio, retired House Committee on Transportations and Infrastructure, US. Jack Dorsey, CEO, Twitter, resigned to be replaced by Parag Agrawal. Brett Biggs, Walmart, resigned. Barbara Sampson, New York City Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, resigned in 2021. These are all 2021. November 20, White House, Emma Riley, Communications Chief of Staff, moved to Department of Labor. Zhang Yiming, ByteDance, China, ByteDance owns TikTok, resigned. Arizona Senate, Karen Fan, retired. Barclays picked Jess Staley, CEO of UK, replaced. She resigned. Central Bank, Bundesbank, Germany, Jens Weidmann, resigned. Editor-in-Chief Axel Springer, SE Germany, fired. Terry Glebacki, Ocean Casino Resort, resigned. Chancellor of Austria, Sebastian Kurz, resigned. Replaced by Schallenberger. Goes on and on and on.
It'd be great if the arrest list read like that.
I wish we could get that. Well, I think I saw something, but I don't know if it was real. Some juicy stuff in here. Let's see. I mean, this probably does happen, but this seems like quite a bit of activity. Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas
And then you look at
retired.
when you sort by like the organizations, it's like you got 33 resignations from Tesla, 18 from Wells Fargo, 18 from Facebook, just big numbers.
CFO of Goldman Sachs to replaced by Denise Coleman. They say retired. CEO Johnson & Johnson resigned. Replaced. Andrew Cuomo, what a numpty. Multiple accusations of sexual harassment, resigned. Tony L. Navarrete, state senator, U.S., after arrest in child sex abuse case. Cuomo's top aide, Melissa DeRosa, resigned. Interior Minister, Ukraine, resigned. Opel Germany CEO Michael Lulscheller resigned. President of Haiti, dead. Assassinated overnight in his home. July 7th, 2021.
In completely unsuspicious circumstances.
Yeah, of course. No, nothing to see here, folks. Mitsubishi, president, resigned. Prime Minister of Sweden, lost no confidence vote, resigned. Health Minister, UK, resigned. General Counsel to Coca-Cola, fired. Who is this? Bradley Gayton. Bunch of government prime minister from Haiti. Another one. Health minister, Romania. Health minister, Austria. Fired, resigned. Border czar, resigned, U.S. The head of the Constitutional Court, Ukraine, fired in 2021. Foreign Minister of Slovakia resigned. Education Minister of Slovakia resigned. Justice Minister of Slovakia resigned. Vice Prime Minister and Economy Minister of Slovakia resigned. CEO Texas Roadhouse Inc. Isn't that a movie company? Age 65 suicide because of the Kool-Aid scare symptoms. R&D oncology chief in UK, AstraZeneca. Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, age 61, dead. This goes on and on and on. You could read this for a really long time. But anyway, that's pretty much the gist of it. I'll stop. I don't want to bore you guys. I'm thinking this is still going on right now. I'm getting this really eerie feeling sometimes when I go out that there's just an absence of people. There's just no one's out. Doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if there are less people on the planet than what's officially reported.
The planet.
Okay, you got me. Yeah, I mean the plane.
I
Sorry.
know. What's happening on your planet today? Check with your doctor to see if reality is okay for you.
Doctors are standing by with pills to prescribe.
In case reality isn't fitting your schedule, we've got a pill for that too. You have no reason not to believe me, right? Trust me.
Without the government, society would collapse.
If it would collapse, if what?
Oh, just it would collapse. Like without the government, society, they say, would collapse. Oh no.
Too bad. Oh, I guess I'll just have to go about doing the things I still do right now in that case. Watch me still fucking take care of myself without you, idiots. I don't need a psychopathic clown in charge telling, me what to do. No thanks. I'll pass.
It's kind of insulting that you are represented by a globe believer.
Yeah, interesting. You say that. That reminded me. I just watched The Principal again. And it's very interesting to hear what these alleged astrophysicists or whatever the hell, the quantum physicists and all of these people, like some of them are really quite honest about it, though. I'm going to throw Max Tegart under the bus. He's like, I have to rethink it. That's what he said. Pretty much saying there's a lot of evidence that we are very special, that we're I don't know if he actually said center because they can't say that.
Yeah, you're right. And because if they did, they lose their position. They lose everything that Edwin Hubble built his entire profession around.
Yes. So you see some of them smiling because they know they do, just like us. They just happen to be in this field that's like they know it is. Like this was a few years ago, 2016. Isn't that when that was produced? Whatever, released.
Yeah.
They're like cosmology is in a crisis. That was back.
Effectively, they are like politicians, and everybody knows politicians lie. So why wouldn't they lie?
Right. And they tell you right up front from their ancient archaic writings from their priest, the holy followers of this principle, they say we can't allow us to be the center. That is their principle.
Yeah, it would be painful to them.
Not even painful. They can't allow it for any reason. That's so in the very beginning of any of their statements, even these brainwashed zombies, they don't even know that what they have is locked inside their cognition centers. This principle that thou shalt not ever depart from, no matter what happens afterward. You are stuck, you're never moving, and they refuse. Now, some of them, if you can make a chink in the armor, you can get through to them. That's our job. And well.
Okay, Sonny,
right,
if you
everybody.
don't mind. Oh, you wanted to.
No, I was like, is Nathan gonna go? Okay, take it away, Nathan.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt Sonny, that's all. But yeah. So I'd like to announce, obviously, Precious Metals Takeover starting. So for the next 2 hours, please mute your mods, admins, and moderators, mute your mics. Silver Goals will be running the show, and big thanks to everyone that's here. Redford, you obviously want to say hi as well, and yeah, take it away, Silver and Golds.
Yeah, hi everybody. How's everybody doing?
Great.
So we have I don't know if Roger's around. I don't think so. Oh wait, Crypto's here. Oh, you want to talk, Crypto? Hey, instead, do you think you could do the announcement for PMT for us? That would be great. if you're able. All right. I don't
Stand by
think.
for the announcement from Crypto. Maybe not. Crypto, are you there?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I'll DM you what we can put in the announcements. Do you want to start the question, Nathan?
Yeah, sure. I guess I can just put it out to the floor or choose, an individual. But the question for today is, what do you think the biggest fall of mankind is? If anybody wants to answer it in particular, feel free, or I'll just work my way down the line and go from there. Yeah, sure. Yeah, go right ahead.
I think the biggest division in mankind has got to be the biggest sorry, I spoke too soon. That's my answer. The biggest fall of mankind is actually division in itself. At least from my perspective. Instead of difference, right? Because difference, there's nothing wrong with being different from one another. It's how we handle that difference. And if we let differences divide us, and if we let labels be the thing that cause conflict, instead of individual ideas, intellectualism, I think that can be very dangerous. I feel as if it could be very dangerous because division is something that's really only in the mind. And it causes most conflict we have in the world.
Yeah, I would agree. I would probably say division as well is probably the biggest fall of mankind, right?
It's not
Yeah,
about.
it's a big one for sure. What were you gonna say, Sia?
Sorry, I'll wrap up. It's not about man versus woman. It's not about introvert versus extrovert, jokes aside. It's not about flat versus globe. It's not about these versus mentalities. We're all human beings at the end of the day.
And if you don't mind, I'll add in real quick.
Sure, Barrington. Go right ahead, man.
More or less, I wouldn't disagree with anything the previous commenter said. The only thing I would add in here is that instead of divisions, I would just say that the biggest downfall of man is our appeal to authority, that we have to always refer to an authority, whether it's a group of people, a expert, or whatever else, and that is what causes our divisions, and so many times and so often it doesn't become about fact or whatever else. It's about my team versus your team, which is really the authority that I appeal to versus the authority you appeal to is mine's better than yours. My boss is bigger than yours.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm going to put a quote in the, a citation in the Livestream voice text about appeal to authority. I definitely think that's a big downfall, right? I mean, it's why we're pretty much in this mess to begin with. We just always had that belief that, someone else smarter than me's figured it out. And, we just take it in our stride. We don't question things. And as a result, we end up in a mess. So, yeah, I agree with that as well.
Oh, hey, Flat
Bree.
Arthur. How's it going? Are you there?
You asked me?
Yeah. Hey, how are you? Nice of you to join us.
All good, all good. Thank you so much. Just here to listen.
Oh, awesome.
And
So we're doing an event, or we do this show called Precious Metal Takeover. It's when the silver and golds take over the live stream, and we have a question that we always have to keep the conversation going. So, would you like to answer the question today?
Sure. I have no clue what this is going to be. Seriously.
Yeah, no. So, it's just that we do this from every Saturday from 12 to 2 and just have it to keep the conversation going. So the question is, what was it? What do you think what do you think the greatest fall of mankind is?
Can we say the original sin?
You can say whatever you'd like. It's all hypothetical opinions. So yeah, you can go into more detail a little bit if you'd like.
Caught me off guard, but I would say that making humans, making oneself their own god is the greatest fall of humanity, I suppose.
Yeah. No, that's a good answer. Thanks for participating.
I'm not sure. Are you looking for more further details or something?
Pardon me.
I mean, how detailed an answer you wanted, I'm not sure. I tried to give a pithy answer. But that's right. You continue with the next person.
Yeah, I'm
Let me
sorry.
get some idea.
I'm actually, hang on. I got another laptop, so we'll see. But my sound, okay, I'm gonna turn it up a bit. Maybe I can hear you better. Did you want to elaborate a little bit more on your answer, or I know we kind of caught you off guard there. Or you're good?
From what I understood of the question, I think that's what suits as my answer. But I would like to listen first, and then maybe if I have something to add, I will do that.
Oh, go for it, for sure. That sounds good.
Yeah,
I
so
wanted
you can
to.
continue with, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to go to Bree next because I noticed she was here, and I'm interested to see what her response is. So if you are there, Bree, I'd like to ask you today's question.
So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm like working while listening. What was the question?
The question is, what do you think the biggest fall of mankind is?
Ooh. Dang. Can you give me a second to think about that? I feel like I would have a long answer for that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Take your time. Great answer so far, especially the Division 1. That would still be number 1 for me. Hey, Cyberblitz, do you want to answer today's question?
I don't even think he's in the VC.
Right, yeah. I just realized.
Yeah, I know. I just realized that too. I'm like, wait, he's not there. Well, if you want to join the VC, you can answer, or you can always type it in the text chat too.
So since you mentioned division, I think I did hear a little bit something about that, and I think I do agree. I think that if we weren't divided, it would be it was it would not be as problematic to explain to people, hey, we're all being lied to, wake up, if that makes any sense. I mean, I know we can't really um I'm sure that if we weren't divided, there wouldn't be as big of a language barrier as well, is what I'm trying to say. And we could just inform as many people as possible. I think we would have more people um, noticing and waking up to the flat Earth, and the world could just go from there. Really, I think that would bring about a really big change.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%. I think that is the biggest fall of mankind. We all get segregated and divided. And, see, I said, we're all humans at the end of the day. It's an inherent quality for us all. So, yeah, it'd definitely be great if that wasn't an issue, but it's always going to exist. So, it's still hypothetical, but it's nice to kind of work on it anyway, all the same. Hey, I love that one, Monkey.
Not all at once, everybody. Flatman Can, are you there?
Yeah, I was just trying to think on it. It's probably a combination of stuff.
Well,
Lack
go
of
for it.
empathy, lack of logic, man-made problems. People saying, "Oh, you can't collect rainwater." You know, I don't know. It's a combination of many things. Lack of understanding, you know, would definitely be in there as well.
Mm-hmm.
I like to refer to them as sighted blind people, where they see a problem, but instead of doing something even as small as offering to help, they don't even go that far, you know? I saw a clip recently. I think it was a high school class or somewhere in the gym, and they were running laps, and this young lad collapsed. And people just kept walking past him for the longest time. And then finally, somebody ran over to him to start seeing what was wrong with him and offering assistance. So I guess that's part of what it is, you know? Sighted blind people like that. That's the biggest downfall.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a good answer. There's definitely a few. That's for sure. Does anybody else want to answer? Willingly. Before we call on you.
I want to call on Miguel. He always has great answers, if he's there anyway. So are you there, Miguel? And would you like to answer today's question?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, man?
Just a second. Okay. Okay, no, it's okay. So for me, the biggest fall of mankind, I think, is the existence of money. Because if without money, we could be more, we could help others without thinking in the interest of their money. But living like a human being, help the other without that. I think it will be more. It will be more respectful and more human. Without this system we are living in.
Yeah, would you agree it's kind of like greed and selfishness as well? Is that what you would be saying for the fall of mankind?
Yes.
Yeah, I
agree.
would agree then. Yeah, I feel like that's definitely something that we all kind of have here and there. Some more than others, but it never ends well. Let's just put it that way.
I think just to conclude, I just saw yesterday the last movie from Batman, and I think the end of that movie, it has a strong message. I think everyone should watch that. It's about helping the other. So that's my opinion.
What's the movie title for that Batman? Because I'm going to get MJ to stream it.
Let me see in English. Okay. I just post. Okay. Batman.
Yeah, take your time. Don't rush, man. I just want to spam MJ with a list of movies so he gets overwhelmed. So go. Yeah, right ahead.
I really don't know because I just went, without seeing any trailer.
Oh, it's fine, man. If you can't remember it or anything, I mean, I think I can just look it up. Is it the newest Batman movie or
the last one?
Oh, all right, yeah, I'll be able to find it myself and get it sent through to MJ.
Uh,
But yeah, don't sweat it if you can't find it. I'll definitely get it myself. Don't
I
worry, man.
just
And
yeah, I'm watching the trailer, but this says final trailer 2022 concept. Doesn't say the the real title.
2022. It sounds like that might be for an upcoming one. If you've already watched one, it must be an older version. Either way, it doesn't matter. Great answer, man. I love your opinions and insights.
Thanks.
You're really, really
Thanks.
nice to hear you. And thanks for showing up for the PMTs as well.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Of course. Get Beget, hello, are you there? Oh, we got a Glober for join from the last ladies' night, I think.
Is this his
Oh.
Balix person?
Yeah, I heard him quite a while last ladies' night. He was an interesting individual, let's put it that way.
Yes. Let's see if he can unmute. Huh. Are you there, Balix? Oh, he can't unmute.
Yeah, it's not a problem, man. If you want to talk to us later, feel free.
We have Jack Whispers. Did we talk to that person? Or was he in here before? Jack, are you there?
I remember him from a few weeks ago, but yeah, I don't think he's too frequent. He is here for the precious metals, though, so that's pretty cool.
I hope he whispers too. That would be awesome. Jack, when you do talk, just whisper. That'd be great. What about Sunny? Sunny, are you there?
I always get a little nervous because I know you're going to call on me, so that's all right. I'm getting used to it.
But now I'm also going to ask you if you want to play us out at the end of the show. So the pressure's even on even more, Sunny.
No, because I sat down and I invented something right a little while ago. But anyway.
Oh, like to play for us, you mean?
Yeah.
Or what do you mean?
A little
Ooh.
tune. Yeah.
How much time do you need? Because we can do it really at any time, and we can do it at the end too.
3-4 minutes.
Okay.
But I won't do it right now. I'll answer the question.
Okay.
So, good morning, everybody. Good to see all of you here, first of all. I want to say that. So, the question, the biggest fall of mankind. Okay, so. Okay, so the biggest fall of mankind is that however this happened, or whoever did it, possibly it might have had a beginning. Who knows? I can't answer that. But whatever it was that divorced us, or that they actually succeeded to divorce us from our true nature. So what this caused was to change our mind to materialism. So that basically is a symptom of this divorcing us from our true nature into materialism, which created everything that we know of as problems that cause human misery in life. So all of it stems from this materialism. So the globe exists in that subset also. Racism and all the racist systems, monetary system, the fractional banking, pseudo law, pseudo education, pseudo medicines, godless society, nothing, no higher power, no control, no understanding of the creation or where they actually live. So it caused all of it. I could go on and on. There's a list of thousands of different things that are propagate from this, as we all know, that we've all looked into for years. It's no secret to any of us listening here, or at least it shouldn't be. So, yeah, so that's it.
That's a good answer. I think that's a good point to point out. Yeah, the whole division from nature. That's a huge one. Awesome. Thanks, Sunny.
You're welcome.
Will be flat. Are you there? Seb, are you there?
I mean, Amish Earther is typing in the chat, so maybe he'd want to unmute and answer the question.
Yeah, let's go to him. And Mystic just joined. If you want to go up to the VC check-in, somebody can meet you up there and then give you roles so you can speak in the VC. Is Amish Amish Earther there? Is he there?
Yep, I'm here, just hanging out.
Well, Nathan, would you like to ask him the question?
Oh, sure. Sorry, I thought you were going to take that one. Do you know the question, or do you need me to repeat it?
No, I've heard it. I've been hanging out here, so yeah, I think the main problem with the fall of man has to do with how we conceive ourselves in relationship to our creator. And we often try to substitute our own knowledge and experience for his own. And that leads to our folly because we are limited in our understanding and in our experiences here. We don't have infinite knowledge.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree. You know, no human can know everything. That's absolutely true. But it's we still strive to, don't we? You know, endless optimism.
Yep. And I kind of look to the Garden of Eden story, and I think it actually happened. And other people might think of it as an allegory, but it doesn't matter. I mean, either way, what happened is Eve was tempted with knowledge that was provided by something other than God. And she accepted it probably because she wanted a leg up in this world and she just needed to just understand things a little bit more than what she was capable of. And she accepted the first offer that came to her, and it came from a poisoned source. And I think allegorically, this can help us understand in our own lives how we have a proclivity to accept explanations from authorities that we respect or fear, and that contents us. And we go on with our lives, and that's a big mistake.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that because I don't think there's anything such as bad knowledge or evil knowledge or anything. I feel like knowledge is always going to be beneficial, right? Doesn't mean that it's going to be good, but it's going to be beneficial because you're going to be able to make decisions based off you gain knowledge. So, yeah, I'm not sure if I fully agree, and you know, it's difficult to say with any certainty if you know those kind of things actually did happen. So.
What if you didn't have the prerequisite to understand the knowledge that was given to you, and the person that was giving it knew that you didn't, and knew that you'd probably make mistakes as a result of that?
Nah, that's an interesting way to pose it.
Especially if this force was way more intelligent than us and kind of knows us better than we think we know ourselves. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ghosts. Crypto was supposed to, but I guess he didn't. He did an announcement in the voice text, but I guess he didn't do one, or maybe he's not able to do an announcement. Says who? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey.
I heard the question, and I'm going to completely agree with Amish Earther on this particular topic. We've basically just kind of lost our relationship to the creator. We don't know what our responsibility or relationship is to the creator. I mean, the thing about knowing that the earth is a stationary plane, enclosed, so on and so forth, is it completely throws out all other possibilities of, we were seeded by aliens, or, this is all just one giant accident. We have to deal with this idea that we are kind of in a very central point in someone else's attention, this creator that made this place. So if we are created, then we have to say, okay, what is our relationship to this particular creator? What does he want? What is his law? And what are we supposed to do? So since we've lost that, since we've pushed that aside, and like Amish Earther said, even in the Garden of Eden, we've decided to define what is good and evil for ourselves, what is morally good, or just in general, what is good on the earth for us to do. We've defined that for ourselves. Now, everything else, this division that you guys are talking about, someone else, I think in the chat, talked about like the Federal Reserve or social media, just all this division is a symptom of the fact that we are no longer united over the truth of what our responsibility is and our relationship is here to our creator. That's basically it.
Yeah, that's a good answer. I don't really have anything to add. I mean, you guys kind of covered it, so that's awesome. Thank you for joining and participating.
You bet. Glad to be here. Love Saturday afternoons, man. It's fun.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm really glad to hear that.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, Geppy gets willing to answer the question, but he wants some time to think first.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Well, nice of you to join us, Gepiget, and just let us know when you have an answer.
Hello, family.
Hey.
Yeah, I was thinking it can't be Adam and Eve because they are not mankind. They are not
They're what?
mankind
Sorry?
itself. Adam and Eve are the parents of mankind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the same clarification I also needed in the very beginning. But please continue.
Yeah. I will say, but I can't also call a fall like the mingling between mankind and the angels, the fallen angels, because some of them have been seduced, lied to, deceived by these beings. So I can't blame them. I can't blame mankind. But later, yes, learning blasphemy, I think that was one of the triggers. And departure of man from God, yeah, from his ways, forgetting it, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. You know, a lot of people, they just get told what to think, not how to think, and they get brought up in a set way that they're not able to, really think about what matters and make better decisions. So, yeah.
And even like holding traditions, rituals, and history knowledge, um, quite a lot of the times we've been through horrific events. So people were slaughtered just to change the whole world. A new king, wanted to change the paradigm of the whole world, the mind thinking of people. So it's hard. It's very hard to blame mankind. I think it's a miracle we survived all this long.
That's an interesting conclusion to come to. Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess you can definitely look at it that way.
yeah.
Hey, Elijah, if you want to answer, you can do it in the text and I'll be able to read it out for you. While we're here, I'll read out Cyber Blitz. He says, mankind's greatest fall was leaving small community living to living in massive, anonymous super cities and relying on cold tech. Yeah, I see where he's coming from. The smart cities is definitely something that I wouldn't want to be a part of.
They were foretold their existence.
All right, Elijah, no worries, bro. Take care. We'll see you another time. We have a new person, Harvey McCleve. If you want to head up to the voice chat check-in at the top of the server, someone will be able to give you the role, and then you can come down and speak with us. If you've got questions, we're always happy to answer.
If you wanted conversation of just any kind or whatever, Elijah, I can meet you down and chill or whatever if you want.
Yeah, he left a voice chat, so if you want to get that message to him, just try a DM or something, because he's not here. He didn't hear you got rocking.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. But while you're here, would you want to answer today's question for us?
Sure, why not? What is it?
So the question today is, what do you think the greatest fall of mankind is?
Well, It's really hard for me to come up with a specific moment in time. I would just say that mankind's morals have basically fallen right out the bottom of the floor. Nobody has any real. Doesn't seem like to me anybody has any real morals, involved in all this, trends. Just totally demoralizing, acts. I would say is probably the biggest problem that we're having in current times, anyway.
That's a great answer. I agree as well. The morals have definitely fallen in standard, especially in recent years. But it's just the way that society goes, right? You can't really help it. You can only work on yourself and hopefully be a good influence to other people. But of course, it's their decision if they want to follow you or not. But most go their separate ways and get in a big mess. It's just sad to see.
Yeah, I agree with
hypocrisy.
Yeah, everybody, if they just concentrated on themselves and, tried to become better people and treat people better and all that, yeah, I'm sure it would make a huge difference. Just kind of so hard, in my opinion, to see people break away from the system. They're just everybody seems to be so caught up in all the current events that I think are just propaganda, and just they keep everybody so distracted that I just see a lot of people having a hard time trying to do anything for themselves. I mean, I know it's probably the best thing they could be doing, but I don't know. It seems really desperate times we live in. Despair everywhere.
Yeah, it takes a lot of hard work and commitment, to work on yourself. And a lot of people come into the server that are like Globe Earthers, for instance, and they say things like, change my mind, right? But it's not me that changes your mind, it's you that changes your mind, right? You can only change your mind, I can only change my mind, that kind of thing. So, they want other people to do it for them. They're not willing to put in the work. And it's the easier way, but it's also not rewarding. So, if they want to do that, they're welcome to it. It doesn't really bother me, but I really want to figure things out for myself, and I'm willing to put in that work to do so.
Yeah, I just say lead by example would be probably the most beneficial thing.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I can do, and I'm trying to do that every day for these Globe Earthers that do come in here. But it's difficult, some of them they're not ready, and they need a few more years.
Yeah. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good day to all you all. Jin CBR1 here.
Hello, Jin.
How you doing?
Hey, we're all doing great. Thank you.
Yeah, great to hear your voices. Yeah, I would agree with what you say there. That you lay down all the evidence for them, and then it's up to them to put it together. And once they realise that they've been carrying a belief, it should prompt them to want to know the truth, and that's the difficulty. How much do they really want to know? Do they really want to know the truth? That's what you're dealing with every time when they come here. It's very rare that you get someone that really wants to know the truth, and some of them claim that, but then they start fighting against what you're telling them. When you're actually presenting them with the discrepancies of the heliocentric model, they start defending it, don't they?
That's because of the stereo. We're so stereotyped at this, the flat Earth community, that even if you're laying down truth, obvious truth, they don't want to hear it from people that are deemed, idiots and, that sort of thing. So, for the most part, I would say over 95% of all the people on, that we come in contact with, at least in my experience, is that they already have their minds made up that we're idiots. We don't know what we're talking about. So even if you're laying down truth, they're just going to turn their head and just think you're lying or you're making up shit or whatever. And it makes it so difficult to
Well, this is when I start raising my voice at them when they do that. You know what I mean? Because that's an insult to the amount of hours I've invested. 53 years of learning the wrong way, and then 7 years now of trying to find the truth and actually getting it out there. Now I'm articulating up to actually get it out there. So if you're going to start calling me this, well, that's almost like fighting talk. So you want to be careful to not insult me if we're in my presence. You don't want to do that, because that could end up result in pain for you. So you want to, I'm trying to help you. Don't insult me. That's what I'll be saying to him, because it's not a joke now. It's quite serious to have lived 53 years thinking you're on a spinning board that doesn't exist. That's a pain that I'm never going to forget, ever going to forget that. That's robbery. They stole my time. They stole my time there. That's unforgivable. So anyone going to call me an idiot now? Well, they want to be very careful they don't receive a slap in the face instantly.
Okay, Jen. We're PMT is a little different. We
Well,
don't
that's
talk
what it's
about
like.
violence.
That's what
We
it's
don't
like for me.
on the question,
That's
Jen.
what
We
it's like for
don't. We
me.
keep
You know
it
what I
off
mean? I'm
FE.
serious.
We keep it off FE because we talk about it all the time. So PMT is a break from that.
Yeah, well, I'm a
Unless
man.
we're
I live
talking.
my life. I live my life off the cuff, mate. That's how it is. But anyway, let me see. I've got a question for you guys. If you want to go to a destination by an aeroplane, by plane, and you sit in the aircraft, can you